Hey, Miami sports fans. Stop by Caneswear today at 2655 South University Drive in Davie, Florida. And check out their awesome merchandise selection of your favorite South Florida sports teams. From the Miami Dolphins, Hurricanes, Heat, Marlins, Florida Panthers, and Inter Miami, they've got it all. Celebrate your favorite team and show off your fandom with their beautiful team starter jackets, killer-looking helmets, team jerseys, cool shirts, and more. And if you're out of town or out of state, no worries. Go to Caneswear.com and find everything they have on their site. Select what you want, and they will ship your gear to you. Anything over $99 is shipped for free. Don't wait. Stop at Caneswear today.
Welcome to the Fins Talk Sports Network Draft Talk on the clock.
Night two.
Yeah, day two draft show, draft party, whatever you want to call it. I'm excited. I'm here with, on the other side, Coach Vogel. How you doing, Coach?
I'm great, man. I'm great.
It always throws me off doing that.
I know, right? It's always opposite. After night one with probably one big surprise, Atlanta taking Penix. I understood why they did it.
Yeah.
A lot of other people were very upset by it, but it started some dominoes for some other teams. I think my favorite pick, again, like I said last night, was Latu to the Colts. That was a big need for them.
Yeah.
Thought maybe they'd go wide receiver, but they ended up going Latu, which I think he was at pick, 14? He was the 15. He was the first defensive guy off the board last night. So I think round two, we're going to have a lot cornerbacks, wide receivers, a lot more defensive guys going tonight.
Offensive linemen, too. And speaking of that, something we didn't get to last night was we do have a best available draft board here that we can see. So on here, Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think he was like number – let me look. He was number 9 on our big board. So we're high on him. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cam Hart, the cornerback out of Michigan, number 2.
Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame. Sorry. I know that's a big one. The only thing I could have said that was worse was like out of USC, and you would have just came through the computer and beat me. We have Keon Coleman, the wide receiver out of Florida State. Javon Baker, I believe he is UCF.
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean, which in my, let me ask you this. The player, because we heard that Miami was trying to trade back up last night.
Yeah.
Who do you think that player was?
That's a good question. Some people were saying they thought it might be Cooper DeJean.
That's my thought.
I was kind of hoping it was for an offensive center, or Brandon Fisk. That Bobby would just be ecstatic tonight if they went with Fisk. But
I don't see that happening.
I feel like that'll be where Buffalo goes with pick number 1.
Okay,
tonight is Cooper. I can't cornerback anyway. So it's possibly Cooper. So
I'm glad you said Buffalo pick number 1 because they are on the clock. They traded back. They did not have a pick last night, which Miami fans were a little bittersweet about that. They really wanted them to pick to see who they were taking.
Yeah. And then we're kind of giddy after it was all said and done and they didn't have a draft pick.
Yeah. I was kind of thrown off by that.
I guess my issue with it's not really an issue. I mean, Brandon Beane's been doing this for years and had some quality picks, but you lost all your playmakers on offense that won you games in the playoffs, and you lost your defensive studs to other teams, and you didn't like. I just felt like there would have been a little more urgency there, but maybe, I mean, they are dropping back to get to get more picks, which is, I think everybody would like a few more picks, but I guess the Bills aren't officially on the clock yet because the commissioner hasn't said so.
Yeah. It gives me time. That's all I need. I need time today.
Yeah.
and I feel like day 2, day 3 seem to go a little slower.
Yeah.
I guess they go faster because we get 2 rounds in, but
right.
I'm excited. So let's go back over. Miami took Chop Robinson with their first overall pick at number 21. Your thoughts, because I know there was a lot going on late last night after that pick came in.
Yeah.
I haven't truly got your thoughts. I know you like the pick, but your evaluation of Chop and how he's going to fit into the Miami role.
Well, the more I thought about it, a lot, like I at first, obviously I want an interior offensive line, but we need, I think it was a no-brainer if you hear Mike McDaniel saying he wants to take an edge rusher, first round every year. And honestly, that's one of the reasons they lost the Kansas City game. They ran out of edge rushers. All their edge rushers were hurt. And they had guys playing that weren't that good. You're just not going to beat Patty Mahomes if you're not getting pressure on him. So after it's all said and done, and it really, when I woke up this morning, I was really happy with it. It made a lot of sense. I think he's going to be groomed by a couple good ones in there. Hopefully they can get healthy and that'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can win a few more games this year and seal a home field advantage, and then people got to come down and play in the heat.
For sure. Well, I think he's going to be a great fit, especially as they get healthy, because it's going to open up that entire defense, and he's going to be able to specialize. And I think in the beginning that's what you need. He needs to be able to specialize and pin his ears back and go. I do want to welcome everyone that has joined us so far. We appreciate you. We appreciate everyone that joined last night. It was a great time. Would love to hear everyone's comments and hear what you have to say, because you're the ones that make it go. So would love to hear what everyone says.
Because if not, it was just be Josh and I talking to each other all night for the next
and no one wants that
5 hours. Boo! Boo!
Michigan. This is a little weird. Because they're in Michigan.
They're in Detroit.
Yep. That threw me off for a second. I haven't seen that before.
They said last night's attendance was over like 200,000.
It's crazy.
And it looks like it still looks. I think Harbaugh should come out with them. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
The commissioner. Hey, let me hold that trophy.
Is JJ there?
I don't think so. I think he's on his way to who do you go to?
Minnesota?
Minnesota, yeah. I think he's on his way to the Vikings. Don't they normally do that? They fly in their first round draft pick?
Yeah, overnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
One-day delivery?
Yeah, Mims at 19 surprised me a little bit.
Really? I've heard that's where he was going to go.
Okay.
I wasn't too shocked. Like, not 19 specifically, but in that
area.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm working through this.
Pearsall.
That shocked me. The last 2 picks honestly shocked me. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
I had a feeling that Carolina was going to trade up back in for a first round. I'm going to not take this phone call until I'll call back in a little bit when we have more people. Oh, Rich Eisen's ecstatic. He's got a bunch of his guys going tonight. So did you go? I think one of my favorite players is still on the board with Zach Frazier, offensive center, who I like a lot. Chris Jenkins is there. Newton is still on the board. And then Cameron Kitchens, who we all thought might be a first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Cameron Kitchens.
I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his, but
he's not a very good tackler. Just wasn't someone that I feel like might be missing off of our list. Adonde Mitchell.
Yes.
I was shocked that he wasn't there. Let me see what our top 100 is. Where is A.D. Mitchell? A.D. Mitchell we have him in the 3rd round.
Okay.
So
I gotta get better with my wide receiver evaluations because that's a lot of film of just watching a guy run off.
Oh,
run off, and then run a route and then not get the ball. And
yeah, 100%. The one thing I will say about A.D. Mitchell is he started at Georgia.
Yeah.
Everyone's thinking that A.D. Mitchell might be the pick tonight for Buffalo.
Yeah.
But he started at Georgia, and he couldn't beat out Ladd McConkey. So my thing is, are you going to take A.D. or are you going to take Ladd, someone that proved to be a better player in college? And I think he is truly the better player.
Yeah.
But never know.
I thought they only had 5 minutes on the clock. How much time do they get?
7 minutes on the clock.
7 minutes. Okay. Cooper, McConkey. Yeah. Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier. Yeah, there's a few of ours that are first round picks.
Did I just hear several first round picks
that are still on the board?
I don't believe that.
No, he said Buffalo.
They're saying that?
They're saying that Buffalo has several first round picks graded that are alive in the second.
Bull. That's a full load of bull.
Right.
I do not believe that one bit.
What is your thought on you think Miami would trade up for a wide receiver, or do you think
I think I really like Cooper DeJean there. I love that fit so much because we have been talking about that safety need, but also that corner need, and his ability to move up and play slot corner would be so valuable. And I talked about how Weaver was a part of an offense or a defense last year that utilized the talents of a safety that could do that. The guy out of Notre Dame, Kyle Hamilton, he did that. He came and played the box. He played nickel corner. He played deep corner. I think Cooper DeJean could be someone just like that,
right?
And could be utilized, and that's an invaluable safety position,
right?
I feel like if there's one spot that you're moving up, while you do need interior offensive line help, potential outside tackle help, I just think that would be such a good fit. And if I'm going to move up and get somebody, it's going to be someone like that.
Is Kingsley, is he the kid from BYU, the tackle?
Suamatea, yeah.
BYU, right?
Yep.
And then the other kid that
would be a good pick.
Yeah.
I might say that I went back and watched some Tyler Guyton film. I don't know if he's a left tackle. As I've been saying, I gotta trust the Dallas Cowboys when they draft first round offensive linemen.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do because he's not a finished product. But I watched also before the draft yesterday, Kingsley Suamatea, and he looks nice. I do enjoy him. I would say he would be above Guyton for me.
See, I watched Morgan and Kingsley Sumatia. How do you say it? Sumatia. I kind of watched them back to back and was impressed. Like, I watched Morgan first, and I loved the way he just kind of glided in and out.
These people are just moving too fast. They're moving too fast for me. Vogel.
All right, slow down. He's going to.
Aaron
Williams, second round pick by the Bills in 2011.
Go crazy, bud.
Yeah. Ooh, Keon Coleman.
Yep.
Florida State. Okay.
That it is. Keon Coleman.
Florida State.
I like that pick. I really do. I've been one of the people that I don't see that much separation between Keon Coleman and Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
Keon Coleman, when he played, was an absolute stud.
Yeah.
And I think we're undervaluing him. So, but Keon Coleman was the pick.
Yep. First wide receiver off.
He's a big body guy that kind of fell off because they started there's no one else to throw to at Florida State.
Right.
But he was just a stud.
Yeah.
So, my daughter's coming here with my
family.
dinner. Thank you, baby. Thank you, ma'am.
And Mommy Cassie, who ate a bite of your punch.
My mommy ate a bite of my food. Oh no!
Oh, you gotta love that voice.
Yeah.
And good luck.
And good luck. Okay, so.
All right, so Keon Coleman.
The pick was traded to New England. New England traded the pick to San Diego, or the Chargers.
The Chargers.
You get me doing a lot, and then I'm like,
this has got to be
I'm reverting back.
Right?
What's that?
It's got to be a wide receiver, right?
You think it's wide receiver? Adonai Mitchell. I don't know.
They do have some. They do have some needs, though. Probably not. This is why I end up saying stuff and guessing and completely wrong. But they do have water. They do have. Oh. Coca-Cola. Does he take running back?
I don't. Why is that a need in Buffalo or in?
I don't think it is.
I say Buffalo.
Yeah.
Everyone is saying that though. I don't see where it is
because of what's his name. That was the running back Michigan had. I think it's the only reason they're saying it. I think. Yeah.
They got one of my favorite players. I can't think of his name right now. They drafted him. Trying to think of when it was. I'm going to look it up right now. What his name is. And he was a stud coming out, and he just never got an opportunity.
Yeah.
Isaiah Spiller, he was a stud coming out.
Yeah.
Hasn't got an opportunity. They also have Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. So they basically are reproducing the Baltimore Ravens backfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Stealing from his brother.
Who's their offensive coordinator? Greg Roman, who knows how to utilize these guys and has drafted these guys. So I don't know if they're going to. I think they love who it is and who they are and what they got.
Right. Ooh, do they take Newton? I think it's got.
I think that could be
D-line. Right, D-line.
Oh,
build the trenches. No. Rolf Benershki. Beautiful.
He seems nervous.
Wow. Okay. There's a wide receiver, McConkey. That's your guy, right?
Yep, that's my guy. I love him. As I mentioned, I feel like Ladd beat out AD Mitchell. He should go above AD Mitchell.
Yeah.
I think he's the better wide receiver. And the thing that Ladd does, came out his freshman year and just dominated.
Yeah.
Georgia really needed a wide receiver to step up, and he did that.
Yeah, he did.
His freshman year, his dad was a great college player as well. But he came in, dominated, and then the next year he came back, and every Georgia fan was expecting big things from him.
Yeah.
It just never
Developed.
came to fruition because he had a lot of drops. He had a lot of fumbles that season. But then he came back and he fought through it, and he just had another dominating season. I'm a big fan of Ladd McConkey.
Yeah. Daniel Jeremiah said, first thing he said was, Ladd McConkey is juicy.
He gets open.
Yeah.
He gets separation and he gets open.
Yeah.
He gets open as much as, man, I'm so bad with names today. Devonta Smith. Watching Devonta Smith, he just finds a way to get separation when the ball is in the air. Ladd does the same thing. I think he's going to be. I don't think he's restricted to being a slot receiver like a lot of people are going to think. I think he can play outside too. I'm excited for him to be in with the Chargers. Kind of wish my Cowboys could have got him.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a nice pickup. Yeah.
Okay, so we got the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock.
On the clock.
What are you thinking they could go here?
I'm gonna check out my little cheat sheet, find out what they need. No, they traded to the Falcons.
Oh, did they just trade?
That's what it says. Falcons. Oh my God. Okay. Well.
Oh, this is wild.
Oh, is this the? Oh, could this be DeGene? Let's see, Falcons.
I'm going to.
Edge.
Yeah.
Safety, cornerback, interior defensive line, offensive line, wide
Dejan. It has to be Dejan, right?
Yeah, I lost our board. I was trying to see who else.
Yeah, I took it off. I haven't been updating it. They're going too fast for me. I'm struggling, so I got to.
I know. All right, well, they're all, oh, nope, says the pick is in with 6:45 left. Okay, so the thought is D-line, cornerback.
You're not going to believe this one.
Oh, did you? Oh,
Yeah.
I said it was in.
It's a guy we like.
Good.
We like to say his name. I'll say that.
like it says like pick is in, and before that it says Drake London 69 receiving yards, and you're like, I thought he was already drafted. Oh yeah, that's what I have.
So a little behind the scenes here of what I'm doing with these picks. The hardest thing is, like yesterday, I knew kind of who was going to go.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going to go here. So last night I was able to get a lot of the headshots.
Right. Yeah.
I got to get the headshots. I have to get that in there, get the pick in there. I got to write the names down. It's a good time. Good time. Good time.
Good time for great oldies. Leonard, let's see.
If you had to guess, who do you think this is going to be?
I have no idea. I have no clue. Kool-Aid.
I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. He popped up off on film. One of the guys next to him is a bigger player. And this guy just constantly showed up on film while you were watching him.
Yeah.
How's it going, Rafi? Appreciate you coming on.
Atlanta Falcon. Jeez, Rison's struggling. Ororo.
Oh, I put Lad McConkey on there. Look
Ruke Ororo. That's it.
Yep. I said we'd like to say his name.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, Bobby really likes to say it. Ororo.
Ora, right?
Orhorh.
Ora, right?
Oh, yeah. Horhoro. All right.
There we go.
The Washington Football Club.
The moment I think I'm ahead, I fall back behind.
Well, so far they're on the clock. There it is. Ruke Ororo.
Oh, yeah, that's probably. I think you just crushed his name. Okay, so the Washington Commanders are on the clock.
Yes, as of right this second.
Did they not have they had a first round pick?
Who?
Washington did.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, those are first pick.
There they are. What are we thinking they could do?
The Washington Commanders. Commanders needs.
New head coach.
New head coach. Got the
defensive minded guy. They brought in a lot of guys from Dallas. Let's look at their depth chart. They need offensive line help. I could see a left tackle being here big time.
Yeah.
Kingsley Suamataia, I could see that being the pick 100%.
Absolutely. Yep. Edge.
Rafi's asking Dolphins going with a safety DT or linebacker. What do you think, Coach?
I would like for them to stay. Well, I mean, it all depends. I think, honestly, I feel like their next pick is going to be best player available at the highest position of need.
Yeah.
Which
I feel like that's a cop-out.
It is. It is. I mean, if you talk, most of the panel last night was talking about how we need safety help and an extra cornerback. So I would like now, if you want, 55. If Fisk, if we traded for Fisk, or if Fisk came off the board there, I'd be 100% happy with that.
They did not go the route I thought they were going to go.
How are you getting your picks so early?
Because I'm good at what I do.
You're following somebody I'm not following. That's the issue.
I got to be ahead of everybody. If you had to guess, what are you thinking?
For right here?
Yep.
Commanders. Did we say they were? We said they needed an offensive tackle, right?
I did, but they didn't go the route that I thought they would.
Oh, okay. Who are you picking? Edge. No. They didn't, Daniel Jeremiah. You didn't know that we got insider information over here. Did they go offense or defense?
Did he say he thought they were going to move back up to get offensive tackle?
Yeah.
I'm shocked they're not going that route now. I really am. They're going defense.
Defense. Okay. That might be your sister. Go see. Defense.
Bobby will be joining us later. He had the family thing again.
Yeah.
We always support that. So he will be joining us a little bit later. I think he's probably on his way, I would assume.
Yeah, he should be. This is about the time that he got here last night.
I know we have probably a group coming. We'll probably see more people.
Yeah.
Come closer to the Dolphins picks.
Yeah.
They don't like to do the hard work. I'm calling everyone out. They don't like to do the hard work. They like to just come here for the fun.
Yeah. We're here doing the hard work starting in the beginning.
Washington has 36 and 40, Rafi saying.
36 and 40. If I had I'm trying to go to that. I don't need that. Just give me the. My guy was taking selfies.
Yeah. Rafi, I think that's going to be a beautiful fit. Rafi saying Cooper DeJean for Miami, that's who he wants. Yeah. I think that is the best player available for Miami right now, as my dog is going wild.
Right. Oh, he's going to put the jersey on.
Is this Darrell Green?
I think so. 28.
Yeah, I think that's Darrell Green.
Was it Newton?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
Get away. Right now, Molly. It's Daddy's show. Right?
I love it.
Molly. Listen to Sissy. Molly Ann. Molly Ann.
Molly
Ann.
My dog's about to get beat.
It sounds like your daughter himself.
Molly Ann.
Can you just shut up and not? Well, you need him to. Oh, better not be Fisk.
I want to help. Molly Ann. Sorry, Daddy. They go out the office. Molly.
Is he finally making the pick?
Yeah.
If I had to say this one
Okay.
more time.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
Out there.
You go right now.
Yeah.
Jazon Newton. Okay. New England.
I think that's a good pick. Jazon
Yeah, I
Newton,
love
like
that.
him.
Yep.
Big time player. A lot of people had him as potentially the top defensive tackle on the board.
Yeah. We had
like
it. We
in
had
the
him
draft,
pretty high,
I
didn't
meant.
we? Yeah, we had him pretty high.
Yeah, let me look where we had him. So our defensive tackle list, Jazon Newton was our 5th defensive tackle. We had him as an early 2nd round pick. But our defensive tackles were lumped together. Jazon Newton was like the bottom, or the last tier before like a pretty hard drop off.
Right.
But we had a 6'5" on him. We had Chris Jenkins as a 6'5", Byron Murphy as 6'3", Michael Hall Jr. as a 6'4", and Braden Fisk as a 6'7". So we have a pretty big group that is aligned together, and yeah, I think I like Jazon Newton. I'm a big
I
fan.
think that's a good pick.
Big dude too.
Yeah, he
Big
is.
boy. He's thick. We got
Yeah.
they're
Patriots are,
on the clock.
the Titans are on the clock because Patriots are picking.
Man, they are backed up and not helping me. Adonde Mitchell is falling, and I know exactly why he's falling.
Why?
He has off the field issues. They're really concerned about
I
his.
remember you saying something about that last night.
They are really concerned about his partying. Same thing as Sweat. I don't think Sweat's going to go to the 4th round. I don't think that's a bad round for him to go because that's where we have him graded.
Yep.
But I think a lot of people pushed him up.
Do you think he'll fall even farther after that DUI?
Yeah, I mean, I think the DUI is what's causing him. I think the NFL was going to move him up. And they were going to jump his stock up and draft him because it's the value. There's not many zero techniques in this draft, nose tackles. So I think his stock was just sky high, and then he did that. He lost it.
So it looks like Tennessee, they got their offensive tackle last night. So it looks like wide receiver, edge, cornerback, DL, interior offensive line, and tight end. So let's see. Newton's off the board. Wow.
My wife is messaging me. What do you think about Cam Smith? the Dolphins fan in the house.
That's right. Wait, who'd they take? I don't even see that guy listed in the.
Hold up. You're saying the Titans?
No, the
Jalen Pope, the
kid from Washington.
Oh boy,
what?
Titans pick.
Oh, you just figured out who it is.
Yeah.
You said, "Oh boy," that means one of my guys is gone.
No.
Okay.
We just talked about this guy.
Oh.
It's a very Tennessee pick. Very, very Tennessee pick. They haven't learned their lesson.
Yeah. He said, I'm unroastable.
So Tennessee Titans have their pick in. We're just waiting for it to be announced. I'm going to give you the opportunity again. Who do you think it's going to be?
Let's see. Tennessee. Wide receiver?
No.
Is it the kid from Iowa?
Kid from Cooper DeJean?
Yeah. No?
No.
Oh, okay.
Kathleen, nice to have you.
Cool.
Bobby Finstock is in the house. I am excited for him to be here.
Yeah,
How's it
time to
going?
get here, Bobby.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you. So sorry. I'm here.
Bobby,
Oh,
you're a
man.
much better talker than I am. I'm trying to stall to give Josh an opportunity to get caught up in the back, and I go.
It is all good. I have just walked through the door. As you guys know, I was with my son on his coach's flag football team. Did not go the way I would have liked, but it's all good. It's okay. Kids got better. It is what it is. I'm sweating. I'm hot. I changed my clothes. I got to hop on. I have a soda here. But just running through this draft so far, catch me up. I think I've seen it. The first pick was Keon Coleman, FSU wide receiver to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I like that for them. I think Keon Coleman's a good receiver. What do you guys think? We guys talked about that, I'm sure already.
Yeah, we thought it was a good. I mean, we figured he was going there. And then we had a couple trades while you were gone.
Okay, what trades happened?
I forgot.
He blanked on it.
Yeah, the Patriots traded back. The Falcons moved up.
Yeah, so Chargers moved up.
Spencer Rattler.
Chargers moved up to get Lad McConkey.
Yes.
Then the Falcons moved up to get Ruka. And then Washington got Johnny Newton.
Johnny Newton. I did see that. I saw that when that pick. Right now, the Tennessee Titans are picking up wide receiver maybe for the Dolphins. Ralph, great to see you here. Cooper DeJean. He wants Cooper DeJean. Hey, Cooper DeJean, I think is still on the board. Could happen. We'll see. But wide receiver, don't sleep on that. I believe Adonai Mitchell's still on the clock or still on there. Kathleen, great to see you. Fins up. Duke, what grade would you give the Chop Robinson pick for Miami?
A+.
I wouldn't say A+. I'd give it a B-.
Okay.
I would be honest. I've said B. I think it's a B. I like it. I think it's a
potential to be an A.
Well, absolutely. If it goes the way I think it could go in a few seasons, it could jump up. But it's a position of need, but it also is a BPA type of move. People are sleeping on how good he can be and how good he is. Again, his production doesn't match his tape, but he's a solid player, and I think it's a good one.
Wow.
Tavondre, ooh, wow. There you go.
Yeah, we thought it was going to fall
from Texas. Well, our grade, we had him going there.
Yeah.
Our grade was a 4th, right?
Yeah, 3rd or 4th, yeah.
Let's. People are going to ask why, because a lot of Dolphin fans wanted Tavondre Sweat. Yeah. A lot of people said he was a first-round. Obviously, goes in the second round. Coach, talk a little bit about why you think he's a 4th-round or 3rd-round prospect.
I mean, when you look at him body size, he's got that first-round body size, but there's just watching the film, I saw too many times where he was taking plays off, or the ball goes away from him and he stops instead of trying to run it down. And then there's off the field issues. He had that big DUI not that long ago, which I thought would probably knock him down. But, you don't get these big fellas, these big bodies like this come once in a lifetime, it seems sometimes. So
We got a trade here. Looks like the Rams have moved up.
Yes.
Are they going to go? Do they go quarterback? Spencer Rattler?
Oh man,
I don't think Spencer Rattler is going to be the next quarterback off the board.
You know?
No, I think it's going to be Michael Pratt.
Ooh, good call out.
Right. Okay.
Michael Pratt is the best project quarterback in this draft. He's someone that plays really well within the pocket, accurate, can make all the throws. He just needs time to develop. Who are the Rams going to go with? What do we think here?
Well, they tried to trade up for Brock Bowers. Do they go Adonai Mitchell here?
Oh,
They don't. Yeah, I guess
They got Jared Verse.
sorry, Bobby.
They do need.
Why do you say so? No,
Yeah.
no.
Just kidding.
Don't tip it. Don't tip it.
I don't know it. I'm just.
I don't know what it is. He said sorry, Bobby, and I have a gut feeling.
Yeah.
I have a gut feeling here.
I think it's Fisk.
And let me just let everybody know who's watching. We're waiting until we all see the pick on TV.
Yeah.
No one's tipping picks. No one's saying anything. We are waiting. We are going to react with you.
Uh-oh.
So even if you're in the comments, don't tip the pick.
Yeah.
We will ban you for the night if you tip picks.
That's right. We're serious about that. And then Bobby gets the screen with 18 people on it, and everybody tipping picks. I was like, I kept taking my headphones off. I didn't want to hear it.
Here comes the Rams pick. Isaac Bruce. One of the greats, man. I loved watching him. Him and Torrey Holt.
It was fun.
No! Damn it! Brandon Fisk, FSU defensive lineman, going to the Los Angeles Rams. There's their Aaron Donald. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
To all of those who said that he's not one of the best D linemen, that he's a tragedy and all that, watch him take over the league. I'm telling you, with Jared Verse, they paired FSU. Jared Verse and Brandon Fisk are going to LA.
Yeah.
Think about that. Look what they just did.
Yep.
That's a home run hit right there. The Rams are having a badass draft so far.
Yep.
I tweeted out, I think the day before the first round, and I said, we're going to look back at this draft and wonder why Braden Fisk wasn't drafted top 15.
Yep. You did.
We will. I think Philadelphia just traded up.
Yep. Philadelphia's on the clock.
Yeah.
Who was on the clock before?
That I don't know. Okay, let's see. Philadelphia.
No,
Cornerback?
Chicago was.
Cornerback, offensive tackle, edge, wide receiver. Is this? Wait, did they took a cornerback in the first
JPJ.
round?
Could it be JPJ?
Could be a linebacker.
They got Cam Jurgens, but could it be Jackson Powers here?
I don't
pick
think
is
so.
in.
No, I think they. Somebody told me they had a backup center
They do.
already on the roster. Junior Colson.
Yeah, I think it could be.
Edgerrin.
Linebacker. Okay.
Edgerrin- Edgerrin Cooper. It could be.
Who did they get with their first pick? Did they get Quinyon Mitchell? Was that who it was?
Yeah, so they wouldn't be.
Could they go
Safety?
Could they go safety? That's what I'm thinking. They need defense. Quinyon Mitchell's not the only help they need. They need a lot of help back there.
Yeah.
But
So
Von Bullard from Georgia.
what safety?
Or Tyler Nubin.
Cooper DeJean,
Tyler Nubin, or
he's still there. He can play
Dijon?
corner and safety.
Yeah.
But Nubin's a good idea. Nubin could be a good fit there. Cam Kitchens, I don't think is coming off anytime soon. He'll be third round, fourth round, I think.
Yeah. I'm not.
There's still a lot of good safeties coming. Alex Brown, Texans are coming up, my man. The Texans are coming up.
Who we got joining us today?
Oh, Evan should be on soon. We have a few people. We had some special guests. I'm waiting to see if Brett is from Caneswear is supposed to join us, one of our sponsors. Yeah, to talk about the Dolphins picks. Hopefully he's able to join us for a few minutes at least.
That'd be cool.
Rob will be after. Rob of DolphinsThirsty.com will join us after Miami's pick. Steve Malloy, I believe, will be with us as well. We'll get a few people hopping on.
Thanks.
What's with the sad music? What's happening? Something happened?
No, it's a commercial. It's progressive.
Oh, yeah. Is that like, I don't want to wait for our life. Stupid song.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah, that's right. What happened? What just happened? Who's doing this? Who did they draft now? I knew as soon as Josh said, "I'm sorry, Bobby," I knew I was screwed. I was screwed. Daniel, I'm telling you, I think you're on the money. Do not sleep on it. Malachi Corley, Adonai Mitchell still on the board. Miami supposedly tried to trade up yesterday at the end of the draft with Xavier Legette that they were trying to get. I wouldn't sleep on it, but if JPJ's there, it might be hard to pass up at that spot. The value, Zach Frazier too, just hard.
I don't know. See, this is where I start guessing or thinking, doing the thinking thing. Do I go JPJ or do I just go with Frazier, who hasn't had concussions?
Or do you go with a Haynes out of Connecticut?
True.
Because
So just running it down. Good.
Hayes, Beebe, Zinter all on the board for a guard. And then we also have Van Pran, Frazier, and JPJ available. Interior. I don't know how they can be that comfortable with this offensive line. If they're saying they are, I don't know how they are. They know more than we do, obviously. Yeah. But I would want to solidify this interior. Give Tua everything he needs to produce, because this is his 5th year option, correct?
This is coming up, right? Is his 5th year? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe this is his 5th year. So you got to give him a contract. You could franchise him, which that's probably the route I would go, unless he comes out and balls out, and let's give him the opportunity to do that. So
here's the trade rumor, the trade details here. The Eagles received the 40th overall pick, a 3rd round pick this year, and a 5th rounder. Commanders 50, 53, and a 5th round. So they got 2 picks in the 2nd round. Wow, that's a deal. So they really want someone here.
I don't understand trading with people in your conference.
I never understood it either. Why help them? Here we go.
They overpaid. That's why. They massively overpaid.
Yeah, you gave up 2 picks in the second, 50 and 53. That's a lot.
Yeah. Look, Miami's finally on the ticker.
No, look at them all the way there. Oh. How about Jalen Polk out of Washington going to New England? What do you think of that move? That was a little surprise.
Yeah,
I'm just seeing it now.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I was shocked. There's a couple other wide receivers that are still on the board. That to me.
And then Rukaroro, Ororo from Clemson.
I like that pick.
Yeah, look, I know people could call this a project. I know he hasn't even, hit his ceiling yet, but that's the thing with him. He has that rare talent.
Wow.
Rare talent. And I think he could be Cooper DeJean. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Cooper DeJean. Yep. Drafted.
There goes another one.
Wow. Hey, we just talked about this. We were saying possibly defensive back, safety. There you go. Cooper DeJean plays safety, plays corner. The Eagles, look, see, that's cool. I love to see that. Look how happy he is.
Yep.
Going to Philly, man.
Yeah.
Going to be an NFL corner. Look at that. Good for you.
Sad place to go, but he's going.
I know. He's probably crying because I wanted to be a Dolphin. It's all right. I understand.
I thought that would
look so young sitting there.
He does look young.
He's a little small. His helmet's huge on him.
Yeah. Mama.
Daniel, in terms of trading back, look, again, it depends on who's there, but I will say Evan brought this up a few days ago to me, and he brought it up yesterday. With the picks that Miami has next year, I wouldn't be surprised if they use those picks to try to trade into the 3rd or 4th round this year. So
I would hate that.
I wouldn't be surprised on that. I think that's a fair thought process. Bobby, Coach, and Josh, do you guys agree with the comparison that Daniel Jeremiah and Charles Davis had last night for Chop Robinson? The comparison was Dwight Freeney. I'm not a fan of comparisons, but I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair because we know how great Dwight Freeney is, and you're going to expect that on day one. But tell me why you like it, Josh.
Because his pass rush skills are very similar. They win right away. They win with speed. I think Chop Robinson has some of the best pass rush moves I've seen come out in a while. His hand use, and I saw someone recently come out and say he doesn't play with his hands well. I fully disagree.
No, that's not true.
He's Chop Robinson. He's chopping people. He's spin moving. He's dipping. I think he wins super quick, and that's where I think that Dwight Freeney comparison's coming from. I would love to see this guy have a little Dwight Freeney Tasmanian devil spin move to him.
Yeah.
And he's undersized. So I definitely agree with that. It's going to be I love the Chop Robinson pick. Like I said, I give it a B- just because he's not good against the run. He can develop into that. But yeah, I love it.
There you go. A guy I usually try to draft in fantasy football is up there, Taysom Hill, quarterback, tight end for the New Orleans Saints. He's making the Saints pick.
Offensive tackle?
No.
Could be. If we get Kool-Aid, I'm going to
cornerback.
Kool-Aid. Hey, Alex, I think you said Cooper DeJean, and then you said Kool-Aid for the Texans, and you've missed out on both. So,
you better
who's the next best thing?
Oh,
Let's welcome our brother there, Finstanza. Let's bring him in here. There he is.
I wasn't going to add myself. Well, I wasn't going to be rude.
It's all good, my man. How you doing?
Since I'm accused of being an ASS already, from last night, I'm behaving myself today.
Who said that?
Who said that?
Didn't you happen to notice somebody joined after we made the pick, and then I swore and the person disappeared?
No, I don't know. Oh,
remember I wrote in the comments that this person's off the bandwagon and Wingate's on the bandwagon?
Oh my! It's all good. It's all Kool-Aid McKinstry going to the Saints, and got Houston Texans coming up.
You don't want to know my last 3 hours, Bobby. Since I last spoke to you, my internet went down.
Yes.
I had to go to the store. I had to deal with it online. Then I had to go to the store before it closed, get the replacement hub that controls my internet, my phone, and my TV.
I was surprised that you weren't on when I got on.
Well, came back, set the whole thing up. I had to reconnect. I had to remember my Wi-Fi and everything set up so I could reconnect 20 devices I have in my house, my cameras, everything. Then I had to eat. Then I came on. Oh yeah. Then my kids were being. All of us have kids here. Do we all want to do this once in a while? They were not behaving very well. So I had to give them a few smacks. And
no, we never want to smack our kids.
I said to my kids, guys, literally, I'm doing this. Well, I'm going to take a break. You can stay on until about 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. They started getting upset that it was not long enough. I go, you've been on for an hour and a half already. Like,
so is this since you're a hockey dad there, Evan, is this a formidable form of punishment? Putting them in the goal and you slapping pucks at them to try and make them better goalies?
Yeah,
try and make them better goalies.
No, what I've come to realize, I don't know about you guys, I don't know how you guys are with screen time and all that kind of stuff with your kids.
Oh.
But literally, if you take that away from them, it's literally like DEFCON 1. It's like, it's insane.
That's our punishment for our daughter. We take away her iPad.
Yeah, that's what we do. Yeah,
but almost like we're the worst parents in the world. We're the worst parents in the world.
That's how you know you're doing a good job.
Yeah. Texans,
cornerback.
Oh, Texans are on the board. Oh, we're behind.
Ooh, that's a surprise pick. I haven't heard much about.
It is.
That's a surprising pick. But you would tell me about him, Wingate, because he's. There
you go, Kamari Lassiter.
I actually haven't watched him. I know at Georgia he played pretty well. I think he's going to probably have to move inside. But I haven't watched him as a actual prospect. I watched him through a fan. He can get beat deep, but overall I'm a fan of it.
Hey, I will say kudos to Alex Brown. I mean, he knew where his team was going. He kept saying DB, and they go DB there, just Kamari Lassiter. So, Alex, put in the comments what you think of this pick, my man.
Bobby, because I hadn't have a chance, I was trying to get settled to come on so I could give you guys my full attention. What was your reaction with the fact that they're very good friends, very different players, but the guy you wanted probably at 55 is off the board in Braden Fisk? What was your reaction?
Oh, dude, as soon as Josh didn't tip it off, he just said, "Oh, Bobby." He just like, "Oh, Bobby," and I went, "No." I said, "Why do you say that?" No, when it happened finally. No, my goodness, the Rams. You lose Aaron Donald and you replace it with Verse and Braden Fisk, two players that I had very high grades on, first-round grades on both. I mean, again, Braden Fisk, Aaron Donald's obviously it's hard to replace Aaron Donald. I'm not going to say Aaron Donald could be replaced by Braden Fisk, but Braden Fisk is going to do one hell of a job there in the Rams. I think, like Josh has said, people are going to be surprised in a few years or questioning why he didn't go in the top 15 picks of the first round when it's all said and done. Great pick by the Rams. Crappy chances for Miami.
Yeah, I think Arizona might go cornerback. Enos Rakestraw.
Are they the next on the clock?
Yeah, that's my guess. Yeah. Since Josh keeps asking me, I'm just going to start throwing out my 2 cents. Vegas Raiders. Ooh, do the Raiders go quarterback? Spencer Rattler. They've been intrigued with Spencer Rattler. My sources tell me who's best available. Ooh, Mitchell is a tumbling.
I'm telling you, I'm shocked that. And I think it's only because of the value of his position.
Who's this?
Or in the depth of it. T'Vondre Sweat. I'm shocked that he went in the second round.
Yeah.
Because they both have party issues. You then see a DUI come from Sweat. There's these off the field issues that people are talking about. There's more with Sweat. But it's a Titans pick. They don't mind the player with off the field issues. They don't love the game. Things of that nature. So,
how can you get in trouble in Tennessee?
Yeah, they had a guy from Georgia that they took that didn't.
Bobby's only been arrested 6 times, right, Bobby?
That's right. I got a record.
Bobby moved to Tennessee. Bobby, let me ask you, what's a safer place to live, Franklin or Hialeah? I'm actually a serious question.
Franklin. I love Franklin. Great to raise your family. It's quiet. Has history, but it's also fun. You have a lot of things to do. Adonai Mitchell's still on the board. Talking about receivers. Malachi Corley, who might fit really good with the Dolphins offense. Troy Franklin, Jalen McMillan, which the Miami met with. Jalen
McMillan.
Baker out of UCF is still there.
Tez Walker.
JPJ is falling.
Hey,
the way it's going, it would have been a reach at 21.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
By the way, my buddy had the best line because he's very excited to have Barton. He's a massive Buccaneers fan, like as big as we are Dolphin fans and Cowboy fans. He goes, "How could a guy not be good at football? And how can you not like a guy who was named after a pork chop? Like how the name Chop? Like
I love the name. That was the first thing I bumped his grade up 2 spots just because of his name. You know, chop it down with the edge of your hand. Sack by Chop Robinson. Hey, talking about sacks, talking about chops, talk about real talk with no mercy, no filter. The one and only, my brother, my Miami Springs fellow Golden Hawk, the one and only Steve Real Talk Malloy. Steve, my boy, how you doing, brother?
How's it going, guys?
Steve only joined because I was here.
Steve, wouldn't the perfect addition to the Dolphins be JPJ? You know, the quarterback center concussion thing? Isn't that like a perfect alignment there?
Of course you'd start that talk right away. You smart.
By the way, guys,
I will tell you this.
You know, by Monday morning.
Let Steve say hi. Let Steve get in here.
No, I'll let Steve say hi. He never lets Thirsty talk. Thirsty paid me money to interrupt him the whole night.
Oh, come on. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, no problem. No. I think the Miami Dolphins. The way it's looking right now, I think they're going to go for an O-line.
Oh wow.
That's the way I see it right now.
Wingate should be insulted.
Big boy.
Wingate, you should be insulted.
We'll see.
Look who's
What?
coming out for the Cardinals.
Yeah, he got drafted by the Cardinals.
Well, that's true.
So, well, let me ask you. Well, first off, both picks for Miami at both times, the draft has fallen so good for them. So far, first round and second round, the draft is falling really good for Miami. But Steve, I know you kind of alluded to it in the comments. You alluded to it a little bit, but you didn't talk about it on the show last night. You haven't been on. So Chop Robinson, he's the pick at 21. We know no matter who the pick was, we were going to have people loving it, hating it, whatever. Where do you stand on Chop Robinson being our pick?
No, I like the pick. I like Chop
interesting.
Robinson. I heard Josh comment on some of the things that I heard about his intangibles, where he's not good at using his hands. He only has one move or two moves, mainly just speed coming off the edge. So that's a good thing to hear about that. I honestly haven't watched any film on him or anything like that. I'm only going by what what I've heard from the mock draft and other folks and podcasters, mainly Finns Talk Sports Network. But no, I like the pick. I don't think that was the pick they wanted. I don't think that's who they wanted. I think they wanted Verse. I think they were going to edge, but I think they wanted Verse. And the reason why I say they wanted edge is we all know this might be Bradley Chubb's last year, and we don't know how he's going to respond after his injury. He may not even play until the mid-year. And then we've got Jalen Phillips. So there's definitely was a need for edge rusher. Even I know he's gonna have to play this year. There's no question about it.
And he will. There's no other option.
He will.
What?
Yeah, I like the pick. I think Miami now is going to go. I think they're going to go O-line. I could be wrong. I mean, I personally, I would like wide receiver. I think we need a good big body wide receiver, a blocking wide receiver.
I am.
Because we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with Jalen Waddle, right?
Oh no.
And we don't know what's going to happen with Tyreek.
Oh no.
JPJ off the board.
Tyreek?
JPJ off the board.
Oh, there you go. Jackson Powers taken by the Raiders.
Whoa.
By the way,
think about that, dude. They took Brock Bowers, who fell to them. They took him.
Yeah.
Now they get JPJ.
Wow.
They crushed it.
And I know people have concussion, but he played all year last year.
Who's their starter? Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew? They ain't winning nothing.
You say, well, hey, they put that strong roster.
Build around them.
Don't
You
sleep.
can do a lot.
Don't sleep.
I will always sleep in an Al Davis team. I'll go to sleep right now.
Al Davis is dead.
His family, the legacy.
Al Davis is dead. Just like,
I think so. By the way, but Bobby, who? Let me ask you. When people talk about the Yankees, you think they talk about Hal Steinbrenner or they talk about George? To this day, it's always the elder statesman.
I know, but let me get back to Steve's point here with receiver. I absolutely agree.
I wasn't paying attention.
I know you weren't. So this is what I absolutely agree with the take. Again, the way the draft falls, Zach Frazier's there, offensive center, guard. You can put him. I'm down with that. But the way the Miami's draft or offseason has gone, I said at the beginning of the draft, edge rusher, receiver. I think it's going to go that way. Now, we all say we need that big-bodied receiver, and there's still some good ones there available to Miami that could be a good size, guys that we like. However, Adonai Mitchell, 6'2", 205. That's some good size there, okay? See, make sure I'm getting the right ones here. I know Jalen McMillan is a guy that they talked with. That's 6'1", 197. Troy Franklin, 6'2", 106. Malachi Corley is somebody who kind of fits, but he's smaller, 5'11". Let me just say this. We want a big body receiver. I think all Miami fans, same thing with offensive line. More Miami fans want offensive line picks, but the Dolphins seem to think we're good. Receiver, Chris Greer has leaned towards 5'10", 5'11 receivers, not 6'2", 6'3". So I agree. I think a big body receiver would be a great complement to Tyreek and Waddle. But I don't know about the size just because of Chris Greer's way he kind of goes. But I think receiver at 55 makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. And
right.
Hey, let me ask you.
Post the comments.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you guys this.
Duke is right.
Miami was trying to move up into the first round last night.
At the end,
right?
yeah.
At the end. Do you think that Kansas City took their pick? You think they wanted to go with Worthy? You think they lost out on him?
No, I mean they were. What pick was Kansas City traded up to 29, right? I think they were. I have a feeling. My gut feeling was they were trying to get Leggett. That's my gut feeling. Okay. I was thinking they were looking at Leggett,
bigger body receiver, right?
Yeah, I have a feeling it was Leggett. But Jatavion Sanders at 55. That's a good. They have said Miami has shown interest. The report is Miami does have interest in Jatavion Sanders. So I think that's something you don't sleep on. Edgerrin Cooper goes to the Green Bay Packers. Wingate, talk to me, man. What do you think about this?
I think Green Bay is having a really good draft. Edgerrin Cooper's really good linebacker, slightly undersized, but athletic. I think he's going to be more of a weak side linebacker. Tackles really well, flies around the field. I like it.
There you go. I'm going to make sure not missing anything on here. The Giants. Okay. I love how this just.
I love how
it doesn't move fast enough.
Hati's telling us what to do. Bob, when Hati tell you what to do, do you actually do it? I just want to know if I should listen.
Colts have traded the 46th pick to the Panthers. Pick is in.
Oh, there you go. They're going to trade up. What is Tati saying? Mute your mics when others are talking.
Watch this. The Jatavion Sanders is going to go now. They might be a tight end. Who's their tight end? Carolina now.
Ooh. Dallas is going to be mad.
If what?
With this pick.
Who's coming out for Miami today? Do you know who's doing the second round pick for them?
Richmond Webb.
Yep.
The guy who belongs in the Hall of Fame already?
Yes.
Poor guy.
Why do I not know who that is?
Oh, how dare you? No, it's all right.
You don't know who Richmond Webb is?
No.
What?
I don't.
He played for Texas A&M, I believe. It was Texas A&M, right?
Yep.
He was a Pro Bowl offensive lineman for the Miami Dolphins when Marino was quarterback.
Yeah, but how can we can't expect him?
I know most of the Cowboys in the 90s.
Well, they were the Cowboys.
We were the superstars.
Yeah, I can't name. I could probably name you like a couple. I don't know all the Cowboys like I used to back in the day.
I'm so proud that we have a guy named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And by the way, Malloy, I make a prediction that on Monday, you'll be able to buy yourself your first Tagovailoa jersey, but it won't be Tua, it'll be Tuila.
Yeah, right.
They're so taking him. They are so taking him on Sunday.
No way.
They're drafting him. They are taking him as undrafted.
Nah, they're not going to undraft. They're undrafted free agent.
Yeah, undrafted free agent.
Our first running back off the board here, Jonathan Brooks, Texas.
Oh man, I liked him.
Oh, I put Jonathan Cooper. I was trying to speed through that.
You're good, brother. It's okay. You're doing double duty. Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas. Listen, running backs go off in the second round, the first pick. None of them, wasn't like last year's running back class. However, you could have gone either way here. I think Brooks is going to be a decent runner. I think it's a good selection by Carolina. I do like Blake Corum. Was my first running back, ranked first on my board. But this is a solid pick. Safe pick. Good pick.
You think Miami would be in the market for a big-bodied running back, or you think they're happy with Brooks?
I think they're in the market because they've toyed around with it this offseason. They've inquired about big-bodied backs. I think probably late rounder. We could see them try to take if the guy they like is not there. A guy I like that I think would be good fit for Miami if he's available in later rounds is Braylon Allen. I think I like him. But we'll see how it kind of falls. Chris Brooks is an undrafted free agent. He played very well in preseason. He did a few good things during the season. Yeah. But, hey, if they could get a guy, if they're comfortable, they could stick with it. But I don't see it. Let's see. Coach is frozen?
Coach is not frozen. Coach just chills there and looks like he's frozen. That man has mastered the ability to stay still.
Coach, were you saying something?
Audric Estimate.
There you go. There you go.
Body back.
Steger, he loves Edge.
Yeah.
Do you think we could see Trey Benson go here? Because word is they jumped ahead.
Probably, yeah. Because they felt the running back push.
Or I could be wrong. Yep, I could be wrong.
6 foot 216 out of Florida State.
What?
I was giving you the deets on Trey Benson.
I can promise you, Dallas is going to go Trey Benson if he's there, and I will be a happy man. Oh, I need his picture.
Let's go. I feel like that Polk from Washington for New England was a reach. I mean,
I thought it was a little high.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little high, but
I mean, I completely understand bypassing Mitchell, but I thought he was a little farther down on the board. But, you like who you like.
These wide receivers are so lumped together that it's what's your flavor. So we're going to be talking about these. It's not like everyone has them listed, so it's what type of player do you like better?
Let me ask you this, especially for I can start with Steven, you can tell me if you know for sure or not. But is there any one player that if we took, or maybe position that if we took at 55, you would be how some Dolphin fans felt about Chop Robinson yesterday? Would you be upset if Miami went a certain way? Is there any player you would be upset with? If you don't, that's okay.
No, I wouldn't, because we got so many holes that we need to fill that I would be happy with. Look, we need a defensive tackle. We need another safety. I think we could use a running back, a wide receiver, and Armstead won't be with us next year, and either will Kendall Lamb. And the line, look how many times we turned over the line last year, 13 times because of injury. So O-line, I would be happy with that too.
Yeah.
How about you, Coach? Is there any one player or position that you would not want to see at 55?
Running back.
Running back. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Evan?
What don't I want to see?
Yeah, what would you not want to see at 55?
Obviously, we know the obvious places you won't want to go. I wouldn't want to see running back. The one position I do want to see, I might want to see, is either there's three positions: interior offensive line, tight end, or if he's there, you might tell me I'm going early, but I like Cam Kitchens. I would like to solidify the safety.
I would be. That's actually one player. I was going to tell you that's the one player if you took, I would be upset with.
Yeah, that's high. That's high.
I don't like him. He takes bad angles. He doesn't tackle very well.
We do need safety, so who would you?
No, but that's fine. It's your prerogative.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If you want a bad player, it's fine.
Yeah. That's what you want. I mean, it's up to you.
Javon Bullard's there. Tyler Nubin.
Nubin's okay.
Jay Hicks.
The player I'm looking at right now for Miami that I would love for them to take, and I just lost it. Oh, Kingsley Suamataia. I think that would be a beautiful pick if he fell to Miami and they
offensive lineman. Got you.
Yeah. Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame is right tackle. You could bump him inside.
Blake Fisher, yeah.
Here goes Tyler Nubin here.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, Tyler Nubin.
Yeah.
Jaguars are on the clock.
Yep, Jacksonville on the clock. Bobby, I'm going to step away for a second. I can go use the little.
Of course. All right.
Too much information, Vogel.
Ooh, I do not like this pick.
You don't like it?
No, I'm not this one. The next one.
Who is Tyler Nubin? Is Tyler Nubin? Is Tyler Nubin?
I'm not spoiling.
What position does he play?
Safety. He's a
safety.
deep.
Okay.
But look at that. We
safety.
just mentioned Taylor Nubin, and he's off the board. Hankster.
He's instinctive. Very
Yeah.
instinctive cornerback.
Yeah, he is. I liked it. I think it was my top-rated corner. I think he was our top-rated safety.
Yeah.
In this draft off our board. Holy shoot. Hold on a second. I thought I had this, and let me see if I can fix it up, but I thought I had it. I'm gonna put this up. Our guys are probably missing, but forgive me. I meant this, and I meant to tell Wingate. That's who we had earlier
Hart's
today.
still there. Javon Baker's still there. Hall's still there.
I had our best player available, and it was just moving too fast.
I thought Coleman was gone.
He was. That was at the beginning.
That was all. I had that at the beginning, and I just remembered it, but it's okay. We passed it.
Okay.
I gotta take my glasses off. I don't care.
By the way, the reason why Bobby forgot is because Bobby is in Central Time, so he's an hour behind.
Ha!
I'm in Central Time too.
Yeah, but you also showed up an hour late.
Can we let Bobby react to this pick? Because
is this the Jag? Okay, let me see. Yeah. Hold on.
James Stewart. I don't remember him.
You don't remember James Stewart?
I do. I just
I'm just messing with you. I don't remember who he is. Just 95.
Oh, really?
Wow.
What do you think about that pick, Bobby?
It's high.
Very high. Let's go back to our big board. And let's find Mason Smith, who we have.
I was not expecting that. I thought I was going to get upset. I mean, not that he's not bad, but what does our board say?
We have him as a third round, but low. I think he's probably low on our third round. Let's look at the defensive tackles.
Hey, Bobby, how funny is the fact that Tony Khan is still wearing that neck brace?
You got to give him kudos, dude. You know,
he's wearing the neck brace.
We have him as our last third round defensive tackle.
You see that? The Bengals rush to the board. They know who they're getting.
What do the Bengals need?
Well, who did they get in the first round? Defensive line, right? They need defensive line here.
They took O-line, so I think they might go wide receiver here too.
They need cornerback and tight end too.
They might need wide receiver. Higgins wants out. Dre Hendrickson wants out.
You said that 4 times, dude. We heard you. They might need receiver every time somebody says receiver. We heard you. Jesus. God dang.
I love this pick.
I run the show. You're muting my mic for. I was playing.
Just because I'm having fun.
I know it's all good. But yeah, T. Higgins asked for a trade.
Dre Hendrickson,
edge rusher. But again, I think defensive line.
I think Buffalo might be getting Ayuk. They're going to be trading.
Oh way!
You don't think so?
No, they don't have the capital to get him.
Don't sleep
how about Higgins?
No, they don't have the capital. The problem is, you know what? I'm surprised they have no defense right now. They took an offensive player. They took it, but they don't have any defense. They have no defense.
So happy they're doing this right now.
What did they have, Evan? What did they have?
What defense?
They don't have to. Okay, thank you. That's 3 times. I just wanted to see if you got a. Jesus.
By the way, Malloy, was I a little rough last night, or you enjoyed me?
No, I enjoyed you, man.
I just wanted to make sure. When you were complimenting me, I knew I was going down the right lane.
Yeah, you were all right. You did good.
Because I kept on asking the same question, and everyone kept on deflecting.
Yeah. No, I like the pick. I like Chop Robinson, man. That's a good pick.
No, you know what it is, Steve? Last year, we had to go get Justin Houston.
Okay? Yeah, I know.
Like, can you imagine your backups are Shaq Barrett and Chop Robinson? That's pretty amazing.
The Bengals just went out and got my top defensive tackle, Chris Jenkins.
Yeah.
Athletic freak. I think he's going to be a pass rushing nightmare for offenses. I love the guy. I think Michigan is notorious for not allowing their defensive tackles to do everything that they can. They kind of hold them back. They want them to stay around for the run game, check the run first, then rush the passer. So his numbers probably don't match up. But Chris Jenkins is going to be, if you let him pin his ears back and do his thing, he's going to be a monster.
Commanders on the clock, and the pick is already in.
By the way, I started to get concerned for you, Vogel. That was a long tinkle.
Well, I had to get something to drink, and then my dog, needed a snack, so I had to fill her Kong full of peanut butter, and
that's what we all say.
It sounds completely inappropriate when she's.
Did you say peanut butter?
Yeah.
She eats peanut butter?
God, she loves it.
That's what you give to like a dog. It's good to like get them distracted. Give them a bone with peanut butter, and they'll go to town on that thing. Don't take notes, you dirty dog. Evan's like, I need to get myself a dog. Get some peanut butter.
What is this? I don't know who this person is.
I can't see. I took my glasses
Troy
off.
Vincent.
Who they picked, or the guy
That's
who's making the pick?
Troy Vincent. Who is
that? They don't really.
Wow.
Look at that. Whoa.
Wow.
Coach, you've talked about this guy a lot, but you didn't have him here. Talk to me about.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to me about this kid, man.
Yeah. Originally started out as a wide receiver, and they switched him to cornerback, and Daniel Jeremiah has been all over him. Leadership, production.
Small, though.
He's small, but he is good. This is a great pick. Yeah, I couldn't remember his name, but yeah, you're right. He's
This is a little high, don't you think?
No, he was going up a lot of draft boards quickly. I forgot about him. Yeah,
Coach, did you say he started out as a tight end?
No, wide receiver.
Oh, I mean wide receiver.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And they made it. Well, not really an announcement, but they were talking on the panel before the draft. And they said that if you are a third or fourth string wide receiver on your college team and you're not getting any reps, switch to cornerback, and that usually, because I think wasn't that not Holland, but Howard didn't Howard, is he from Michigan State?
Howard?
Who was the pick that we got from Michigan State?
Not Xavier Howard. Howard was Baylor.
No, Howard, yeah.
Baylor, you're right.
Yeah.
There was somebody a while ago. I don't remember who it is now. I'll think about it in a second. But
what position did he play?
He was a cornerback. Like he when he was at Michigan State, he was a wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
And then they switched him to cornerback, and then
I know. But I can't remember his name.
I don't remember his name off the top of my head. But
yeah.
What was Noah? Where did Noah Ibenagati come from? What school was he from? Auburn, right? Auburn, I think he was from.
Yeah. Why does it look like the Steelers haven't drafted anybody?
Did anybody see Coach Belichick's kind of his draft board that he had with McCaffrey?
Yeah, he had Chop Robinson as his 17th overall rating.
I don't think that was his.
That wasn't his. I heard that wasn't his. No.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't that his?
No, it wasn't his. Everybody used to say Belichick couldn't draft. We get Chop Robinson. Now everybody's saying, "Oh, wow!"
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you said something about that earlier.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever it takes to build your opinion up.
Yep. Your narrative, form your narrative.
Yeah.
Who is going to be the team to finally take Mitchell off the board?
Bogle. It was Tony Lippett.
Lippett. God, that doesn't sound...
Oh, was it Tony Lippett?
Yeah, Tony Lippett started off as a wide receiver at Michigan State.
He was kind of a tall guy, right?
And he played corner for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a tall guy, if I remember.
His name was Tony Lippett.
Hell yeah. All right. Got you, Miss Finns. I got you.
Oh, boy.
I'm still waiting for Miss Finns to answer my question that I asked 65 times last night.
Probably
by the season starts, maybe she'll answer me.
Does Mitchell go here? The Steelers usually take those crazy wide receivers.
I'm just waiting for them to sign Xavier Howard.
They got a good pick.
Yeah, they definitely need a wide receiver.
Rakestraw still on the board. Marshawn Nealand, I love that kid at edge. Junior Colson, linebacker. TJ Tampa, cornerback. Peyton Wilson at linebacker. Ooh, Chris Braswell's still on the board. You sound stressed out over there, Josh.
No, I'm good. I'm just trying to get ahead.
I miss your daughter chiming in every few minutes. God, she's adorable, man.
I'm looking to sell some of my children if anybody wants.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got a 5-year-old that's 23 already.
I have a 10-year-old going on 21.
Josh, you just wait until she hits those preteen years.
Oh, I believe it.
My daughter's 10 going on 30.
Yeah. I hear 30, that's when they start to turn around and become good
Bobby
again.
doesn't realize because I'm mute his mic and hear him if we really wanted to.
No, we don't want to mute.
I don't think you can, honestly.
I know you can't. I'm bugging you.
Is it 7? Is it 5 minutes once they get to the third?
Did they announce the pick yet?
No.
Not yet. Oh, yep. Oh, you mother truckers!
They haven't announced it yet.
Yeah,
I
they did.
got it. I just figured out what it was, and I'm going to be pissed.
Who was their first rounder again?
You mother effers.
They got Troy Fontanu, right?
Oh my God, they're really beefing up that offensive.
Yeah.
The problem is that
God dang it.
the problem is with these big guys, Russell Wilson won't be able to see
man.
over.
Yeah,
Russell
that's
That's
the
who
guy.
I wanted, Steve. That's
But-
what I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you before the pick, is this not the most Steelers
Yep.
pick out there?
It is.
Just a hard nose.
Yep. Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Do you think the Colts could go Adonde Mitchell here?
Yeah. I think they could.
Oh, I gotta go, guys. See ya.
Whoa! Hey! Host
Wait,
of
wait.
Vince Talk
If you let
Overtime.
them fire Greer, I'm removing him.
There's
right
a
away.
Finns Talk overtime
If
on
he
here.
holds up
I haven't
fire
seen
Greer-
it.
if
I
he
haven't
holds
seen
up
that in
fire
like
Greer, I'm
6
removing him
months.
from the stage immediately.
Evan, hold on. Evan.
He better put the sign down. He better put the sign
He-
down.
Just stop
He
it.
better
Stop
put the
it.
sign down. I will
He doesn't even
mute
have to
him.
sign up.
He's ready.
Thank you.
Brett, what's up, dude?
What's up,
What's going on,
Brett?
guys?
What's going on, Brett?
Oh man, people are like shocked that I actually liked the pick.
Yes. I know you talk to me about it, man. Chop Robinson.
But well, all right. So the reason I like to pick is because first and foremost, we need offensive line, go offensive line. All you crying about offensive line, stop it. It's
Yeah.
not going to win you football games. The offensive line is
See, I'm going to fight you on that all day.
the offensive line is not going to win you football games. Josh, you should know Dallas
No,
could not
I
maintain
fully
that offensive
disagree
line
with that.
for how long did it take? Dallas could not maintain an offensive line.
We
Look,
won
you can't
games.
you
We won
can't
games.
Keep throwing all these resources at offensive line. It's not working, especially Greer picking it. He's picked like one good offensive lineman at all.
I'll fight you on that one.
So, what Miami needed to do, since Tua isn't an elite quarterback, we needed to affect the elite quarterbacks and getting a pass rusher. And I've said it time and time again, you can't have enough pass rushers. And in my opinion, Chop Robinson comes in as a guy who offers something that Phillips and Chubb don't. They're not explosive and fast like
Right.
Phillips
Sound me funny.
or Robinson is. So
Sound
he
me
offers
funny.
more speed and more explosiveness. Now he's good chasing the run, but when they run at him, not so much. So that's something he's going to have to work on.
Yeah.
But I love rotation at pass rush, and we're going to have to stop. We're going to pay Tua, so I mean that's our handicap there. So we're going to have to be able to stop Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and do the way the 49ers do in order to beat top quarterbacks. That's just my take.
This is why I
still-
learned from the best.
You still address offensive line. You just don't constantly do it in the first round. It's clearly not working. Unless you want another Austin Jackson.
But to say that a building your team around building your offense around the offensive line isn't a way to go. I fully disagree with that.
You build your team around your playmakers, the ones who affect the football the most, and you build it. You don't just slap Liam Eichenberg at center. That's just idiotic. I'm not saying that Grier was smart for that, but you don't just spend a ton of resources, and especially where Miami was picking. I'm sorry, but I'm not going any offensive lineman that was left there at 21. It's not changing my team at the level that another pass rusher can, at the level wide receiver like Brian Thomas could have.
They questioned me on that when I said that by saying Barton would have.
What about the Bears?
But the thing, my point is one of the reasons that one of the many reasons we lost against Kansas City is we ran out of pass rushers. Our two best were out, and you don't have anybody with real skill behind it. Now you've got somebody that can step in those situations. And
exactly. And I love Andrew Van Ginkel. Don't get me wrong.
Wow, you were right, Josh.
But don't get me wrong, I love Andrew Van Ginkel. But
Donnie Mitchell.
Now we got someone more explosive.
Yeah. Now let me ask you this, Brett. Going back to the O line, do you think when you're talking about we don't need O line, do you mean that specifically for the scheme that Miami's running and the quarterback we have, or is that for all teams?
It's not that we don't need O line. We just don't need to go after offensive line early on and make our whole draft about chasing offensive linemen and we have to get offensive line at 21. All the people saying that it was just dumb. There's nobody at that. Even the tackle that the Steelers took, everybody's like, "Oh, we got him. Would have changed it." How? Where's he going to play right away? I mean, you got to wait for Tunsil to get or Armstead to get hurt. We're going to move him the guard, maybe, but it's just Armstead coming back. If Armstead wouldn't come back, maybe, but I still don't like reaching offensive line. You got to go with the impact player, impact position. Now, did they pick the right player to impact position? I think there's potential there. I think he can come in and wreak havoc, at least be a pass downs or a pass rush specialist on passing downs. But when it comes to at that situation, we took Austin Jackson and passed up Justin Jefferson. You take it if you're down to okay, we need an offensive lineman, but then you got this stud specialist right there, this stud playmaker. You take that playmaker and you don't think twice about it. You take that playmaker over the offensive lineman. And the reason you do that, okay, you have 3 receivers. Trade Waddle now because you're not going to be able to pay him. So let's say we took Brian Thomas. That's fine. I'll trade Waddle now, or next year I'll trade him on his 5th-year option. I'm good. Or or trade Tyreek something, but I have options and also have a physical receiver. So it might not look like a need, but you never have enough playmakers. You never have enough pass rushers. You always could use more. That's just the way it is. And my point about Dallas, they struggle to keep that offensive line together. So it was it gets expensive.
So that's not true though. We had our center get a career-ending injury or health situation, or he would have stayed. He would have stayed.
Gotta go, Bobby.
We've had Zach Martin. We've had a little turnstile at left guard.
No.
We finally found that, and we've had Tyron Smith. So at one point, we had our center locked up for years. We had our right guard locked up for years, and our left tackle locked up for years.
3. You have 3 to 5, and that's all you need in the NFL. You need 3 serviceable out of the 5, or 3 good ones out of the 5.
But we had 3 All-Pros.
Yeah. But it was hard. It's hard to maintain that for a long period of time. No team has done it. And Eagles, look at Philadelphia. The reason they're always good, they always find offensive linemen late in the draft. They always find guys. It's never always in the first round. The Chiefs, when's the last time they took offensive linemen in the first round? When did the Patriots take offensive linemen in the first round? Nate Solder.
Oh, the last time the Chiefs took it, wasn't it Fisher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Many, many moons ago.
So
what was Creed Humphrey?
Second round.
I
remember second because we traded up for Liam Eichenberg, but Creed Humphrey was sitting right there.
Yeah.
But
Grier said, "I need a tackle.
I don't.
I'm going to get Liam Eichenberg." Oh.
I don't disagree with the point that you're saying of you don't necessarily need to draft them in the first round. Yeah, you need to get them within the top 100 though. And to point out, my issue around it is you build off of playmakers. I still think the game is won within the trenches. I really do. You're saying get pass rushers. Who stops those pass rushers?
Well, right.
Offensive linemen. So you still
elite offensive linemen.
You still build within the trenches. You have to go out and get your offensive linemen within that top 100.
I don't know if you need them in the top 100. You need a system to draft and develop them. That's the biggest thing. You have to be able to identify your style of offensive line. Because look at it, like, remember the Steelers for years with Roethlisberger? It did start falling apart. They weren't really drafting guys early, but they always had a decent offensive line. The Packers the same way.
They were drafting early. The Pouncey, they got.
They got Pouncey early.
Yeah.
They didn't have
the right guard. I forget what school he went to.
They had Andrews for a while. You talking about Andrews?
No.
All right, very quick. Let's go ahead and welcome Miss Finns back to our day 2 of draft coverage. She was on here last night, and we had a blast with her. She's back in here. Let's pop her in.
Hi, guys.
Miss Finns, what's up, girl?
How's it going?
I could barely hear. Oh, wow, I'm special.
You got to turn your volume up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's my first time using these in the laptop, so forgot I had to turn these.
Oh, look at that! A highlight of Mahomes outrunning Ogba. I wonder why we went after a fast athletic.
How are you gentlemen doing?
How's it going?
Good,
Doing
good.
well.
What's up, Brett? How are you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good. Long time no speak.
I know it's been a long while. I'm trying to get back into the move things. I'm trying.
That's good. I get it.
Be busy. I ended up falling asleep with the little one last night. I was trying to get her to bed. Apparently, it was time for me to go to bed.
I get it. What did you guys? You guys excited? Who are we picking, gentlemen? Who are we picking in this third, second round?
What position we need?
I want Benson.
Troy Benson, FSU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think we're going punter. Yeah, I think I have a really strong feeling.
The run on corners, I'm proud of Greer. Okay, he didn't. He there was a run on corners, and he didn't trade up for a corner. I'm really proud of him. We know how much he loves corners.
Yeah, that is true. But I'm not happy with the run on defensive tackles that we could have definitely gotten, and I'm actually rather upset. I'm not gonna lie.
Obviously, Miami thought the work that they've done at D tackle so far is enough to not trade up or reach for one. Again, losing Braden Fisk was tough for me.
Yeah.
That's him and Chris.
I love this pick.
Chris Jenkins, I wanted just because of his
Ben Sinnott.
Ben
Chris
Sinnott.
Jenkins.
Tight end.
How about Sweat?
Oh,
I
don't
think he was
even. I have been screaming at my TV at every pick. I'm like, there goes Sweat. There goes Fisk.
So
There goes Chris. Why?
the one thing, real quick, not to cut you off, the Dolphins, the way they're using tight ends is blocking is the biggest thing for them. So I don't see them going after an athletic tight end that's a pass receiver. Tua's never really used tight ends all the way back to college. So
coming up.
Yep.
they're on the clock.
Oh
you
boy.
wait.
Cleveland is.
Browns pick
Don't
is
say anything.
Browns pick is already in.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody
I say
spoil it. Everybody stay quiet till
my
everyone
team's
sees
behind.
it.
Thank you.
I like the guy.
Don't be like Miss Finn yesterday, just reacting.
Okay, I did
But she
it.
goes like this. If you see her go like this,
Bobby, Miss Finns is here. Miss Finns is here.
she's here.
I'm still waiting for her to answer my question. I only asked it 65 times last night to you.
I don't
And
know
you
what
brought it up
question
10
you're talking
today without her being here.
about. I don't know
She
what
didn't want
question
to. She didn't want to answer it.
You're amazing at deflecting. I love you, but you're amazing at deflecting.
I still don't know what question you're referring to, sir.
Who is the starting? If we didn't take Chop last night,
God.
who is the starting corner day one across from Shaq Barrett?
The
What do you-
corner?
Cam Good.
Right, edge
Cameron
rusher,
Good.
edge rusher. Sorry, edge
Cameron
rusher.
Good. Cameron Good is our
What?
other guy.
Why is
Cameron
Shaq
Good.
Barrett playing corner? That's what I need to know.
I meant edge. I
We're
meant
so
edge.
desperate at corner.
No, because Brett, you kept on saying corner about Greer, so I got that stuck in my head.
Cameron
That's
Good,
right.
sir.
Cameron Good, but he was
Cameron
hurt. He was hurt.
Ben,
last
let me just say this: Ben Sinnott
Cameron Good
is a great
me.
pick. Goes
It is.
He's a dog.
goes ahead of Jatavion Sanders.
Yeah.
I like this for the Commanders, man. The Commanders have done a great job
They've had a great draft.
Dude, Jaden Daniels. and let's not even. You don't even got to look at the rest of the draft. Once they got Jaden Daniels, you think about what they already had at receiver.
Yeah.
McLaurin and Dotson, and then they signed Eckler, who's a fantastic receiving back. The Commanders are putting something together that's potentially
Bobby, should we
good.
make our predictions now?
I mean,
Yeah,
last time
they're
they had the second.
Yeah,
overall
let's run it by very quick, okay? Steve, where do you think they go, sir? Any player or position? You know, if he's not a player, give me a position.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to be O-line.
Yeah.
Okay, Brett.
O-line.
Quick.
It'll be O-line.
Miss Fins.
I want to be wrong. So
Absolutely. Not O-line. You mean the Dolphins, right?
Yes, your prediction, very quick. A position. You know, unless you have a player.
No, I don't have a player. I'm gonna go with safety. I just
Safety,
feel like
okay.
that's such a Greer move.
damn,
Coach.
Michael Hall would have been good.
Offensive tackle.
Offensive
I like that.
tackle.
Yeah, I'm going to go that too.
What about you, Wingate?
I'm going to go offensive tackle. Kingsley Suamataia.
Oh, you put a name on that. Okay.
They go offensive tackle.
Well, they could
Bobby,
they
what
could
about you
go.
and me? You haven't asked us yet.
They could go Blake
Well-
Fisher and move him to guard for the time being.
Go ahead, Finsanza.
I think they're going to take Bullard from Georgia.
Fumble.
I think
I
I thought edge rusher. I think they may go receiver here. I wouldn't be surprised at O-line or linebacker or corner, but receiver I think could be the where they're headed here.
McMillan?
It feels
I think-
it feels like
Jr.
McDaniel might have more say in this draft. If that's the case, they're going to go wide receiver. Remember,
Well, hey,
remember
edge
McDaniel
rusher. He said
wants-
it.
edge rusher. There you go.
Yes.
I've
Yep.
been saying that for weeks.
He said he would draft
I've been
and add an
saying-
edge rusher every effing year if he has to, and that's what good.
So
teams
what-
do?
So what wide receiver, Brett, left on the board are you interested in?
McMillan.
Hold on, guys.
I
Pick
don't.
is in. I see Greer's talking. Everybody, let's focus
Pick
here.
in.
Can
I
you
don't
read his
know.
lips?
I'm behind a little bit. I'm still showing
Uh-oh.
248.
Don't say.
Uh-oh.
Don't say.
I say.
Don't
Do
say.
not
Do not
say.
show it yet.
Mike looks excited.
Mike's not running
it.
it.
Look at him.
What?
Mike,
Look at
don't
that
say.
jacket. That's a sweet
Mike's got that
jacket.
checkered
Not
pattern going.
Look at that checkered jacket. Do
Pick
not
is
post
in.
it, Wingate. Let us hear it.
I haven't posted anything before the pick.
Let Webb make the pick. Let's all just react.
I'm gonna mute my mic for a second.
I don't even see where the pick is.
Yeah, but last time we saw McDaniel, he went like this. He's not doing this today.
Who does the panel think we're going to pick?
I don't know, guys.
Maybe I think they have to go off. Maybe you know what?
It doesn't matter who we pick. 90% of the
pick
fans
is
are going to be
in.
pissed
Oh,
off
I know.
the pick is
Trey
in.
Benson.
because their
want
pick didn't get
explosive.
picked.
Trey Benson.
Yeah. I
Oh,
want
Richmond
explosive
Webb,
and
by the
power.
way. Richmond Webb is the one calling today's pick for us.
Ooh.
By the way, Miss Fins,
Is
Wingate
Brett
got to give him
looking
credit.
at-
He had no idea who Richard Webb was. I love him.
God, that man's still big.
Will
Yeah.
Greer
He is
surprised me
huge.
2 picks in a row.
Don't say a word.
Oh, I
Could
don't.
the
I haven't seen
offensive
nothing yet.
lineman be selecting an offensive
Do not
lineman?
post it. Let's hear it.
Oh,
Be quiet.
like it. Like it. I like it.
Woo!
That's been eyed for a long time.
Woo! Can you explain me who this guy is?
Y'all have been connected to Patrick Paul since the beginning.
6'7.5", 331.
Where is this guy on the draft board?
He was looked at potentially being a first round pick at one point.
Yeah.
I don't even see him on the. I don't even see him on the big board.
All right. Hey, they went offensive line. Fans have been
Yeah.
asking for it. They go Patrick Paul, athletic tackle out of Houston.
Love it.
We talked about him, but
Yeah.
Josh, let's touch on this guy, man. Your thoughts on Patrick Paul?
Yeah, I think he's kind of a project, but he has the ability to be your future left tackle.
Yep.
And that's what I think you needed. You needed to find someone because Armstead can't stay healthy. Same situation Dallas has been in. He can't stay healthy, so you need that swing guy who can come in and play both positions, which Patrick Paul can. And I think you got it.
Where was he on the big board for you guys?
I don't know if we.
Do you have him in the second round?
I don't think we got to him. We did.
Was it a reach?
I don't think it's a reach.
I don't think it's a reach at all.
It's Austin Jackson 2.0.
No, I don't think so.
Dude's got terrible hand placement, just like Austin Jackson did.
But you can fix it.
Yeah, you can if you want to fix it. That's going to be the thing. The two guys we drafted are athletic, but have absolutely the worst hands. They're both going to have to take boxing classes.
There you go.
See, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that Chop Robinson has bad hands. I think he has really good pass rush moves.
He doesn't use them. He's got to he always goes to relying on his athleticism. So he's just going to have to retrain himself to just hang on. Let me have a plan.
Okay, guys, let's go. Miss Fins, your thoughts? Dolphins get offensive lineman Patrick Paul out of Houston. Despite it, maybe I don't know if you had a chance to look on him or not, but just your thoughts. They went offensive line. Are you happy? Are you feeling better about yesterday?
I think I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's okay.
I'm happy about the position. I don't know the player. To be honest with you, I gotta look into him a little bit more. But I'm glad we finally, after 600 years, get somebody for Tua. So
they proved you wrong, Miss Fins. You said 93% that they weren't going offensive line.
I said 92%.
Not sorry. I'll give you that 1% back.
Last year, yes, thank you. But you know what? One thing that I didn't want in the first two picks was either a D tackle in one and the O line in the other, or vice versa. So at least we did get the offensive tackle. This is Teron's replacement, and I'm happy for that. Definitely happy for that.
Coach Vogel, your juice is offensive line, man. How you feeling about this one?
I love it. I mean, there's probably one or two other guys that I probably had right around. He was probably the third on my board. But I like it. That body frame is insane. 6'7.5". He's got things he needs to work on, like Brett was saying. He needs to work on his hand placement a little bit. But I love it. Offensive lineman. Woo woo.
Malloy, sir.
Yeah, I knew they were going to go offensive line. I just had that feeling the way the board was falling, and I really think they either wanted Verse or a wide receiver yesterday. I think that's why they were moving up. I don't know a lot about the guy, even though he's from Houston. They're living in Houston. I'll have to look into him. But we definitely need a replacement for Armstead because number one, he's not going to play full 17 games this year, and next year's his last year. I mean, next year he's gone. So we need to start developing somebody now. I get it. I understand. But I really wanted our first two picks. I thought they needed to be first-day starters, and I don't see him as a first-day starter for sure.
So our very own Alex Brown, former host of No Holds Barred, a resident Texans fan, and he went to the University of Houston. It's his alma mater. He just texted me. He said, I could tell you about him. He's an outstanding player. He's going to be your left tackle of the future. He needs to work on his footwork and his blocking a little bit, but he's really good, and I think he's going to be an amazing player. So that's somebody who's watched him past few seasons here. Let's see here. He's had 1,036 pass blocking snaps, 27 QB pressures allowed, 2 sacks since 2022 for our new offensive lineman, who, again, Kendall Lamb, we know is going to be the backup left tackle, but now you got a guy that you could put into that starting spot next season. And maybe, hey, do you move Austin Jackson inside? Do you put Patrick Paul on the outside, or vice versa? You put Patrick Paul at right guard and let Austin Jackson be your right tackle.
He's 6'7". I don't know if I want him in the middle.
Not the guard.
They purposely had shorter guards and shorter interior offensive linemen because of Tua's height.
Last season, Last season, he had a 91.5 pass blocking grade in 2023. He was first amongst offensive tackles. He's fast, 6'7". You know what the Dolphins? Excuse me, Matty, because Chop Robinson's fast too. He's fast. He was fast. He put in a faster 40 time than Keon Coleman, who went to Buffalo.
Had a 4.3.
What you're seeing here is the Dolphins are again getting speed all over their team. They want fast, athletic guys on their squad.
So far, they went size and speed. Even though Chop
Yes, they did.
Robinson's not lengthy, he's 250. So he's not like small. He's just short. He's built more like Cam Wake. But he has bend too. He's not Manny Lawson.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Speed only. So Manny Lawson. I like. There's a couple guys like that were like pure speed, but they didn't have the bend.
So how about
go ahead?
Go ahead, Steve.
Is this guy Paul? Is he? What's his physicality like? Is he a physical guy?
Yeah.
He likes to finish blocks. That's a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a little grit to him.
But in 1,036 pass blocking snaps, he only allowed 27 quarterback pressures and 2 sacks. No, that's in the AAC. So
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
true.
we're going up.
Do you know who didn't allow any sacks in 2 years?
Joe Alt.
It sounds it rhymes with iceberg. Lettuce. And I don't think any of us are too happy about
But he has concrete
Liam
in his
Eichenberg,
shoes.
okay?
He's got concrete in his shoes, and
All I'm
he
saying
gets bullied around way too much.
And he came in with he hasn't allowed 2 sacks in 2 years, no sacks in 2 years. 2 years later, and we're still like, we moved up to get this guy.
Yeah,
it's like,
and we passed
Miami
up on Creed Humphrey for him too. Just like we passed up on the linebacker that
Micah Parsons.
I guess they're done for the night, the Dolphins, because they're already at the podium.
Yeah, we don't have.
They're not going to trade anymore.
I guess.
Isn't there the third round tonight? I lost.
They don't have a third round pick.
No, but they could trade up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Clearly, they're not. This is the thing about the Dolphins right now that kind of annoys me. They are they're allergic to great talent. They're good at getting good talent. They're just allergic to great talent, and that's the difference. See, good talent is gonna win you games. Great talent is gonna win you playoff games and get you further in the playoffs. And unfortunately, we are allergic to great talent. But good talent, we'll find good talent.
Hey, that's a good point, Miss Vince. Let me ask the panel this question. I kind of get the feeling, and I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, but I kind of get the feeling that Chris Grier, instead of building this team for right now to win a Super Bowl, he's looking more towards the future. When this talent that he's getting now, he should have got 2 years ago.
He's already said this is a retooling year.
There you go.
He pretty much told fans this is going to be a down year.
Great pick by Dallas. Great pick.
I don't know too much about him. I didn't get to watch him.
I like Marshawn. I got a chance to watch him, and I like him. I think there's a great value for him in the second round. If Bobby didn't go edge rusher in the first, I think Nealon would have been a great pick in the second. So I think it's a solid pick for Dallas, who might move on for Micah Parsons sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
but the thing is, am I off? Am I off about this? Because we always seem to pass on great talent. We get the,
they
what
do.
I mean?
They do it a lot.
It's too much. It's every single pick, no matter what round.
So I said Grier made a good pick in round 1. Mm-hmm. He went after an impact position. And in round 1 and early rounds, you always want to go after impact positions. You want to get the guys who impact the ball, whether it's defensive back, whether it's pass rushers, whether it's receivers, running backs, whatever. You need guys who affect the ball the most. And offensive line does not affect the ball that much in that sense. So an offensive line, you need an entire system. But when Miami drafts, they always look at like nice guys. They take Charles Harris over TJ Watt. They take Channing Tindall over Leo Chanel, which by their signings this offseason, they've pretty much admitted defeat with Channing Tindall because he can't learn a playbook. He just doesn't get it. Now, all the athleticism in the world, I don't know. He just doesn't understand a playbook. I'm starting to think our quarterback doesn't either.
Let's welcome Rob of DolphinsThirsty.com and Dolphins Thirsty YouTube channel. He waited till after Miami's pick because he doesn't like the spoilers. We didn't spoil it though, but it's all good. But Rob, co-host of Real Talk Fins Talk on our show, on our channel here, and host of Dolphins Thirsty YouTube, Dolphins Chatter. Rob, how you doing, brother? What do you think of our pick, Patrick Paul out of Houston?
No, I can't complain about how I'm doing. It's just funny though because we had IC Cummings on our show, on Dahl's show, I should say, on my channel, and right at the end of the show, I asked him the question, who's the most overrated player that you think other people are overrating and that you don't think so? And then one name he picked happened to be Patrick Paul. That's why the name jumped out the minute he picked him today. So, but, that didn't happen, And like Jared, Daniel Jeremiah said the same thing. Some people had him rated this high. Some people
had him rated in the second round and in the first round, and others had him rated in the fourth round.
Yeah.
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
over
is
the place player.
Anyone specific have him rated in the fourth round, Bobby?
Say what?
Anyone specific had him rated in the fourth round?
Not that I know of. I didn't hear anyone specifically, but that's what he said.
Well, I know the Pittsburgh Steelers made me mad both nights because I like Troy Falk knew that the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then Zach Frazier was falling, and then the Steelers took Zach Frazier. I'm like, man, this
Frazier would have been a good one. Frazier, JPJ, they would have been good.
Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins was right there. Why couldn't we move up? He was the last DT available.
So let me just hold on. I'm sorry. Very quick. Can I say this very quick? So our combined between me, Coach, and Wingate.
I did not get it.
You did not do it. You did not do it. But I had between my grade and Wingate's grade. Wingate had a lower grade. Overall, it's a fourth round grade we had on Patrick Paul. Vogel brought it down. I had a third round grade on him. So that was my grade on him after watching him.
Vogel had a 6th round grade on him.
5.78.
Did I really? I don't remember.
Yeah, you did.
Damn, I didn't go back and rewatch that film. I was crazy.
You have him as a backup, special teams, and project.
Oh my!
I think it's kind of high for where they took him.
He's going to be a project.
They can get more out of him.
I don't know why they went Patrick Paul when Kingsley Suamataia was on the board.
Kingsley was still there. Karen was still there. Blake Fisher, I thought, could have been that pick. I mean, I'm not hating on it. I still, again, I had third round on him. But
he's been tied to you guys before the Senior Bowl.
Yes, he has. But again, yes, there were better offensive tackles at that spot. But again, that's why they get paid the big bucks. We're armchair GMs, and we'll see how it goes down. I know it's not rocket science.
Oh, I like that selection.
Chris Broswell going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, Broswell. I like Broswell.
But we know what's funny? Tonight started off trade. Then they just all died. I guess all the people that wanted to move up for got off the board, and then it's just people stood pat. So
all the picks that felt like all the players that fell that teams wanted, they're gone now. So all the trades will be gone. But apparently Miami passed up 5 or 6 calls ago to trade down. Then they try to trade back up.
Yeah.
But now that I'm glad they didn't trade back up because I think they would have won offensive line. Which would have been just stupid to trade back in the first round. Just for that. I
thought maybe that was
maybe or whatever, but
I hope it was for a receiver because a receiver would have been good. Keon Coleman or
I thought maybe Cooper.
I wanted Brian Thomas because I wanted someone who it was physical, but it was a playmaker, could track the ball, create separation, who actually loves to block because Tyreek and Waddle do not like to block. And
Cooper DeJean would have been the best selection for Miami.
I would have loved Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, but he went.
This is going to be an unpopular opinion.
Texas, Mitchell from Texas kid.
Dolphin fans gonna hate this. We need to upgrade on safety. Holland's okay, he's good, but we need a playmaker at safety. Holland's not.
We have Holland.
They're gonna sign
and
Justin.
then
That's a good
nobody.
pick. That's another.
Well,
good
Holland
Get Simmons post shoot.
Holland is a good safety. He just disappears in big games.
Yeah, but Steve, I was just at the Brett.
Again.
Hey, listen up. Hold on. I want to say this very quick.
Justin
We
Simmons.
just listen. Evan. No, shut up. Listen. The Dolphins may not be done. Chris Greer says team will keep looking into possibly moving into a pick in day 2 of the draft. So even though they came to the podium, they're not done. They're going to keep working here and see if they can get in.
They don't have the ammo, man, unless they trade a whole bunch of next year's
No,
stuff.
next
Why
year
not?
pick. They
have
could
so
use
many
next year's
picks
pick.
next year. They have so
Yeah,
many.
but
picks.
teams
Hey, I got a bunch of Dolphin
next year.
fans we can trade for second round picks.
Yo.
I'm sure somebody would give up a 3rd round pick for Tua.
Come on, Brett.
If
Come
we don't
on,
get
man.
a first,
Well, I'm telling you, it's going to be
real
hard
bad.
due to the no picks. To
We're gonna. I'm telling you what. We're gonna end up signing Tua. And
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, that's
Right.
obvious.
Hang
Right.
on.
We're
I'll
gonna
get
sign
there.
2.
Were you
We're
not
gonna
here
sign 2
last
Tagovailoas.
offseason?
Tua's
Were you
gonna
not
get
here
signed,
last
and then what's going to
offseason?
happen is this team's going to go find out the hard way that paying your quarterback and building a team, and your quarterback needs perfection around them, it's damn near impossible.
Well, this is the problem with the Dolphins right now. They went from building to the future to win now to now building to the future. But
Exactly.
Oh, hell
Exactly.
no, Texans.
you cannot.
How are you that
try
far
to-
ahead?
I'm watching ESPN.
Exactly,
on
Misfit.
my
That's
computer.
that was my point.
And they-
Blake
Well,
Fisher.
You cannot be
This is a
win
good
now
pick.
mode and try to build for the future.
Well,
Or
I
develop for the future. It
I
doesn't
think a lot
work.
of it has to do with the way they missed in the 2020 draft. Like Greg says this all the time.
Right tackle.
On Pensacola OT. They missed so much in
They got their
2020
left tackle
that
and
they
right
try to
tackle.
make up for it by getting Tyreek. You had Waddle, but you didn't take a receiver when you drafted your quarterback, or you didn't find a receiver. So then you had to go get another receiver. You had to get another pass rusher.
Buffalo
You got
Bills on the
Phillips, but
board.
you didn't get an edge rusher anywhere in 19 or 20. So then you had to add another one to Chubb. So now you're giving up all these picks and money, and now you got to pay your quarterback, and now you got to pay. You're trying to get an offensive line again. You're trying to fix your defensive line. You got outbid on your guard and tackle with no plan to replace them, which should have been drafted or signed or figured out before. And then you got no cap space this
That's a
year.
great pick by
So they put
Texas.
themselves, the situation they're in, they did it to themselves because Greer doesn't draft and run free agency with a true plan, in my opinion. And our tight end room is still god awful.
Well,
There's
Brett,
still a lot of good
we don't
tight
need
ends on
tight
the board.
ends. We don't use them, so I don't know why people still want to harp
We
on
need them
tight
to
ends.
block.
Anywho, if I'm gonna be honest with you, this team again, we are. If you want to say this, we really. Somebody's TV is way too loud. I can't hear nobody. Okay, if you got a TV on, can you like mute it or something?
Blake Fisher, that's not a bad pick for Houston.
That's a great pick. Now they got their
But-
left tackle and right tackle. Is it me?
This team is an okay team. We went from mediocre middle of the pack to now a more expensive mediocre middle of the pack team.
Yeah.
We are fancy mediocre.
What's happening a lot is they have good players, but they lack at certain positions, and those holes get exposed. And Greg has said this a lot. You guys got to watch our OT. They have holes at like linebacker, which they did a pretty good job, I think, this offseason of filling that. Safety, they still need another safety. Running back, absolutely need to upgrade running back. And a lot of people aren't going to agree with that. Achan's good, solid special player. Mostert's good for his role, but you need a stud running back. Tight end, we could get better out of them out of blocking. But Julian Hill, although is a good blocker, but you don't have a running back who can block and protect. And our receivers are not physical whatsoever. And to run an outside zone, how do we run an outside zone with receivers who can't block on the outside? So that's like it's a double-edged sword there. So that's something they're going to have to get better at on the outside, is get more physical on the outside.
But wasn't that the role of Alec Ingold? He was supposed to be that that blocking back.
Yeah, but I mean, he can only do so much. He can't block for the receivers. He can't block for the tight ends. That Durham Smythe is too slow to beat the linebackers to the edge. So
We
I
don't
mean,
use
like,
tight ends.
he can only do so much. Now Chris Brooks, if he makes the roster, that dude, he wants to take everybody's head off when he blocks. And I was like, I mean, I wanted him as a running back, but I'll take him as a fullback if he's going to be taking people's heads off blocking. I'm cool with that.
Mhm.
And that's the biggest problem is we don't have enough of that meanness on the roster. We don't have enough physicality, and that's why Baltimore punches us in the mouth and pretty much owns us.
Can I add to that?
What?
I don't know if you've been watching for the last few years, Brett. We are what you would call a finesse team. You know, we're pretty to look at, super fast.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? But as far as a hard-nosed team, we're not a hard-nosed team. We don't have dogs. We have puppies, and these are very beautiful, fast puppies, but they're puppies. You know.
I've been saying it for a long while.
We're good. We have good players. We don't have great players. Well, Miss Fish, we got Tyreek. Okay, great. One.
But how many were
out
drafted?
of how many? 50-something?
How many were drafted by Greer that were great? X. That's all we got.
I'm still waiting. Who?
That's it. The X is the only player they drafted.
Currently on the
I'm
team.
sorry. Is Xavier Howard on the team? Because last time I checked, he wasn't. So
Currently on the
that
team?
doesn't count.
We had nobody.
No, on our team. So that doesn't count. Because last time I checked, no one that he's drafted is still on this team from anywhere pre-2020.
That's the problem with him is none of his first-round picks have got a second contract except for Austin Jackson. And if Austin Jackson is who you're
And
like
that was out of
saying,
necessity.
look who I re-signed, like, okay, that's good. So
NFL.com had Patrick Paul rated, I guess, decent. Well, eventually his grade was 6.22 with them, which on their scale will eventually become an average starter. That's what the NFL.com thinks of Patrick Paul. That's about the highest I've seen. So,
I
we'll
don't
see,
like what
man.
the Bills are doing. I can tell you that.
I know it.
Steve should have a full scouting report. The guy played right there in Houston. Steve should know everything about him.
Paul was rated
I don't watch
the
college
17th
football like
best
that, man. You know that.
offensive tackle. You heard me? He was ranked the 17th best offensive tackle in the draft.
Who was?
Paul.
17th?
The 17th.
No.
And is anybody between Chop Robinson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, and a couple other ones, is anybody just reminded that Key and Peele skit when they were doing the made-up names and stuff? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, I know there's some. Yeah, I know there's
Somebody
some.
read through some of these names. I'm like,
That's Chris.
there's no way these names are from a Key and Peele skit.
They have this ridiculous first name, Walker, and then like this extra
Jesus.
long first name, and then Mike. Blah, 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 blah.
I do not like Cole Bishop going to the Bills.
I know that's it. I'm like, of course they did. They just replaced Boyer for an equally good, still developmental safety, but they just replaced Boyer, cheaper contract, second round pick, and I think more athletic. If I'm gonna be honest with you, so yeah, as always, our opponents in the division seem to hit on players, and somehow we managed to get good players, not great players. So,
Lady and gents, I'll be right back. I'm gonna hop for just a little bit, okay? Good luck.
I mean, I don't.
Okay.
care about
Josh, I'm with you.
I
I
don't
was
wanna
hoping Cooper
people
DeJean
feel
would
bad,
fall
though.
to the Dolphins.
Yeah, I think he would have been a perfect fit.
Yeah, I don't.
And he can return in the new kickoff return stiff coming. He could be all kinds of versatile player.
That's one of the reasons I wanted him, because he's not just a good safety and a good athlete at safety. He's a return man. He's a ball hawk. He wants the
can be
ball. And
nickel.
always finds the ball. Like those are the kind of guys you want on the field. And then when I saw Darren Jeremiah, I think it was him, compared to the Minka, I was like, that's a pretty good comparison, except he's more physical. He's not as afraid to tackle like Minka is. So he'll get in your face and actually tackle. Minka will only tackle if he can get the angle. If he has to square up with you, Minka will fold and he would dive down. If he has to take on a blocker, he'll just try to run around the block. So Minko's,
unfortunately, we didn't have much ammo to move up because people aren't valuing. Everyone wants picks from this year's draft more than next. So if you do next year's, you got to trade up a higher round than what you would normally. So not having much ammo is hard to move.
Again, this draft is not necessarily a deep draft of talent. Some of the positions was, but like everybody's jumping up to get what they want and then getting out of the draft. So, I mean,
and that's what made it hard for Miami. There was a lot of competition trying to move up there.
I don't know that it's worth moving back into the third yet. We'll see what's available, but it feels to me like if they want to, it should be for another playmaker.
No, I'm surprised they didn't go playmaker here, but all of them started falling. Like the Mitchell kid out of Texas, I think he would have been a good fit for the Dolphins because he also blocks and he's a bigger receiver. Adonio, I messed up his.
I would have taken Javon Bullard. That was
he went soon after.
I would have taken him. Yeah, 2 picks after it's a Green Bay. Green Bay always.
That's who I said they should take.
Well.
That's who I said they should take.
Gentlemen, I got a question for you guys. But before my question, I want to stipulate this. Guys, I'm not hating our picks. You know, obviously I'm going to deep dive on these picks and somehow find a flower somewhere that I can, you know, really like cling into. But at this point, does it feel like we're picking in the third? Like, I almost feel like the picks we got felt like last year's 3rd and 4th and 5th round picks. Like, man.
I actually like the chop. Brett and I both like the chop. I like the chop pick. Tonight's a little lackluster. I actually like the chop pick. I think
yesterday was lackluster too.
I like Chop Robinson because of the explosiveness that he offers, and we don't have that.
He's the best pure pass rusher in this draft.
Yeah. We don't have that. We don't have an explosive pass rusher on our defense. We don't have one.
Yeah.
We have fluid pass rushers, strong pass rushers.
Yeah, he's going to play right away, Miss Finn. Chop Robinson.
Oh, yeah, we said this.
Yeah, so he's going to come in. I think you should be happy with him. Now, Patrick Paul, I'm with you. I'm in the down in the dumps trying to come up with a good excuse to. I definitely know Dolphins did not go BPA. If they throw that at me, I'm going to.
Yeah, it's nonsense. They just want me to play.
And I would say, okay, you guys need to hire, Brett and Wingate next year to do your draft.
They went with the player they like.
I agree.
Fill in later on. And they pretty much said that they were going to draft Ron Armstead's replacement, and that's what they wanted to do. They
just wanted Richmond Webb to name a tackle. They said, "Oh, let's let Richmond Webb name a tackle."
That's what it was.
And it's funny. Doesn't Richmond Webb live in Houston?
Yes,
Steve.
Yes, he does.
So he picked a kid out of Houston. So he's a tackle. So,
Roger Rosengarten.
I liked how the fans at the
what a name.
Said, Hall of Fame when Richmond Webb went up there trying to tell the NFL he should be in the Hall of Fame. I thought that was pretty cool at least.
He should be.
So
we're working on trying to get him on there this year, so hopefully he can.
We have
the Chiefs move up.
Running back.
I think the Chiefs are on the clock they traded with the 49ers.
What'd you say, Britt?
We absolutely need to get a running back.
Super Bowl teams traded with each other.
That's who they might go for in the 3rd round if that's what they're going to do. They're going to move up.
If they can get an explosive running back or a powerful running back, good.
Josh, you think this is the kid from BYU?
And Stanza, your number 1 fan in the house.
Wide receiver. They're going wide receiver, if anything.
Yeah.
Wide receiver?
Kansas City's on the clock.
I can see that.
Because they're going to look for that third person that's really going to be a flex when Tyree goes down and when Waddle goes down.
The way that
they'll have that person to still be there.
Should I let this guy in?
No, the way the board's going, I'm saying they're going no tackle here.
Hank!
They're going to either offensive line or defensive back here.
Chief?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you, Kingsley Su'Mata's
stir the freaking pot, all right? Let's stir it up a little bit.
They're either going offensive line or
positive attitude.
Go for it, Hank.
Hey, I'm listening to what you guys are saying, putting down, and, a little bit is true. I mean, I had to look up Patrick Paul and get a little more info myself. I mean, Bleacher Report is where I went for a quick synopsis on what was going on with the guy. So he wasn't my top offensive tackle, but You know, I'm not a real GM either, though, so I just go with my fake GM stuff. And for me, I'd rather somebody else. But hey, that's our pick, and they say he's a strong dude that can grab onto people and doesn't let go. They say he's excellent at that. Well, that's good for pass blocking, but run blocking, you got to be able to push him around. So,
hey Hank, you know they can fire GMs, right?
Can they fire head coaches, Steve?
I can't with this.
You know that they're not going to do none of that till next year. We all knew that 2024, either they got it done or they didn't. We knew it would come down to 2025.
Can we just back up for a sec, though? Can we just back up for 1 second?
Everybody's known that for 5 years.
Can I ask everyone a question?
The
whole narrative when Flores
Josh.
was here was that Greer was a yes man and he would only draft players that Flores wanted. Don't you think that
why couldn't we get Kinsley? I'm so sorry. I thought I was.
You had somebody you wanted too. I wanted Corinne or Karan.
Sorry, Vincenzo. Go ahead, sir. My bad. I thought I was.
No, my question to all of you is that the whole narrative when Flores was here was that Greer was a yes man who drafted and just followed the lead of Brian Flores and just got walked all over. Don't you think that some of these picks are that he's involving the coaching staff? You don't think Mike McDaniel has any say in these picks? So let's just not put it on Greer. We have to put it on Mike McDaniel, who's putting together the scheme on the field. If he feels that this guy was the right player for him, if he would have been banging the desk, I want a wide receiver, I want a running back, he probably would have gotten that pick.
He tried last year.
He just took the offensive tackle. So.
I love that pick.
Greer said no to Achane in the second last year, and then he was still there in the third, so he went and took him. So like Greer already has this fall guy lined up for the Chop Robinson pick because he said the linebacker coach presented him a package and how it's going to work out, so they got excited and drafted him. So I'm sure there's a fall guy for this pick. Greer always has a fall guy and a finger to point at somebody when something
that makes him smart.
No, it just makes him a weasel. It makes him an idiot that has an alibi. That's all it is.
But the weasels are successful. You don't remember Bobby the Brain Heenan? He was a weasel.
I'm telling you, I could draft better than Greer. I'm telling you, it's not that actually that difficult when you have the time to put into it. Greer just doesn't see how to build a successful team, and Greg hit the nail on the head with. We have 3 cold weather teams in our division, and Greer's like, let's do flashy and fancy and fun and rainbows and sunshine. We want nice guys. I want murderers. I want killers. I want guys that want to decapitate the guy in front of them, not figuratively. Like, I want guys that are physical. This is, last I checked, this is a violent sport. So last I checked, there's pads and helmets. So when you tackle, you got to break tackles. It's physical. It's not all fancy. When the Rams had to face the Patriots in the Super Bowl, the Patriots defense punched them in the mouth and said, "You're not beating us that way." And that was the lowest scoring game the Rams had, and they lost that Super Bowl to obviously future great. But physicality got the best of them. There's a reason that, I hate to say it, John Harbaugh is our daddy. If you look at our record versus the Ravens, it's not pretty. It's because he punches us in the mouth and we suck our thumbs and go cry in the corner. That's the type of team that Greer builds. And until he gets out of that and starts getting more physical and starts building a team that has the ability to step up and strike back, it's going to continue to be that way. Or until
he's going to get out of that.
Wait, hold on. I think Coach Vogel wants to split. So any final words, Coach Vogel?
No, man. I'm just, I need to take a little bit of break. Got a little headache going on, so I'm gonna
get well, sir.
Get the my eyes off the TV and the computer for a little bit. So I'm gonna continue to listen to you guys. So make sure you represent well in the third round. Oh, that's right. We don't have any picks.
All right.
Well, we might.
You never know.
I'm gonna keep watching. All right. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Later, Coach.
Brett, just to go over what you were saying, the day that Greer decides to do that, he'll no longer be in this team.
Well, and I don't think it's just him that wants that. I think it's what the owner wants, and it's what the city of Miami wants. And if you look at all Twitter and all the fans, it's what they want. They want fancy and flashy, but that's not what wins football games. And the way the team is built right now, it's built predicated around speed, around quick hitting, around getting the ball out quick. But you're not going to always be able to do that, especially if we have to go to Buffalo in the winter, if we have to go to New England in the winter. We're not always going to be able to do that. So you're going to have to be able to run the football. And with Mostert, he's a good back, but you're not going to be able to, in obvious running situations, run Mostert. And he's on a pitch count for a reason. He's never played a full season in his career. So McDaniel doesn't run him on purpose on certain downs. Everybody's like, he needs the ball more. Well, you can't give him the ball more because you're going to run him into the ground. Then you're not going to have Mostert. Then you're going to be like, well, great, more injuries. So McDaniel's actually been very smart with how he's used Mostert. He's also trying to be smart with Achane, and he did not want Achane to get hurt. But he's trying to be smart with his backs.
I don't know, Brett. I don't mean to cut you off, but, you tell me that Baltimore's whipping our ass, and since 2015, we're basically tied with them. So we have tough guys on our team. We just picked up 2 tough guys. I'm happy. I can't kick their ass, but, that's just me.
I bet you could. I
I
can
know
see
you'll
it
take
happen.
him over the knee, though. You'll definitely take him over.
This is Brett, so you're supposed to be happy, people, not dwelling on what was.
No, I don't.
Wasn't.
I'm just realistic.
We're
I don't sell false hope. I just sell reality.
Well,
I'm not selling false hope.
That's why I
I'm
say like
talking
Chop
about the
Robinson,
players
good
we
pick.
just drafted.
Patrick Paul.
And you're telling me our team's getting their ass kicked by a team they're not getting their ass kicked by.
They absolutely.
Well,
are.
let me be
Let's
honest.
not
with
put
you
out
guys.
a false narrative.
It's not a false narrative. That's his point of
Yeah,
view.
it
About
is.
the team is
The Ravens
currently.
do not have our number since
Well,
2015.
this year they smoked us this year, Hank. I guess you remember that, but we did have the good comeback against them last year.
Yeah,
No, he said all time
that they
Harbaugh's
beat
got
the
our
snot out of
number
us
and
for
this
3
and that,
years.
and That's not true. That's not true.
Well, this is the
Don't
thing.
put a false narrative out there.
People forget
Hold on, I'm gonna
that
correct
we're
the
all
narrative,
about
Hank.
entertainment. We're all about entertainment. Miami's a flashy team. We've always been a middle of the road team that tends to lose. Right now, we're a middle of the road team that tends to win. So we're essentially in the trajectory of being what the Cowboys are. Heck, what the Packers are.
Whoa.
Hold on, let me finish.
Josh Wingate's a
Let me finish,
Cowboys
Josh.
fan.
Let
So
me
thank
finish.
you.
Oh, yeah. And it's still not going to stop me with saying, yeah, you're going to win. You're going to get to the playoffs and do absolutely nothing. They did that not with one quarterback, but their last 2. So at the end of the day, we're in the same trajectory as the Cowboys. So and the same thing with the Packers. Oh, my God.
Well,
they're in the play to do nothing. You see what I mean? We're just on the upper side of middle of the road. That's all it is to sell seats.
We went so long without making the playoffs, right? We went so long without making the playoffs. But then at the same time, now it's like, okay, we made the playoffs. Everybody's excited. 2 years in a row, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That was where you wanted to be. That was the goal. Now you got to step up. Because teams are like, okay, we made the playoffs. That's our goal. The Dolphins locked in a playoff.
Have you not seen the Cowboys?
Yeah, well, no, I'm backing your point up. The Dolphins won the division, or won against the Cowboys. Sorry, Josh, and they locked in a playoff spot. And then it was like they couldn't take that next step, and that's what I'm hoping they could do from this offseason. Linebacker improved, in my opinion. They got more physical at linebacker. Thank God I don't have to watch Jordan Baker running around blocks anymore. Jordan Brooks, I like that.
Pins up, hammer time.
Walker, I like that pickup.
Jets are on the clock. They traded with the Panthers.
Poyer, I like that pickup.
I like who they picked.
So
They have our U.S. military up there, active duty.
So I love what the Dolphins have done in free agency for the most part. Brewer, he's serviceable. You could probably live with him. Good run blocker, serviceable. It's fine. But and Wynn coming back, he was decent.
Ooh.
But again, Wynn and Armstead injury history, that's the concern there. But can they do enough with the 6-1 money? That's what we have to find out. Post June 1st, can we do enough with that money to overcome? That's what I'm worried about. That's where it's really going to dictate for us.
Well, you have great line coaches for that. we have a great offensive line coach, and that's what'll happen with Paul. He'll get in with that coach, and he'll probably take over right tackle from what's his face, and then they'll move him to the inside at guard. So Austin Jackson, they'll move him.
I don't know if they want to move him because that's what they talked about. He's bounced around too much, and they don't want to keep doing that to him. They want to settle him in one position. And they don't. So I feel like Austin Jackson, you're doing him a disservice to move him. I think he should just stay right tackle. Let him feel at home. Let him just stay there. He did adequate enough where you could live with. Left tackles are concerned because Armstead is decent when healthy, but it's like he's a shell of himself, and he's banged up a lot. And we
got Lamb.
You're going to need Patrick Paul ready to go soon. But like Kendall Lamb, he's been serviceable. Actually, Kendall Lamb has played just fine at left tackle. In fact, our offensive line, I don't think got enough credit in 2022 for how well they played, considering the injuries on that offensive line. I thought they did pretty
2022, I disagree. I think 2023 they did an amazing job with that junk that they had.
So when you consider the situation they were in 2022 and how they ran that offensive line, it worked. It was efficient enough to get the ball out. It was efficient enough to protect long enough and create some run lanes. It wasn't great by any means, but it was efficient considering how bad they were decimated by injuries on the offensive line. And then this year was no different with the injuries. Having no plan at center
you could
killed me.
Still run the ball this year too. We ran the ball this year too. They just chose not to run it again.
That's a misconception. They ran it really well. Tyreek backs the defense out of the box. Like Greg has said, they're scared to death to get beat by Tyreek, and they said your running backs are going to have to beat us. And
okay, so on those important downs,
obvious.
they didn't throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage to the wide receiver or the running back. They ran the ball. No, they didn't. They threw the ball behind the line of scrimmage. They got tackled like they always do, and it sucks.
And what did you just say, Hank?
I said it sucks.
On important downs, they didn't run the ball. Everybody and their mother knows it's a run down. And the thing is, they had open looks, and the ball placement was absolutely god-awful in that playoff game.
Doesn't matter if everybody and their brother knows you're coming with the run. Doesn't matter if they know you're coming with a pass. Doesn't matter. You got to execute. It's bottom line.
100%
the bottom
agree.
line is they were
Here's the Jets
executing.
pick,
We were picking up 4.6 yards and plus. 4.6 plus average. And we didn't run the ball.
Yes.
2 years in a row.
In that situation.
So that means you need a big thumper or you need a much better offensive line.
You need a big
Period.
thumper. You need a big thumper.
That's simple.
But that's the point I was getting to. The Dolphins need a better running back. The reason they got away from the run is because Mostert isn't the guy that's going to get you yards in the short of the field. And the other part, what I just said, people are like, why don't they run the ball when they're close to the end zone? The field starts shrinking. So Tyreek's speed stops being as much of a factor because you can just play safeties deep. And he's not going to run out of the end zone. So now you can play up a little bit, play tighter, and now you can stop the run. So now Mostert has more traffic. Mostert's really good between the numbers, between the 20s. Once you start getting in the 20s, now you got to start scheming him and scheming to keep him clean. And now Tyreek's speed is now it's more neutralized because they don't have as much field. So teams
You
are
realize this panel you're talking to knows 90% of what you're telling us.
I would hope so. So
okay,
I don't understand.
So you don't got to explain.
And real quick, the Jets just took that receiver.
Malachi Corley.
Football to me, bro. I got
Small guy, moves around real
You should
well.
understand that
Good
they need to
hands.
stop running the ball.
Plays real well. He does a good job for sure.
Yeah. And the Jets got him, so it is what it
Yeah,
is.
the Jets got him.
Yay. Jets
Real
actually
quick,
have been
guys, it's April 26th. I've never seen Evan and Steve be this quiet for this long. So I just want to mark this record on the record.
Jets have actually had a couple of good drafts in back-to-back years. They've honestly have drafted fairly well. We'll see how it goes, but the Jets drafts have actually been
My heart breaks with this pick.
Oh boy, we got the Packer fan coming in the house.
Pipe down, Tuna Row.
Oh, there it goes. The Cardinals are having themselves a damn good draft. Dave, I don't even want to look at you. You shaved the
There
beard
he
off.
is.
I don't want to look at you.
Why? Because we just got Edwin Hoover and Javon Bullard.
Dave, I miss you.
No, you don't.
Way to
Brett.
go, Dave. You guys are killing it.
This breaks my heart because I feel like Dallas was about to take him at their next pick.
That's who I wanted Miami to trade up for. An actual back that's angry and fast. I just love
Ray
trading
Benson's
backs.
He reminds me of Edgerrin James. Edgerrin James.
There's a lot of backs you can compare him to. You know, the one thing he does that remomes me of Thomas Jones is how angry he runs. I remember saying that last year.
Trade up and get no running back. They don't ever get running backs.
That's
Greer
Greer.
never gets running backs.
That's a Greer thing, not a McDaniel thing. McDaniel wants running backs. You need a running back for this system. If you're going to run that March system, you need a back that can block and be a receiver.
Well, I think Isaiah Garundo is pretty good in the later rounds. He's a big body. He can push through. I like him later on. And
I'll be all right getting
I
him later
hope we
on.
take him later because I know we're not going to move up to take a running back.
What college does he play for,
Should've.
Hank, or played for?
Oh, I don't remember. Because he was a real late rounder.
Okay. But he's a big back?
He's a big back, yeah.
Good. We need a big
His
back.
name is Garendo.
Isaac
He
Garendo
visited the Miami
Louisville.
Dolphins.
We do
You got a
need a
Louisville.
big
Yeah. I thought I heard the name before.
And he
Yeah.
visited the Miami Dolphins.
But
He played at Wisconsin for 4 years before going to Louisville.
so you
Oh,
I
don't
was going
want
to say Louisville.
the thing is when people say something about Chris Brooks, I like Chris Brooks. I like him as a blocker. I kind of hope he sticks as like a fullback, but I don't know if it's worth keeping him and all that and Gold. But the thing is, you don't want to have just a guy that is just a specialist, just a running back. 'Cause then it's like, all right, they're running the ball. All right, they're not going to throw to him. So it'd be nice to have a back that could just do it all to complement Mostert and Achane, and then just have like an actual trio. Because you don't want a big back like, well, they're not going to throw the ball, so we'll just pinch the box, you know. So it's like you need a back that can like do everything. And then now Mostert is like and Achane.
Good, jump the box. We'll throw the ball. Great, jump the box. Go for it.
As long as that big back can block, but it kind of like. It's like having Gesicki on the opposite end as a tight end. Like when he always tipped the defense's hand of what they were trying to do.
Good pick for the Commanders.
No, it's
Yeah,
I don't agree with
Brandon
that.
Coleman.
I don't agree with that because you
Oh my
put
God.
a big back in. That means it's a guaranteed run every time. No, it's not.
Well, if your back is limited, it is. Like Chris Brooks is kind of a limited back in that sense.
Well,
If
gentlemen,
you-
on that
if
moment
you,
of
if you,
silence,
if
I'm
you
gonna
look
jump
at it
out.
in those, if you look at it in those terms, every single back is limited.
So I got to
We're
ask
not
Miami
here
fans,
for
how you
that.
feel
We're
about
here for the
Patrick Paul?
draft, bro.
Hey, before you guys
Wow.
talk, I want to say bye. Steve, I know you and I together tomorrow. I don't know who else is going to be on the
Yep.
show tomorrow.
I'm
We-
leaving
Rob,
too.
you really
I'm out.
hate me. You're
Peace
leaving
out.
already?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
to. Man.
I
So-
tell you.
It's
Sorry.
all good.
Bye,
I'll
Rob.
watch you guys though.
I'm just
right,
disappointed
Rob.
that Dave shaved his beard.
We'll see you.
Later, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow, Rob.
I
All
really
right.
feel like Brett when he was like 25.
Dude, if I shave my beard, I'll look like I'm less than 25. I'll look
Hey,
like I just turned 21.
Question, Miami fans. How do we feel about Patrick Paul?
Ask me in 2 years.
I feel
seriously,
like you guys should have taken Kingsley Suamatea. I feel like he was the better prospect. Patrick Paul has
Hey.
upside. Don't get me wrong.
He does have upside.
Yes, I love Patrick Paul, but
And he's going to sit. He's
Oh,
not starting right
100%.
away.
Until
That-
Teron Armstead only plays for 8 weeks and then he has to
Well,
come in.
That's my problem. Well,
Well,
no, because
Kendall Lamb will play him.
they're going to play the veteran more than
He gets
likely.
hurt.
But here's my problem. I don't hate the Patrick Paul pick, right? I
Evan
don't
was
hate
so
it. I
bored.
don't love it, right? Here's the thing with the Patrick Paul
This
pick.
isn't bored. It's annoyed. Me and Malloy have been sitting here, the two loudest people on the network, listening to this nonsense coming out of that bearded's mouth.
Nonsense. You mean the education?
Don't worry.
No, because you want to know
don't
what?
worry.
You want to hear something crazy, Brett? There's
What?
a particular guy who taught you something who, for some reason, is begging to do a show with me. And is so excited to do a show with me.
There's a reason for that because he thinks you need a lot of education. He's just better at teaching it.
So I am going to say, Brett, sweetie, I won't let Newman talk to you like that, okay?
No, it's honestly, it's just for me. I kind of like backed away from the team to the point where I'm like, every pick is good, everything's good, to where I'm like, let's look at the reality of this. You know, like, let's look at all the reality of how this team is, and when you start following trends, man, you just and everything's kind of lined up the same way. It is what it is. But like the way the Dolphins draft, like with Patrick Paul, I don't hate the pick. It's just, was he the best player at that position?
No, but 3 years down the line, when you actually start him at a full time, could he be potentially one of the best players in this draft?
Could be. We don't know. But here's the thing about that.
They might think so.
Cam Smith, Tyndall. How many guys are we going to keep drafting that have to sit and not play immediately or get anything
Impact
out of
starters, or at least rotationals that can.
Deion Jordan.
Right. So, like, how many players is Greer going to pick from? And I'm just going with Greer from 2016 to now that are going to sit their rookie year and not get any playing time and not be ready to go, or be a bad pick. So there's a lot of frustration and or worry that, like, you know, we drafted a guy that won't even play for a while, which, I mean, with our offensive line's history of injury, he'll probably play at some point.
Josh, how do you feel about Jalen Polk to the Patriots earlier?
I haven't really watched Jalen Polk, so I don't really have too much of an opinion on him.
He's got up, so
but I think it was.
I like it decent, but I feel like there was some more impact wide receivers they could have grabbed.
Yeah, I said this earlier. As far as like the wide receivers go, they're so bunched together that you're just picking what is your flavor. And I guess Jalen Polk was their flavor. I would have taken. I love Malachi Corley, who went to the Jets. There's other guys that came off, Lad McConkey, guys like that. I think
he came off a lot earlier than I thought he would.
They got pushed up. So the 48 hours before the draft, they moved into people's big boards for the heavy hitters that do theirs at the back end of the first. They snuck in there and they started saying they could see a late first for these
Polk?
guys. And for Lad, people, it almost happened.
It's insane. Like, the run on receivers is pretty good. This is a pretty good receiver draft. And the way I was surprised to see McConkey go that high, though. I actually thought he might have went a little bit.
TJ Tampa's still available. Wow.
But like Pearsall, I don't know how to say his name.
Purcell.
I liked him a lot, and he went about where I expected him to go. But I was like, if Miami had taken him, I'd have been all about it. I'd have been all about that. Just because, but I liked him and Brian Thomas because those two were just got that studness.
Do you think Patriots go for wide receiver here again to help out Drake?
Hey, you guys hurt my pop's feelings and you ran him away. Such negativity.
It's okay. He just got a little senile.
That's not nice. Because you want to know what? The fact that I'm staying quiet, you should be afraid.
Why?
For what?
You should be afraid that I'm this quiet.
Why?
How polite I'm being tonight.
You're good. Listen, I love you talking quiet either way. It's okay.
Because in the end, the way this team is built, if the the way he was picking, in his mind, he's going to go get veterans to fill those holes. He's already talking to a veteran lineman to play interior offensive line. The $18.5 million is going to come off the cap at June 1st. He's going to probably go look at a Justin Simmons. He's going to go continue to draft linemen. That's what he's going to do. In the end, the veterans are going to end up being the players who are going to be playing the most on the Dolphins, not the people they picked in the draft. That's just how Greer is.
That's how Greer's always been.
Yes.
But eventually the plug has to be pulled on Greer. If he can't get
over that. But that's up to Ross. But this is their last year. But like I always said, him and McDaniel are tied to each other. He's not going to get another head coach, but McDaniel's not going to stay there. This is going to be their year. Because of the way the Bills are built right now, with hardly anyone in the secondary and no real star wide receivers, this is their opportunity to have a good year. If they don't win the division this year, they're gone. They're done.
Well,
they're done.
So
they're toast.
A lot of people, and I'm starting to see it, because they said this is a retooling year. I can see this being they have till 2025. I don't agree with it, but I see.
I think they have this.
But guys, this is what I was saying earlier. The way that he's doing this is we want to win now, but want to develop at the same. Like you can't. You do for the future and build that, or you're gonna win now and go all in. It's like we have half a foot in for now and half a foot, and that is not a recipe for winning. Look at what the Rams did. Look at what Tampa Bay did. Tampa took, and the Rams did too. They took multiple picks in multiple years where they were down. They traded, got solid players, made some other trades, and then they got their quarterback and won. Same thing with Tampa Bay. They picked up those players that they needed to, fill the holes that they needed to when they were able to get those high picks. And then all they needed was a quarterback. They got Tom Brady. Boom, they won the Super Bowl. It's like you can't be on a win now and then also try to build. Like it doesn't work. It's either one. And unfortunately, that's what I see the problem being for the Dolphins, that we don't know what we want. So because of that, we're always going to be not a 500 team, but a 600 team. We're going to win, but it's not going to get us to where we want to, which is a Super Bowl, unfortunately.
It's going to be the Bengals
of
the
Josh.
2000s. Playoffs, but bounce first.
The Cowboys, the Packers, the same thing.
Josh, Caden Waller, too early for him. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we're seeing teams that missed out on tackle and they're jumping.
They're reaching a little bit. Yeah,
And you can tell when that happens, when there's a run and then one goes later. It's to me, it always says, yeah, you missed your run and now you're trying to get one. But sometimes I do think when that happens, when those runs happen, that someone slides because people are like jumping up to get somebody, and then someone slides out of it in the chaos of it all, and that the one that slides out ends up being the one that's pretty good.
Whoa, good pick. I like that.
Yeah, I love this pick. Yeah. By the way, in the end, as long as McMoron's our coach and doesn't adjust.
Did you say McMoron?
Oh,
yeah,
McMoron,
this is why Greg wants him on the
Gates
show.
2.0, Miss Gates 2.0. No, Brett. As long as this guy continues to call plays the way he calls plays and manages a game the way he manages a game, has not won a challenge. The only challenge he won last year.
That's your only argument.
Well, the only challenge he won last year, which Malloy's going to laugh, is he won by accident. Steve Malloy repeats that over and over and over again. That's the only challenge he truly won. He won by accident. The guy is a more
Uncle Si alone. Okay.
What?
Dude, Evan, this is why I'm telling you, I can't wait to watch you and Greg because McDaniel does mismanage the game.
He's not a head coach. He's a great play designer.
I agree with that.
I think.
How dare you talk about my head coach like that?
How dare you talk about my GM that way?
Greer's
Shame
a dumbass.
on you.
I'll say it again.
I'm actually. I want to ask guys. No. I have a question for you, Brett Stager. Explain this to me. The way he calls plays, not the quarterback at all. Not just the quarterback. The way he calls plays. When's the last time we've had the opportunity? So maybe it's the quarterback, maybe it's his team, where you can see we have time to call an audible at the line of scrimmage.
You don't.
I understand the quarterback, but no, is it only the quarterback? You telling me McDaniel's in his ear till 2 seconds left?
You know who
That's
else?
not true.
Be able to handle that on the fly.
You know who else did that? Has a Super Bowl ring? Sean McVay.
Seconds, so what are you talking about?
What?
Hold on. Can I say something?
Yeah.
So this is from the QB Collective. McDaniel comes from LaFleur. He comes from Shanahan. He comes from the Bengals head coach. You've got the Jets head coach. All this QB Collective. You've got them, and their offenses. They have quarterbacks who can handle the audibles getting in.
Purdy can hold it.
Purdy can audible. He's done it plenty of times, and he can do it just fine. The guy just made a Super Bowl. Tua hasn't won a playoff game.
Christian McCaffrey led that way, not Brock Purdy.
Well, hang on. One thing though, before McCaffrey got
there, Brock Purdy played a pretty good game.
Do you know Brock Purdy was actually trying to
teach
Super Bowl Trey Lance the playbook because he
I see what you did there.
And Brock Purdy actually had the playbook and the concepts figured out early in camp. Brock Purdy's like
go look at Alabama,
and that was a big thing with intelligence because you got to be smart with this playbook. And McDaniel has simplified the Dolphins playbook and limited it. That's why it's more the mark system, to where it's like simplistic. Let your receivers win with speed. and it's throwing the spots more than it is anything else, but you still have to learn how to audible. But he has to be into his ear all the way until
Andrew Phillip.
So I had to look there. But by the way, the Giants, though, you guys kind of see what they're doing. They can't move off Daniel Jones' contract yet, or they're not ready for a quarterback yet, right? They didn't want to get caught in the shuffle. They could have, but they might be playing it smart. This is a slippery slope. They could completely whiff this next year. They could go into 25 with a team that they built and be able to trade up and get a quarterback. I don't know.
It's not going to be good because the quarterback class decreases massively next year.
But it could work out in favor. It could not. I don't know. But unless they're doing what the Texans did, where they wait until 26 to get a quarterback, but I don't see that happening either.
No, but the thing is, they had it in their lap. They had Penix sitting there. They had a chance to take him before the Falcons. You had JJ sitting there. Mm-hmm. They had plenty of chances. Is Spencer Rattler still on the board?
I'm telling you right now, if JJ McCarthy, which I knew he wouldn't have been the more the draft closer time came, the more stuff come out. If JJ McCarthy was there at 21, I would have loved to have taken him. And a lot of people are like, wait, he doesn't fit the offense. He absolutely does fit that.
AI, my goodness.
But I would 100% take. I think McCarthy's going to be phenomenal.
With what offensive line?
What?
There's nothing in Minnesota.
Well, no, I agree, but you don't pass up your quarterback for, you still got to get your quarterback.
Tyler's getting an offensive line.
But again,
I like it.
But again, Joe Burrow hasn't had an offensive line, and he carried
good value right there.
Because Joe Burrow's that dude, though. But I mean, McCarthy's he's a stud.
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you guys having me. I'm slightly falling asleep.
Sorry, I jumped in late because I had to put the kiddos to bed.
Honestly, it's because of you. That's really why.
I know. No, my wife tells me the same thing, so I'm okay.
See?
No, I'm totally messing with you.
I love the Cardinals draft so far.
They're killing it. The Cardinals are killing it.
They're getting great. They're getting great value for the picks that they're getting. That's
Monte
Austin, what they're getting
is a nasty good GM for the so far.
Dude, Melton, Benson, Harrison, all three are playmakers at their positions. They got
this is immediate impact starters right here.
Yes,
exactly.
That's how you draft.
But it's a great value because they got it in that
all
second
right.
and third.
All right, guys. So I'm back.
God,
Vince, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you. I've heard it's been fun since I walked away. So, but we have a very special guest. Okay. We have a very special guest. We have a very special guest coming on. We got Brett from Caneswear coming on to talk about the Dolphins picks. So let's get him in here.
Okay, I'll stay for a little bit.
Brett, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. How you doing tonight?
Hi, Brett.
We got another Brett in here. So obviously, this guy's a genius.
I wonder where I bought this.
No, he has two T's. He's smart. You're not.
I love that MD shirt, that MD hat. It's awesome, isn't it?
Where do you think I bought this?
Look at that. We love it. We appreciate all you guys. Thank you very much.
Of course,
You're
Brett.
welcome.
First of all, before we get into the Dolphins, how are you? How's the shop, Caneswear?
Everything, we're doing great. It's we carry. Everyone always thinks we're a Cane store, but obviously we carry Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Miami Heat stuff. So Inter Miami. So it's been exciting. It's a year-round gig. Store's doing well, and obviously football drives us the most between the Hurricanes and the Dolphins. But right now, these winter sports are doing pretty good too. I don't know, anyone out there a Panther fan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. The Panthers.
Hey,
Vamos Gatos, 3-0, baby.
All right, 3-0, baby.
But you two knew nothing about hockey, Bobby. Bobby, you know nothing about hockey.
Don't be rude. You stay quiet.
We got redemption going on. We got to take out these Lightning. We've been their kid brothers for too long.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of exciting. The Heat, the big win. The Heat, big win. If you're any Heat fans,
yes, sir.
Against the Celtics, so that was awesome. So good stuff. And today we got the last 2 days of draft. So I know that's what the show is all about.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you come on and at least talk. I know you're very busy, but I'm glad you had a chance to join us for a little bit. But hey, so yesterday Miami went edge rusher. They got Chop Robinson. People were saying, hey, we need a guard. We need a receiver. They go edge rusher here at 21 yesterday. Today, they finally go offensive line to get Patrick Paul out of Houston. How are you feeling about the Dolphins draft so far?
Well, to be honest, when I first went ahead and saw that the Chop was picked, when Turner was available at 17, I'm thinking to myself, and I'm telling my team, we do have a text line. Why are we not trading up for this kid? 4 picks. We traded all that for Chubb, first rounder. If this kid is supposed to be special, supposed to be a top 10 pick, why aren't we going for him? But obviously that wasn't the plan. Then when Verse went, I thought that kid, even though he's Florida State, I think he could be special. The thing here with Chop, okay, I wasn't that excited because he doesn't have the sacks. I think Greer said, who was it? He mentioned one of the guys. He said, not everybody gets sacks in college, and it does not determine how they're going to be in the NFL.
Danielle Hunter.
Exactly. So
he mentioned Danielle Hunter. There's quite a few examples of that, of not having a lot of sacks in college and being productive in the NFL.
Yeah, so so it's not the same thing always. I mean, you're not always going to star the same way in college you are in the NFL. Different systems, different coaching. These kids learn quite a bit when they're in the NFL, obviously, if they're going to take the next step. But the great thing about Chop is the speed. I mean, you can't teach that kind of speed. You can't teach in a 10-yard split. The kid's pretty much one of the fastest of all time. They showed that clip. I'm sure you all saw it, of him running against, was it Anderson and against Bosa? Was that who it was?
Nate Bosa and
Will Anderson.
Yes.
Yep. And it was just so much faster. They say this kid can't go ahead and run block as well, I think. But I'm not comparing it at all to Jason Taylor. But where's Jason Taylor in the 3rd round when he came out of Akron, homeschooled?
Third round.
I mean, nobody thought anything of him. Nobody thought he was going to be a Hall of Famer. So we all jumped to the gun way before. We really have no idea. How many people have seen a Chop Robinson game this year? All right.
I have.
Okay. Were you focusing on him?
Not off the start. I was actually watching other Penn State tape, and I actually fell on him, and I'm like, who's the Chop guy? I'm like, so I started watching him more and more, and Chop Robinson, as Josh Wingate said, I mean, he came out and said it. What's on the tape?
Yeah,
he's got the quickest release off the line, and he can beat tackles in an instant. And his future is so bright. And that's the thing, you can teach how to play run defense. Mm-hmm. So it's just same thing with tackles on the offensive side. If a guy can pass block, you can teach him to run block. Mm-hmm. If he run blocks, but he doesn't know how to pass block, it's tougher to teach. The other way around, since he knows how to get after the quarterback, you can teach him how to run block play the run defense. That'll come in time. Chop Robinson was a heck of a pick. I love watching this tape.
I had the opposite experience of you. I went to watch Chop Robinson, and then the guy on the opposite side caught my eye, and I was like, when is this guy coming out? And I look him up, and he's Danny Dennis Sutton at Penn State, hometown, Millsboro, Delaware. And
Delaware in the house.
6'5", 270. So I'm excited for him, but no, Chop Robinson was amazing.
You thought he was everything you thought he would be when you went. You went to scout him personally.
Yeah, I went to scout him, watched the first play, and it just blew me away because it looked like the opposing tackle didn't even try. And you constantly see that it looked like the opposing offensive player just did not try with him. And he's just so quick off the ball. He's twitched up. He can do a lot of things. I love his pass rush moves. He has a really good dip. I think he's going to be something special, but he can't play the run. He's got to learn how to play the run. That's his biggest knock.
Doesn't play the run when it's at him. And when it's away from him, he plays it fairly well.
So he can't. So how are they going to disguise that? He's not just going to be a third down, obviously. Even though if you got a guy third down that's putting pressure on the quarterback on every play when it's a passing situation, you've got a winner right there. There's nothing worse than third down and we can't get to the quarterback.
Yeah, they're probably either going to say we're going to bulk him up slightly and try and get him more stout at the point of the attack, or they're going to say, I don't care, his pass rush ability is so great, we're going to throw him out there every play, and we'll find someone to pick up his slack, because you see that with Micah Parsons right now. Micah Parsons isn't the greatest against a run, but he can pass rush. So you take the bad with the good, and when the good is that good, you utilize it.
I agree. You can't teach speed. That's the key. You can't teach speed. Can this kid play linebacker also, or pretty much the edge?
They announced him as a linebacker.
Outside linebacker, yeah.
So,
and I will say, I didn't watch a full game, Brett. But what I did watch the film. We have our on the clock draft show where we study the players and do our draft board. And again, you brought up his production. His production in regards to stats did not match what I saw in film. I mean, he jumps off on film. You just have to translate that into the pros. And I'm with Josh in regards of I think he can, and I think he'll be a solid player. In regards to the running attack or running defense, that's where you're going to have to work on, and I think they could. But again, he's protected right now because they got Bradley Chubb, eventually, who will come back, and you got Jalen Phillips. What do you think about the second-round pick, Patrick Paul?
I know I saw, who was it, Dave Hyde was knocking the Dolphins a little bit in respect to that they needed to, we're looking for on both these picks, but second pick, especially, we're looking to fill immediate needs, but this guy, maybe a little bit of a project. I mean, all I read about him, it was that, he brings his man down. He takes his man out. And they say it may be because of it's his size. Well, he's obviously got the size. So we have not had to have a mammoth tackle like that. You can't teach, just like you can't teach speed, you can't teach size. Supposedly, once you're in his grip, he's not letting go of you. All right, as long as we're not getting pulled down for any holdings. But I'm excited about that pick because, we're not going to have another pick for till the fourth round. So I think it's an awesome pick. I mean, you never know how any of these guys are going to develop into the NFL. So you might as well have a guy with that kind of size. They say he's a freak of nature. So why don't we deserve to have a guy like that? If we have somebody following him, I know he's better pass blocker, they say, than run blocker. But obviously they need somebody to block for Tua. Okay. And I think with all the injuries we've had, we've got this big tree trunk of a guy. I think with these giant hands, I think it's a great pick. What do you guys think?
Before anyone goes, I just want to ask Dave, would you take back drafting Jordan Love as early as you did, even though he was going to sit?
God, no. I after watching Aaron Rodgers do it and then seeing successfully do it, I'm fully in love with having drafted Jordan Love when we did.
The process, I think this is the same type of process. A key position, you're letting him sit, you're developing him, and it's the guy waiting to be your future left tackle to protect whatever quarterback you draft this year, to take his position. And that was a little play on Tua because I think Tua should be. But yeah. Everyone else can go. I'm done.
So, Brett, full disclosure. Josh above you there is a Packers. A Cowboys fan, and Stager. Stager is a Packers fan. Okay. Everyone else is Dolphin fan. So on the network, we got different variety of people who cover.
That's fine.
Although I'm told I'm not a real Dolphin fan, so
you're not.
Take that for what it was.
So,
yes, you are. You just have your own opinion. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, he's not a Dolphin fan.
I love you, Misfits.
What were you saying, Brett? Go ahead.
No, I could see that. With now I see the Packers. I see the cowboy jacket when he stood up, and obviously I can't miss the cheese head here with Dave. All right, I agree. Aaron Rodgers sat. I mean, plenty of guys in the history of the way back when they'd all sit for a while, but now obviously it's instant gratification. Didn't Patrick Mahomes sit one year?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, Alex Smith. Yep.
I mean, that year helped a lot because you stick these quarterbacks into the line of fire. The first game, it's too difficult for a lot of them. I mean, the game is way too fast. And also, like you say, an offensive tackle. You don't need him getting out there and, getting his confidence killed right off the bat. I mean, we can develop guys. So I like that point. Developing someone is not such a bad thing. But, that plan doesn't always work. Because the fans, you drafted this guy in the second round. When is he going to play? We saw with Tua. When's Tua going to play? Everybody wanted him to play. Get Fitzpatrick out of there. Came in. They're saying, when are we going to bench Tua?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't make fans happy. Let's face it. You can't make fans happy. They want instant gratification. They want these kids to play. It's not like it was a few years back.
Raphael, just to answer a comment here, Raphael, the reason we cut Ogball is to save money for post June 1st, and they have already stated that they would. They're open to bringing him back, so that's why you cut Ogball.
There you go.
I'm trying to be as positive as possible because I'm trying to get on the bandwagon here.
Stager.
So I wanted to add in on what Brett with 2 T's said, the cool Brett. I wanted to add in the fact. Remember, Tom Brady sat for a year, drafted 2000, started 2001 when Bledsoe got hurt. The greats sit. That it's how it is. I've always looked at it that way. Now premium positions on what the cool Brett said was premium positions. You sit, you let them develop. Wide receivers can be the same thing. If you get the best time to take a premium position, was you don't need them. So then that way, when it comes time, you have them.
They're there.
But if you don't mind me real quick, is saying, but with the Dolphins, the only issue is you can't be then in a win now mode and also be developing, because that's for the future. And at least that's where I'm at. And I think that's where the Dolphins are right now. And it just doesn't seem like that's the smartest thing.
We develop guys, let them go elsewhere.
Exactly.
That hurts so much.
You're the best developing team.
They're going to do great.
Now what? So Austin Jackson?
Yeah.
Didn't play too well the first couple of years. Everybody thought he was a bust. He came in his own. What, his third year was it? He came in his own.
Yeah. This year,
fourth year, right?
I feel like it's fourth year.
So just because and they drafted him to be good right off the bat. They drafted Eichenberg to be starting, right away. So a lot of these guys, you think you're getting them, but the offensive line in all these positions, the game is so fast. Not everybody grasps it at the same time. And just because we think this kid 6'7" big is not going to be able to do it now, you never know how he's going to impress in camp. You never know that somebody's not going to tweak it the right way, that all of a sudden he figures it out. Same thing with Chop. You just never know how it's going to go. In the old days, you got the Cowboy fan Josh there. He's probably too young to remember Danny White. Danny White,
that's
Cowboys,
a Delaware legend.
After Roger Staubach, they sat him for a long time. He came in. I think he won a Super Bowl. Did he win a Super Bowl, White? I think he did.
I don't think Danny White did.
I thought he did win one Super Bowl.
I can't remember. I thought he did win one.
I thought he did win one. He used to have those life.
Oh, he was with he was with Dallas when they lost the one. They was it Jackie Smith? Was it tight end that dropped the ball?
Jackie Smith,
he has one,
Didn't he drop the Super Bowl 13 actually in the end zone against the
Steelers? Yeah,
that was the Steelers. So Staubach was the quarterback. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Roger Staubach. Right?
Roger was, but then when Danny White took over,
I'm old enough. I was actually at that game. 10 and 13.
Yeah, I was at that game too, Brett.
I'm sorry.
I was at that Dallas Baltimore game as well.
Oh wow!
You guys are all Dallas Cowboy fans at heart.
I was rooting for the Steelers, AFC, all the way there. That's at that time,
Did I say Bills? I meant Colts
back then, right? That was kind of big back then. I remember.
Did I say Bills? I meant Colts. Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, the Colts. It was that was Super Bowl 5, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So let me ask this very quick. We'll get back to the Dolphins. We'll get back to the draft in just a second. But Brett, again, from Caneswear, so I know you follow the Canes. You had a lot of Canes content creators at your shop recently. You had an event there. So there's still some good Canes on the board. Cam Kitchens, oh my goodness, Leonard Taylor. Who do you think should be the first Cane selected in this draft?
Yeah, we usually do a contest about that all the time. Which Canes would be the first ones off the draft? It's tough. James Williams obviously has the size.
James Williams.
He could possibly play linebacker. He had a tough year a couple of years ago because he was injured the whole year, but he still played every game. So I think because of James Williams' size, he may be the first guy drafted. I'd be surprised if at least one of these guys will be drafted in the third round, maybe two of them. Leonard Taylor, I saw some of these places had him as a first rounder. He's got all the talent in the world. He just didn't put it together at Miami.
Yes.
So I think one of those guys, maybe even I love the kid Cohen, the guard. Both those guys that went to the draft, the offensive linemen. So I was hoping they'd both be back, but they weren't. So was that Javion Cohen at Alabama?
Yeah,
he could go. So. I'm going to say it's going to be one of the safeties. So Williams or Kitchens will go first.
I think that's fair. I think James Williams, again, you brought it up. He could play safety. He could play linebacker. I think I'm trying to remember the safety who came out oh my goodness, I think it was Isaiah. Oh man, I can't. I think it was drafted Simmons. Isaiah Simmons was Clemson.
Yes.
Right. He went to Arizona. He was a safety, became a linebacker. I think Williams kind of follows that mold. It's either him or Taylor. Obviously, Kitchens is that undercard, but great
he's
point.
He's a smaller guy, but he's very cerebral. He's always where you need to be. So but that doesn't really get you much in the draft. Obviously,
no, absolutely. So
that type of guy a lot of times.
I know it's hard to quote unquote give a grade on the draft, but it's only been 2 picks, and again, we can't really give a grade until we wait a couple seasons to know how it's going to turn out. But off your personal feelings of the way the draft has gone for Miami, what grade would you give them so far?
I would give us a B. I mean, I did see before this. I saw that they got an A and a C minus. They got a C minus on the lineman. I think that's ridiculous to give a C minus. How do they even know? I know he's projected 85th in the draft, and we got him at 50. What did we get? 55th is our pick.
Yeah, 55th.
Yeah. So it's but we may have drafted him too early, but we didn't have a pick at 85. So if they wanted him, so my question is did they want Chop Robinson no matter what? Before, did they like him better than Turner? Did they like him better than Verse?
I believe, first off, I think in regards to when that pick was going down, I know people are saying Troy Fontanu. They said Chop Robinson was their guy. However, I agree with you. As Dallas Turner started to fall, I was saying Dallas Turner is probably going to be the pick for Miami. I think Miami was salivating with Dallas Turner falling. Now, again, I don't think Chop Robinson is chopped liver. I think he's a solid pick. But again, you got Latu, Verse, and then Dallas Turner coming off. You go with the next big thing. What happened, Miss Vince?
Chopped liver.
Did you like that? Yeah,
that's a good one.
I can already see the headlines right now.
Canes wear a t-shirt. He ain't chopped liver. There you go.
I hope that he's good.
So So now looking at it, I don't think the reach on Patrick Paul was as bad as now people are making out, because I'm watching Delmar Glaze from Maryland go 4 rounds before I had it, mocked at 6th and 7th round. I didn't have him that high. So I'm watching teams reach on tackles now. So Miami essentially was getting ahead of the ball game, grabbing talent there.
Fair.
It looks like all the other teams are trying to reach on way day 3 guys now down the board. So even though Patrick Paul is projected at 85 on some big board, you got to remember GM's big boards are way different than any other board.
100%.
So Patrick Paul could have been up on Greer's board the entire time and draft day saying Patrick Paul no matter what in round 2.
Well, me and Miss Fins talked about it last night, because Miss Fins, we were talking about BPA. She was like, Chop Robinson is not BPA, but again, according to our board, he may not be, but to the Miami Dolphins
GM's boards than
you know what I'm saying. So
exactly.
I'm not sure.
Just to add to what you're saying, it's not either pick. They're not bad picks because they're positions we obviously
Colts just traded
But the thing is, did we need them when we got them? And that's to me, the edge at 21, I think, was not the pick in my opinion. When you had and I said this, you weren't here, Bobby. I said this to the gentleman. I said, Miami Dolphins is used to getting good players, not great players.
Yeah.
And we got a good player in Chop. I almost said Chop liver. And with Chop Robinson.
Pork chop.
But
the dog from Doug.
Exactly, pork chop, exactly. But there were great players left that we could have picked at 21. And we would have still been able to pick a good edge in the second round. So to me, that's the way I see it. I wish that we would have gotten a great player, not just a good player at 21. 21 is too expensive to be getting a good player.
Let me ask you that. Let me. Oh, go ahead, Brett. I'm sorry.
We got Jalen Phillips an edge at what, 15? Was he 15th in the draft when we picked him?
18th.
I think so.
18th.
It was 18. And I thought at that time, even though I know Jalen and he's a great guy, and I thought, okay, should we have had the running back from Alabama that went to Pittsburgh?
Lanaji.
Yes. Now I look, I mean, if Jalen Phillips doesn't get hurt last year, to me, he was a Pro Bowler. So you don't know what these guys are going to turn out to be. Chop
Great
has
point.
talent that you can't teach. Like I said,
true.
maybe if the Dolphins really wanted him, maybe he's going to be special. It's hard to grade these drafts. I mean, I can give it a B, a C, an A. It's hard to grade them till a few years later. That's the trick. They should be grading these drafts 2 years later.
100%.
Not 3 years.
And what I was going to say with Ms. Fins is, I can understand her point about, we know what are the great players when we're looking at boards and we're following to the good players, but we don't know a year from now, 2 years from now, if Chop is going to be a great player. 2 years from now, we go, man, he was one of the great players to come out of this draft. So I get your point, Ms. Fins, but again, it's like, it's a wait and see. And I love what I saw in the film. I'm excited to see what he can bring. What I love is that people keep saying a project. We got 2 guys in front of him, and we don't know. We know Jalen Phillips looks great. He looks like I saw him at the DCC. He's walking without limp. I don't know how he feels internally, but he looks like he's ahead of the curve. I don't know about Bradley Chubb, but I know that Chop Robinson is not going to be like, hey, throw him in the fire. He's going to be able to grow and get better and maybe make some impact plays when we're not even like AVG. We lost Andrew Van Ginkel. Van Ginkel wasn't your starter at something, but he was when he would come in. You knew he was on the field because he was making a play, whether it's pressuring the quarterback, sacking, fumble. Steve, I know you've been quiet. I know you want to say something. What are your thoughts?
No. I was going to piggyback on what you were saying. You're exactly right about that. He was always on AVG. He was always around the ball. He was just that type of player. He had the smell for the ball.
Yeah, but think about this, Steve. We just lost arguably the 3rd best defensive tackle in the league in Christian Wilkins, right? We could have had a D tackle in that position at 21 to replace a glaring huge hole, because you can get somebody who's gonna sit after Phillips comes back, after Phillips comes back, and that's what he's going to do. Chop, at least what we think he's gonna do. You know what I mean? So to me, if you're gonna spend a first round pick, I want a guy that's gonna start day one, not a guy that's gonna, even if he starts, he's still gonna be benched afterwards. You see what I mean? Like,
let me just push back in just a second. Let me just push back just a little bit, and Brett, I'll let you take it. But I would say though too, again, it's not like he's benched. It's the same thing as AVG. He's a rotational player. Eventually, he will start, but he's a rotational player. He's gonna come on and off the field. He's gonna make an impact. It's not a guy. It's like Cam Smith or like Channing Tindall, which of course those were 2nd, 3rd round picks. Dolphin fans need to, you know what I mean? But he's going to be someone who's going to be making. He's going to be involved very heavily in defense. I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you. My only point is that I don't think expecting him to be a starter is fair for him. I think, but him being a rotational player, I think he could be that guy day one. Absolutely. At 21? Absolutely.
You're not supposed to be drafting rotational players at 21. You want to draft for players who are starting in the first round.
But who's starting day one for Miami at edge rusher? Who's your starters day one for edge rusher?
Like I've told you
we
before,
have Shaquille and Cameron Good.
Who?
Shaquille Barry and Cameron Good. We're by committee, aren't we? Aren't we by committee? Isn't that the Miami Dolphins?
I think Chop Robinson would have more talent to be over Cameron Good. But here's what let's tie it all together. Remember what I said when Phillips was drafted? You can never have enough pass rushers, like ever. You always see
Mike McDaniel said the same thing. Didn't he just say that? No one's ever said you have too many pass rushers.
And Mike McDaniel said it a couple years ago when they got Chubb. I would draft one and add one every effing year if I have to. Because that's what good teams do. So, do you remember Seattle when they drafted Bruce Irvin? Everybody was like, that was a dumb pick. Why did they do that? It's not because he played what was called the elephant role, where he moved around and played stand-up. He played edge. So, even with Phillips and Chubb on the field, there's still a role for Chop Robinson. And Brendan asked, how do you disguise his run deficiencies? Well, a lot of it, he's going to be standing up a lot. He's going to be playing behind Chubb and Phillips, who actually Phillips got better against the run. He stopped shooting inside, which is nice. So you're going to see him a lot standing up, possibly being pushed inside to inside backer, playing a little bit different role. They're going to get creative with him. I know that because they've already talked about that. So I see all three being on the field at the same time. They've even talked about that. So when you look at pass rush, look at it more as a receiver thing where you're going to have multiple playing at once. It's not going to be pure starter. So I 100% agree that I am not drafting projects in the first round. I'm not making a hat, especially when the last.
Y'all see the pick?
I saw it. There you go.
Jermaine Burt, that's a sneaky ad.
Plus this quarterback's kind of good.
He's got attitude issues, off the field issues.
Let me. But no, this is good value at this pick. Let me go ahead and let me and everybody say a quick prayer. Okay, let's all pray very quick because I'm gonna let Fitzstanza. I let Fitzstanza talk. He's been nipping at the bit, and go ahead.
No, I'm deferring to Malloy. He's been waiting longer.
Malloy talked.
No, I'm good.
Come on, Uncle Si, speak.
Just remember, we don't got all night. We have a couple hours, but we don't have all night.
It's actually nice to have a positive Brett on the network. Thank you, Brett, for everything that you do. This Putz in the corner who continues to mope and gripe about Greer and this team. Honest. No, that's not honesty. This is just gripe. It's just
I said Greer made the right decision by going with the edge rusher in the first round.
I have said some really crazy things on this network. But for someone to actually say with a straight face that we would be happy day one having Shaq Barrett at 31 and a 6th round pick in Cameron Good with
I
no
never
backup
said happy, sir.
No, depth. Are you talking about?
If you're not happy with Cameron Good, it's not good.
This is a guy who tripped on his own 2 feet, getting to the Buffalo Bills in the final game of the season and injured himself for the rest of the year. That's the Cameron Good you want.
Listen,
I didn't interrupt you. I've been quiet for an hour.
Not with your face. Not with your face, though. You've been pretty loud with your face.
It's been
bro.
so peaceful, too.
I am so good to you, and all you do is whack me back in the face. I'm just
Go ahead.
Canadians need
in the end, for me, the way that the Miami Dolphins, I'll say this again and again and again. The window for them, whether they say it's a transition year or whatever it is now. The players they drafted, Greer thinks in 2-year windows whether he's on the hot seat or not. If he wants to win this year, he's going to win with veterans. He's not going to win with rookies. So when I made the joke last night about Graham Barton, I made the joke that in Chris Greer's mind, he believes with Butch Berry's development that the veterans he has now in the Robert Joneses and the Liam Eichenbergs and if they can get Connor Williams back, the signing of Brewer, Kendall Lamb, Keon Smith, that's who their core is. If they go get a Reisner, great. But they have more belief in that and have more value in that this year than they do in drafting an interior offensive lineman to start this year. Or else they would have found a way to keep Hunt. Chop Robinson for me gives me a greater confidence with Anthony Weaver that we've solidified our edge rushers, that we don't have to rush. The same way we don't have to rush Paul, we don't have to rush Jalen Phillips back for the sake of rushing him back. The same way we had to rush Jalen Ramsey. You know how badly we want Jalen Ramsey back? Because our core of because Carrico, who was a disaster last year, Needham was not great. So in the end, for me, having Chop Robinson, having Patrick Paul, for me, I'm content with these picks because I'm not surprised by these things. Bobby knows this better than anybody. Everyone knows where my Achilles heel is with this team. If he continues to grow as a head coach and develop and utilizes his players to the best of their ability, I believe the third wide receiver is still missing. I wanted a more staunch running back. I wanted a power back because, like Brett was saying, that for me on third, me and Malloy and I talk about this all the time. Third and 2, 4th and 1. There's no way we're running the football. We all know what's going to happen. You might as well bring Gesicki back because you're throwing the football. So for me, in the end, these picks are okay with me. They don't surprise me. They are picks that the Miami Dolphins and Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel were going to make. Period.
They're good picks, Vincenzo?
I'm happy with Chop Robinson.
Are they good picks? Yes or no?
Yes, they're fine picks for me.
Not great picks, and that's my point. See, I want great picks.
She sets you up on that one.
But I didn't expect great picks from the Miami Dolphins. You're not getting it.
Correct.
For example, the picks. Look at the picks that they picked this year are not picks that they feel are going to take them to a championship. Most of the picks that they're making today, for example, let's say the Kansas City Chiefs, they're defending Super Bowl champions. I'm just using it as an example. Xavier Worthy is not going to be a guaranteed superstar next year. The old lineman they just drafted is not going to be a guaranteed number day one starter with Andy Reid. But the Buffalo Bills have to do it because they're depleted. What the Miami Dolphins did today were depth pieces because they have other stars that can, or other veterans that can play the roles. Right now, where they're missing every role they have, every position, whether it's Kendall Fuller or Poyer, every position right now has been finalized in their mind heading into camp with the veterans that they have. And now they are complementing them with depth, because what ended up happening last year was we ran out of depth. So I'm totally fine that in a pinch, the Patrick Paul can go in and develop and sit. Chop Robinson is going to play the first 3 or 4 games, but the moment Phillips comes back, he is benched. He will sit and rotate. That is not a big deal for me. He will rotate in and out. He'll rotate in and out. He will not be the starter. He'll be like a 6th man. That's how I see it. I'm okay with that. For me, every time we go to a game and I see that one guy got injured, I go, oh my God, who are we putting in the game? Now, I like who they drafted for the depth, because for me, I want a veteran team this year. I don't want guys coming out of the draft necessarily. For me, I'm okay with Butch Berry and with Anthony Weaver and with Austin Clark and with the group that they have there, that they're going to bring in the veterans, because I think Justin Simmons will be there this year. I think Dalton Risner will be on this team this year. I am very content with what they've done in the draft. That's just my opinion.
Evan, you forgot this point. It proves your point a little bit. You don't draft for need. That's part of what you're saying.
But edge rusher's never a need.
Hold on.
Edge rusher is always a position that anybody should draft. You never have enough edge rushers. You never have enough edge rushers.
I agree. Hold on, Evan. Go ahead, Brett.
So a quick question. Chop Robinson, he always was on the line, or did he ever drop back in linebacker and coverage in college?
Maryland had him on the line a lot. Penn State.
Yeah, he played for Maryland. I think he played at linebacker.
A year? Okay, so I mean, how do we know this guy can't pass coverage? I mean, he's so fast. He is that 10 yards. That
he can do it in short spaces.
Yeah. So, but when he, how do we know when he's coached that way? I mean, obviously these guys at Maryland, they don't have the best coaching in the world. Even I know they had Manny Diaz at Penn State and everything like that. But when they've got more guys coaching them and the linebackers coach, how do we know he's not going to turn into? I mean, I know it's an if. Whoa. When you have that kind of speed and you can run that well, I mean, you never know what's going to turn out. But if he plays, let's say like you say, Finstanza, he's going ahead and in the 4th game, he's just going in for what, maybe 10 plays on 3rd down? 10 plays. I mean, can he if he's that fast, can he put a pressure on the quarterback a couple of times?
I believe so.
That's what you need. I mean, 1 sack a game and you're an all-pro.
Yep.
Absolutely. Greg Miney said that.
Good point.
He's very much in a situation like Cam Wake was when we had Jason Taylor and Joey Porter, where Cam Wake came in and was just kind of like a rotational guy, speed rusher, forced Tom Brady to throw an interception to Channing Crowder, one of his only interceptions of his career. And the next year, Cam Wake took on the role for Joey Porter. And then him and
how much do we love Cam Wake?
Yeah.
And now I'm not comparing Chop Robinson to Cam Wake. His situation.
And anyway, and where was Cam Wake drafted in the NFL draft?
He wasn't.
Exactly.
He was cut for the Giants and then went to college.
He went to Canada, right? And he was a stud in Canada. Where Canada usually doesn't translate to the NFL, but they didn't think he was good enough. So if you would have drafted him in the 7th round, you would have said, "Wow, this guy, what are we gonna?" And look how great he turned. So you just never know how good somebody's going to be when they're drafted. I mean, it could be a completely different player.
He also was a Penn State guy. He was a Joe Pa guy, but he was.
So we had that Ohio State guy a couple of years ago. Since you got that Ohio State sign there, Brett. Who'd we get? We had in the 2nd round. Who's the guy we had as a linebacker? He got hurt in the 1st game in the exhibition game.
Raekwon McMillan. That one's the one that breaks my heart.
I thought he was going to be a beast. And what happened?
That knee injury. Special teams guy. I still think he would have been good if not for that knee injury. Jerome Baker, on the other hand, I wasn't a fan when he was played Ohio State. I don't hate the guy at all, but he wasn't that good in college, and then gets the NFL, and he wasn't that good either. I thought he was a serviceable linebacker, but that's all he ever was. But when we drafted him, I was like, oh, maybe he was turning into something with his coverage, but he was just kind of
I just saw it too. Yeah, that's a good pick.
He was my number 1 feedback in the draft.
Blake Corum. I don't want to be a downer here.
Wow.
Shut up, Josh.
You're always a downer.
Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
I think Blake Corum. I think he's going to bust. I just don't see it. He doesn't have the juice. I don't think he has the ability to run inside. He's not big enough. I don't see it with him.
Big in Michigan. He did have a lot of running room inside in Michigan that you're not going to have in the NFL.
I just don't see it. I don't think he can run between the tackles.
The one thing I think that he does really good job of, and there's two guys that did it really well, is play low to the ground and cut. That was LaDainian Thomas and Frank Gore. He does a lot of those similar where he stays low, cuts in and out, and stays on his feet.
Very strong
like those guys do.
You are correct.
But I not comparing him to those two, but he has that kind of style. But I think he can be good in the NFL, especially with the Rams. But
McVay will have him set. He's good.
But he's going to remember that's going to be more of an outside zone. So I think that's going to be more. Of course, they run a little bit inside zone there too. But
Josh
he
just hates everybody I like. That's what it is.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for having me tonight. I do need to bow out, but I appreciate it, Bobby, as always.
Always,
Steve,
my friend.
Stanza, Josh, Mr. Brett, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, look, guys, I'm telling you, always a good pleasure, Mr.
Good night, my
Cheesehead.
friend.
Much
Thank you as always.
appreciate you. Yes, and I will catch you guys later. Have a good
All
night,
right,
guys.
Miss Vince. Take care, Miss Vince.
Don't forget, guys, Monday morning, catch Miss Finn's live for her draft
8 a.m.
reaction.
Eastern.
8 a.m. Eastern.
Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern.
There you go.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. All right, that was Miss Finn's. Catch her at the Miss Finn's YouTube channel, 8 a.m. Brett?
Guys, quick question. I was really disappointed when we did not make a move for Justin Fields. Not that I wanted to replace Tua, okay? Because the Tua family is great. They come to the store and everything like that. Great people.
There you go.
That being said, with what the Eagles do, I mean, with Jalen Hurts, I mean, that would be perfect. When we can't get a yard, if you can, I mean, to get Jordan, you could have got him to be that kind of quarterback, and also the Wildcat. And I still think he's going to turn out to be a good quarterback. I mean, under the right system. So, do you think the Dolphins would not have considered that because they didn't want to mess with Tua's mojo, or do you think they just were sleeping and didn't think about it for a 6th-round pick?
Yeah, no, I'll just say this, and whoever wants to go next, just put your finger up. I just want to say very quick. I think that they could have made a move for any one of these guys who lost their job. I mean, look what Jacksonville did with Mac Jones, Sam Howell, Justin Fields with Pittsburgh with Russell Wilson. Who has the other one from the Steelers who they moved?
Kenny Pickett?
Mitch Trubisky. Kenny Pickett. Sorry, Kenny Pickett.
Same thing.
No, you look at what Jacksonville did with Trevor Lawrence. They bring in Mac Jones. We know Mac Jones is not a starter. He's not going to challenge Trevor Lawrence. But you feel better if you're a Jaguars fan that, God forbid, Trevor goes down. You have a guy who probably win you a game or two. You look Sam Howell or whatever. Justin Fields.
Sam Howell, by the way, I love that kid. I think. Yeah. He did not play bad this year for Washington. He will be the quarterback in Seattle eventually.
I was at that game, and he actually had some plays that were very impressive.
But again, they bring back Geno Smith, and they trade for Sam Howell. Okay, again, if Geno goes down, don't you feel better that you have a Sam Howell back there to come in and? Yeah. Well, you look at the Steelers right now. They brought in Russell Wilson on obviously like $1 basically, and you bring in Justin Fields. Russell Wilson goes down. You go, Justin, come in. Miami, we know who the quarterback is. We know Tua's the quarterback, but God forbid, Tua goes down or something happens. Here comes Mike White. How are we feeling? I'm not hating on Mike White. But it's like all I'm saying is that I would feel better if we had a starting like a guy who could come in, start a game or two, a starting caliber backup.
I thought Sam Howell originally would be the guy that I really thought they would trade for Sam Howell, but I just don't think I don't think McDaniel wants to put the pressure and the heat on Tua. He's riding with Tua, and I don't know what it is, but there's no way we're getting another quarterback, in my opinion. I would like to, I thought maybe Bo Nix would fall and we'd say, okay, we'll take a shot at him. I think Tua may be the guy, but it's not. You can never have enough good quarterbacks.
I would have loved. No, thank you. I would have loved Bo Nix big time.
Oh, Josh was talking about him. Go ahead, Stager.
I was going to say I'm watching Mel's best QBs right here, and there's plenty of options for Miami.
Joe Milton, man, I love Joe Milton.
Not even him. I'm talking the Florida State QB is still there. You still got Spencer
Michael
Rattler
Pratt
still sitting there. You still got Michael Pratt from Tulane. Perfect.
I think you should draft a quarterback on basically every year.
100%.
100%. Yeah.
1,000%.
I agree, Brett.
Ron Wolf.
I'm going to disagree on Justin Fields, Brett. I respect your opinion, but I've watched the guy. I've watched my Packers face him 6 times now, and our defensive players have said word for word, we want him to play quarterback because we know he will screw it up. That's what killed it for me.
But let me just get this back to you, Dave. Again, this wouldn't be making him the starter. We know who the starter is.
I don't want him on the team.
You know what?
With Mike McDaniel.
At any point.
Go ahead, Brett.
Yeah, Wildcat type quarterback, or a guy that we just put, like that whole new Eagle philosophy. I mean, there's nothing worse than when you can't get a 4th and 1 or a 3rd and 1.
He's going to cost more on top of it. He's going to cost more on top of as a backup. I'd rather go. McDaniel's system relies on a QB that has to throw. Justin can't throw. Wildcat system with him, it's not going to work.
But I do think. Go ahead, Brett. Go ahead.
Sorry. So here's a conversation we had before. This system is a little bit more precise in a sense because you have to be accurate and all that to throw to the spots of the field. And while I would have liked an athletic freak as a backup, unfortunately, you can't like change the system like midweek. So if Tua does get hurt, it's kind of hard to like revamp it. Although someone who's more athletic, like Sam Howell, I think would have been a perfect fit to adapt the offense to if Tua does get hurt. And let's be honest, Tua has been healthy for 1 full season. One.
True.
So
true.
The backup position at quarterback, to me, I still don't feel comfortable with just anybody as a backup until Tua can prove to me that he's been healthy for all the years. But I do agree. I need to draft the quarterback every year. And if I end up having an issue where, hey, I have 2 good quarterbacks, I'm trading one, then so be it. But we need a better backup situation. I definitely agree with that, and I do agree that Sam Howell would have been perfect because at least he was a gunslinger, and at worst he could make moves with his legs. You're probably still going to win a whole lot of games, but you're going to be in a lot better situation than you would be with, I don't know, Mike White. My opinion. But I get what you're saying with like Justin Fields, like using creatively and stuff.
It's just a 6th round pick. I mean, that was like I did like Howell a lot better, but for the 6th round pick, I don't think. I mean, I still can't believe the Bears traded him for a 6th round pick.
Yeah.
Nobody viewed him as a starter, so they're not going to give up that much.
And Josh and I were at the Senior Bowl that year that what's his name was drafted. Pickett was drafted, and we watched him wide open. No, it's just throwing routes, and he was taking checkdowns. Like, dude, just throw the ball. He refused to throw the ball downfield. Where Sam Howell and some of the other ones, they were throwing it downfield.
Pick for the Browns.
Hold on, you said Pickett?
Yeah.
Okay.
You remember that?
Yeah. I was just making sure you weren't.
Like, he's like throwing checkdowns, dude.
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody. It's just throwing routes that he's throwing checkdowns, and that was rough to watch. And
I was just making sure you weren't talking trash about my guy.
His small hands couldn't hang on the ball that way.
We called him. What do we call him? Whopper Jr.
Oh yeah. But no, honestly, backup quarterback for the Dolphins has been something that I really think has been an opportunity to improve.
Look how many quarterbacks got injured this year.
Oh,
I mean, only a handful.
Yeah.
There weren't that many. Tua were one of the few that made it the whole season. What did Cleveland go through? 12?
Yeah, that's right.
Flacco came off the couch and hooked in the playoffs. I love it.
Hey, but that's a good point. That point right there, Dave, you just made. Like, I mean, look how many years. Actually, Brett, you brought up the point about draft one every year. The Packers, Ron Wolf had that philosophy.
Exactly.
And I mean, how many quarterbacks did they have in the '90s go play for other teams into the early 2000s? The list is forever. And they got picks for some of those guys too. And you see all that, and you see these guys like. Remember the Packers, Matt Flynn? He got paid off of one performance. These guys
didn't even get to start. He got paid a ton of money just for guaranteed money in Seattle.
Yep, and he never even played because they drafted Russell Wilson. But you see, like, having that backup that knows the system, that fits your system. Yeah, he might be a system quarterback and might be terrible elsewhere, but he's good in your system like Nick Foles was in that system. Like, it's perfect to have a great backup.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been the Packers had a few quarterbacks. I mean, Garofalo, did he go for a first rounder when he left the Patriots? Or did he go for a second rounder?
I think it was a second rounder.
It was 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Yeah. Okay, not bad for a guy that was drafted. What was he, mid-round draft pick?
He was a third round pick, I believe.
Out of Miami, Ohio, wasn't it?
No, he was in.
No, not in Miami, huh?
He was in what, Eastern Illinois?
Yes, that's what it was.
The same where Tony Romo and Sean Payton went. He actually broke all their records, I think.
Good pick for 49. Oh, here come the tackles. The actual ones.
Yeah, Dominic Puny was a good pick by the 49ers. They traded up to get him.
Friend of mine's mad. He's been wanting. Who did he say he wanted?
Let me run through these trades very quick. I mean, this draft, this round. Yeah, let me go through this round very quick, guys. The Jets open up the third round. They got Malachi Corley out of Western Kentucky. I like that pick. Troy Benson out of Florida State goes to Arizona. Offensive guard Brandon Coleman out of TCU goes to Washington. Tackle Caden Wallace out of Penn State going to New England.
Early.
Who did that? Junior Carlson off the board to the Chargers in Michigan. That's a great pick. Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky corner to the Giants. Isaiah Adams, Illinois tackle, going to the Cardinals. Linebacker Trevin Wallace out of Kentucky going to Carolina. Love this pick for the Cowboys. Cooper Bebe, Kansas State offensive guard, going 73 to Dallas. Braylon Trice out of Washington goes to Atlanta, edge rusher. Kareem, if it's standard, you're going to have to help me. Agadiji?
It's correct. It's Kieran Amagadiji.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I butcher names, Brett. Just let you know. I'm horrible at names.
He butchers his own last name.
I do the same, Bobby, all the time.
Thank you.
He can't even pronounce his own last name, Brett.
Hey, guys, I got to cut out of here.
All right, Steve.
So, I appreciate you having me on tonight.
I'll see you tomorrow, Steve.
Yes, sir. You all have a great evening.
Have a good one, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Good night. Good night.
Steve, you can get Steve Malloy and Rob after our second hour of draft coverage tomorrow for day 3. We'll start off obviously with a special episode of Fins Talk today, and then Rob and Steve will hop in with Fitzstanza later. Okay, so carrying on, Yale offensive tackle goes to the Bears. Jonah Ellis from Utah goes to Denver, another edge rusher. Here's the one that Stager brought up, Maryland offensive lineman DeMar Glaze going to the Raiders.
Big reach.
Delmar in Maryland.
Yeah. Southern Cal safety Kellen Bullock, who some Dolphin fans really liked, goes to Houston. Matt Goncalves, Pittsburgh offensive tackle, goes to Indianapolis. Replacement for T. Higgins, Jermaine Barton out of Alabama goes to Cincinnati. Christian Hines, guard out of UConn, goes to Seattle. Tip Ryman, Illinois tight end, goes to Arizona. Blake Corum out of Michigan goes to LA. Roman Wilson, Michigan wide receiver, goes to Pittsburgh. Zach Zinter, Michigan guard. 3 Michigan players off the board in a row there.
They're going to have to wait for Zinter, I believe, because Zinter tore his ACL, right?
Yes, he did.
Michigan's had a lot of players drafted this draft.
And Cowboys are up.
So the funny thing is, I mentioned Delmar Glaze and I said Delmar in Maryland because there's actually a Delmar, Maryland. But he's from Charlotte, North Carolina. So it's I don't know. I find it funny. Look at me.
It's funny for us locals.
Yeah.
You mentioned T. Higgins. So the Bengals are looking at trading him possibly. He wants out, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Him and Trey Hendrickson.
Yes.
What are the Bengals going to get for him? And would the Dolphins be interested in a big receiver?
That would be something I could see him doing. Is after this draft saying, "Okay, I got picks for next year." That's such a Miami thing to do. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take these picks and give them to you, and I'm getting T. Higgins. If you have the money to do it.
What would you get? Okay, that's it. He's coming up to a contract year.
Yeah.
How much is he going to get?
He's on his 5th-year option currently.
Yeah.
I think.
No.
I mean, how much is a wide receiver going to get like him?
About $120,000 or $20 million.
$120,000
for 4 years. $120 million for 4 years.
That's a lot of money.
He will.
100%.
He's not getting $30 million a year.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
He's just the next one up.
Tyreek Hill money. He's not getting Tyreek Hill money.
I mean, the wide receiver market is inflated right now.
The market's going up.
And Wilkins got overpaid.
Wilkins got. I think Hunt got overpaid more than Wilkins did.
Yeah, I wouldn't have paid either one of them what they got paid. I'm just saying.
Josh,
let me ask you guys this:
do you want me to tell you, or do you want me to guess?
Just tell me.
If you already know,
I'm not gonna break it for everybody else.
So let me ask this question:
I like.
Is there anybody still on the board? Brett, Finstanza, Dolphin fans, or even Josh or Dave, if unbiased, could say something for the Dolphins. Is there anyone on the board right now that you would say, hey, if I'm Miami, I could trade up for this guy?
Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Okay, out of Oregon, wide receiver. Okay.
Yeah.
Jatavion Sanders still up there too.
If I'm the Dolphins, we're talking here.
Yes.
The only issue I have with Troy Franklin is because he's going to a Mike McDaniel offense, and receivers are needed to run block there. He does not run block at all. So I don't see Troy Franklin going to Miami.
How about this? Jalen Wright.
Running back, right? Out of
That's
Tennessee.
an extra good pick by Dallas. I like it. Leah
Yeah, I
Fowler
like it
is a beast.
Ooh.
Oh, solid pick. Yeah, for sure.
Javon Baker.
Yes. I love Javon Baker.
I think considering we're missing our third rounder, they want what we got a 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
No,
1, 5, 2, 6, and a 7.
1, 5, 2, 6, and 7.
So we don't have a 3rd or a 4th.
Yeah.
Correct. So
Yes.
yes, I don't see them trading because I mean it's a crapshoot obviously, but you never know what you're going to get there. So I don't.
They have the press conference. I don't see them trading up at this point.
Is Cam Hart?
They said they're still talking. They're still considering. They're still moving around. They're still
Greer said the
making
same
phone
thing
calls.
yesterday, and he did. This morning he was going to trade up, and he never did. Come on.
I thought.
No,
I
he didn't
thought-
say.
I
He
thought
said
he
last
was
night
gonna
that they
trade
were trying
down.
to.
And they might
I
try
thought
Cam
again
Hart
today.
still on the board?
Traded down and still got Chop Robinson a few picks later.
So they turned down 5 or 6 calls, they said, to trade down. And then they try to trade up. So
Cam Hart's still on the board. Yeah.
kind of ticked off the teams, I guess, that wanted to trade up.
Damn, Green Bay's pick is already in? Wow. That was quick.
Who do you think you're going?
Oh,
I don't know because I got the
Marshawn
linebacker I
Lloyd,
wanted
running
today.
back,
I wanted
goes to Green
Cooper.
Bay.
I got
Marshawn Lloyd, USC running back.
Marshawn Lloyd?
We got Marshawn?
Yep, going to Green Bay.
And
What do you guys need him
told-
for?
You yelled at me
like
because I
Lloyd.
said I wanted Trey Burton. Oh, Trey Benson. not
No,
Trey
there was a list of 5 running backs I wanted. He was number 4.
Dallas
I am
needs one.
happy with Marshawn Lloyd.
The Dolphins need a running back. That's such an unpopular take, but I don't care. I love Achane. I think he's going to be explosive. But I'm not giving him
Savon Ahmed, our savior.
This-
Again, he's back. That
I
guy.
heard that all year. Wait, guys, Jeff Wilson, when he gets back, he's going to save our run game. I'm
I
like,
like
Jeff
this.
Wilson, Mr. Upright.
Exactly.
Like, I like Jeff Wilson, but he's just
Yeah,
an
next
upright
one
runner that
games. Who do we beat? He had the great game against somebody, and then we didn't use him again.
That was 2022.
No, last year he came back. He had a solid game, and then he wasn't really used much at all. Forgot who it was against that he had the solid game.
I know. Well, Dallas, he had the drive.
Maybe
He
Yeah,
ran.
maybe it was a drive against Dallas.
He had
I
yeah,
think
because he had a
Achane's gonna
couple
be
good
fine.
drives to keep the couple good runs to keep the clock going.
I just wish they'd use Achane a little bit differently. I wish they'd get some more screens to him. I mean, and not just a little side screen. I wish they. I wish the bullet. I just to the real screens. Let the guys come in, flip it to them, and that'd be great for Achane. Once
I
he
think
gets
they were
that speed
trying,
going.
and I think when he got hurt and trying to bring him back, I think that kind of just made everything stagnant.
Still amazing. I mean, I know he was 13 yards a carry, but still by far the number one average per carry in the league, and he had over 100 rushes.
And he's explosive, but obviously you're not going to give him the ball more than about 15 times a game,
Mhm.
or not even close.
Not even that.
Close.
Yeah.
You're going to give him like 10 touches total a game,
Mhm.
and but I mean they try to get him involved in the screens. They try to get Mostert involved in the screens, but for some reason the timing with
Thank you,
Tua to the
Smith
screens is
goes.
just
Good pick
so
for Tampa
off.
Bay.
I don't know what it
I
is.
agree. I mean, you're obviously not super high on Tua, correct?
No.
He loves him.
Sorry. Brett
He's
and
not
Tua are
super
like,
high on much. Period.
Did you figure that out, Brett?
Well, the funny thing is, I really want. I mean, I put on Twitter. I mean, I put a little poll out. I want Herbert versus Twitter. Who did the Dolphins? 99% of the Dolphins fans wanted Tua. I did want Herbert badly at that time.
Herbert was the guy to go with.
Yeah, wanted Herbert badly because 4 different offensive coordinators. He had Mario as a coach, who was a quarterback killer. And it's just that I thought he could be special. He's as athletic. He's more athletic than Tua, and the guy's quite sharp. So it was a dumb move. But that being said, okay, now that Tua is here, I think Tua can win games. The question is, Can he make something out of nothing? That's what you have to do in the playoffs. That's what Mahomes does. Josh Allen does. You got to make something out of nothing. Can Tua do that? That's my concern here.
That's a great point.
And Brett, that's if you watch Finstock OT with Greg Miney, that's something he has said that multiple times, and he talks about making plays off schedule. Your first two reads don't always go as planned. They're not always going to go as planned, and now you have to adapt. And it's not always like being the athleticism, and people just think like that's what we're saying. Like, no, he has to like say, okay, well, in this situation, this linebacker likes to cheat up and do that, which leaves me space to throw to this back, and I'll take that all day. Stuff like that. And he's not seeing it, but I think working with the quarterback coaches he's working with, they're going to push that kind of stuff a little bit. Like, it's not just the physical, it's also the mental. So I'm hoping that kind of answers that there.
Ooh, good pick by freaking Cardinals again. Elijah
Jones, yeah.
Oh.
And Green Bay's back on the clock.
I know.
Now, obviously, not all those picks are going to work out. However, they're giving themselves a lot of really high-profile picks that if only a handful of them work out, they're in good shape.
Elijah Jones, that kid can ball for a DB.
This might be Spencer Rattler here to Green Bay.
No. Listen, I'll take it. I'm a Rattler guy, so
I know you are. I know you are.
I would be all about Rattler for the Dolphins. Like,
so would I.
I'd be about it.
Bobby keeps giving me that look every time I say his name.
Because he's taken that. He had to grow up. He had to learn.
He had no offensive line in South Carolina, and he was dropping dimes last year.
And he grew up. He went from that like.
I could say that about Johnny Manziel too.
He had no accountability for his own
horrible
play.
comparison,
and that was terrible. That was on him. Well,
it is a bad comparison.
Well, Johnny Manziel is a partier, but they both had terrible mentalities. But Spencer Rattler seemingly
Johnny never grew up. That's
what is. Can somebody explain me? Maybe I'm just being dumb here, but what's FOMO mean? FOMO.
Fear of missing out.
Fear of missing
thank you.
Opportunity or fear of missing out.
My wife tweeted that. I was wondering. My wife tweeted this. My wife wrote, "I'm having Dateline NBC FOMO right now. NFL draft hashtag." So I'm like, "What the heck is she talking about?" So okay, fear of missing. So she's missing Dateline because of the draft. Tough. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, how often I do that? My brother-in-law will text me. He's 10 years younger than me. He'll text me.
No one told me this time.
Look, what does that even mean?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
It's okay.
No
Don't
spoiling.
call me, sir. I work for a living.
There you go. All right. Let me see here.
By the way, Jatavian Sanders, yes, for Miami. I know we don't use.
That was saying he's still on the board. I mean, that would be.
Or Cade Stover from Ohio State. Ignore that.
I like him.
Oh, I can't believe the Packers took him.
I thought the Trey Benson pick was a great pick.
No, I'm just messing with it. I don't know
It's
who you guys took.
What I would want is Devontae Walker. That's a guy that Packers met with, and it would add on to the wide receiver.
Is that the kid from? No, that's not the kid from North Carolina.
You're going to be disappointed.
That's him, right?
I'm happy with the draft already.
I think that kid's almost played against Miami. He's awesome.
Josh Wallace. Oh my bad.
Completely forgot the Packers signed Josh Jacobs.
I haven't even seen it yet. Miss Fins.
Oh, I like this pick.
Oh,
Dave, I'm surprised. I forgot about Josh Jacobs to the Packers, and then
now we got Jacobs and Lloyd, and AJ Dillon's going to be gone by.
Dylan's gone. Yeah, I guarantee they're going to trade him out.
He's a camp body. He was signed for a very low end vet minimum deal to come back. He's
like he was in that system. He did well in the system. But you know who I can see going after him as the depth for running back is the Ravens.
Maybe, but he might go to another system. You got San Francisco, he knows the system. You got the Rams, he knows the system. You got Miami, he could go down there.
I'd be okay with him in Miami because he would offer what we're lacking.
He's the softest 250-pound running back I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I mean,
of course, commercial when I have to watch.
Who is?
AJ Dillon. Softest 250-pound running back I've ever seen. The guy wants to go east-west when he's not a lateral runner. He's a north-south, bury the shoulder. But for some reason, last couple of years, he just wants to let up.
Cardinals have a nice draft there. So, guys, today, a friend of mine was in Darren Smith. Josh obviously knows him from the Cowboys. Great guy. Played for the Miami Hurricanes. Talking about, the quarterbacks today that especially in college, they're all like looking at the sideline all the time. Like they can't make those decisions on their own. I think that translates to the NFL when they need to make the plays on their own. Like Peyton Manning would go ahead and, those guys would have to be, I mean, the last second he would change that Omaha play or whatever it was. Nowadays these guys are spoon-fed from the sidelines that it's like it takes a special guy to break out of that.
Isaac, I love.
So that's the problem I have with Tua and some others, that they've got to go ahead and, they don't have that innate ability to make it happen when they need to.
Who was the quarterback recently that was calling his own plays?
You're going to love the pick.
It was a young quarterback. I know Purdy, that's what they were praising him for, his intelligence.
Was it? Yeah, because you don't see that too often anymore.
Yeah, it's something that, it was Dak. Dak was calling his own plays.
Was he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. He calls his own audibles, I'll tell you that.
And that's the problem. The quarterbacks can't do that. They can call their own plays. I mean, they're so much ahead of the game than what the guy calls from the sidelines. I mean, they can read it. That's what separates the great ones.
And it was, I've said before, the whole thing with Tua, I feel like it's another McVay situation where he's feeding them information all the way to the end with McVay and Goff, and that's cutting into the time to audible and all that. He's telling them what to look for when he sees this and that, and then the mic cuts off. So then it's like, well, crap! Now I got to get the play in. I get to the line of scrimmage. Well, he didn't finish telling me. Now what do I do in this situation? I don't know. And that's where Brady was so good. It's like, if you give me this look, I know what you're going to do, and I'm going to tear apart your tendencies. And that's why defenses always had to get creative with him or find what works and keep attacking it until he found an answer.
Does the coach have to trust the quarterback, and give him a little bit of room to make mistakes to make that happen? I mean, did Belichick and them allow the Brady to go ahead and do those things? You see, obviously it didn't come out like a Peyton Manning that highly regarded.
Great pick by the Packers.
It was a wonderful pick.
I think it was more of like he knew what his expectations were and what they wanted to do, and that like the room for error was very minimal, especially being a 6th-round pick and then filling in for Bledsoe, or like taking over Bledsoe's role. Like he knew, like right then and there, he's going to have to keep going with it. And I think he just showed them that hey, I get it, and he was always prepared to practice where they're like, hey, I know what the next step is. I know what to do in this situation. And in scenarios of practice, he probably just was nailing it down to where like we could trust him, because Belichick is all about that. You need to do your job and need to know your job. So I think that's what it was. Well, they did trust him, but they weren't like giving him. It was he had to earn it. So I really think that's kind of what it was there.
Good point.
But poor Bledsoe, by the way, lost the starting job to Brady, lost the starting job to Romo.
He's the Wally Pipp of the NFL.
Yep. All right.
Well, guys, I appreciate it.
Next we got.
Yeah, definitely. We appreciate you coming on.
Roberto left too.
Bobby just stepped away from.
He said, "Yeah, he
I'll
said
wait,
right back."
I'll wait for him to come back then. So, where you guys all located?
I'm in Delaware, about 20 minutes from Josh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Augusta, Georgia.
All right.
And we got a Canadian on our hands.
There we go.
Canada. He's the angriest Canadian I've ever met.
I couldn't.
Angry? I'm far from angry.
Yes, you are the angriest Canadian we've ever met. You are.
Digger, you haven't seen me in 6 months, and I still want another apology for the fact that I'm the only one who praised your Packers.
I literally said I
Dave,
was sorry yesterday.
Tell him you're not a Canadian. You don't apologize that much.
As you can see, Brett, we're just one big family here. Just
Canadians never ask for apologies ever.
Because we're the ones apologizing.
Exactly. You should apologize for me.
Say sorry. There's a line in Canada. It's called "Save Your Sorries," because we say sorry for everything. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you come a little bit south of the border, we just go, we don't say sorry. We just go,
Brett, I'm sure you have a lot of Canadians coming into your store.
Actually, today we do actually have a lot of people. Today we had a family from Newfoundland, I think it was. They said, and I don't even know where Newfoundland was. They said the furthest east part of Canada.
Newfoundland is a beautiful, beautiful place in the summer. You don't want to live there on the winter because they get all the gusts of the wind coming from the Atlantic. It is not a fun place to be in the winter, but it's a beautiful place in the summer.
Yes, they were Dolphin fans and Canes fans. They found us on Google today. I asked, how'd you find us? And And like I said, I thought I thought it went to Montreal, Toronto. I didn't realize there's anything all the way out further east.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there in the Maritimes.
Where's your store located in Miami?
We're in Davie, actually. We're in Davie, so Western Fort Lauderdale.
Gotcha.
Love your store.
We're right close to where Nova Southeastern University is, where the Dolphins were practiced before.
Yeah. And I was getting ready to ask that because I went down. This is back in 2013. And it was funny. We went to Key West. We took the whole long drive out, and I was like, man, too bad the Dolphins are playing in New Orleans because I could go to a game this week while we're here. And we drove to the practice facility, and I was in that store, and then they said that was when I was at the Novacare, and then they're like, oh, they got a bigger store at the stadium, and I drove to the stadium. I guess I never realized like how far out the stadium is from the actual city itself.
For sure.
So I went down there, but it was cool. I was like, I actually like the location of the stadium and where it's at.
The stadium's a great location.
Yeah,
it's easy to get to. I mean, it's from my store about we're on University Drive, and you can just go right down the same street. It's about 20 minutes, or you can take the Turnpike. But it's a very easy stadium to get. It's much easier than going to Miami or anything like that.
Well, I have a place at in Hallandale. For me to get to the stadium, it's 20 minutes, not even.
Yeah, so you're right. How often do you come down?
Well, I've had a place there for about 40 years, so I'm down three, 4 times a year. I'm down. I'll be there, and I'll come see you in July. I'll be there. My wife's a teacher, so I come down for like a month in July, like just July, August. So I'll see you in July for sure.
All right, awesome. Yeah, we do get a decent amount of people from Canada. It is and we ship to Canada a lot. So it's so we get, amazingly, people come from all over the world. I have no idea how. It's like, okay, a lot of Dolphin fans in Germany, Dolphin fans in every country in the world, probably because of Marino. I mean, they're not old enough to be around with Greasy and the no-name defense. So they're that's me. But the Marino brought a lot of fans. We didn't win any Super Bowls, but they brought a lot of fans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was flashy with Marino.
Yes, very flashy, but I'll take a Super Bowl.
Oh yeah. It's
been a long time. In 1973, I remember, or 74 when we lost to the Raiders. If any of you guys were born then. But I remember I was what was I? I was 74. I was 11 years old. I was so pissed off. I'm slamming my door in my building, and my mom says to me, "Don't worry, honey, they'll win next year."
Oh,
50 years ago.
I was about to say it's been a lot of next years, huh?
There's my guy. I like McMillan.
As a kid, it's great. It's first three of your first years watching football. I started to be a fan in 1970 and 71. We get to the we get to the Super Bowl. 72, we go undefeated. 73, we win the Super Bowl. 74, we got a good chance, and it's been downhill since then.
I remember reading something too. This has been a few years back. Actually, I think it was around when Sparano was still a coach now. And it was talking about the December woes of the Dolphins and when they started. And they talked about like 74 season. And like they had like a bad luck of injuries. And it like ruined like what could have been like another repeat year. And then it was almost like every December after that just kind of seemed like be bad luck for the Dolphins. And then they had Marino. Then obviously they went to other Super Bowls after that. And then they had Marino, then they went to the one Super Bowl with him, and that was it. It was just like it's so wild to say. And I haven't seen a playoff win since 2001. That was the last one we all saw. But I was telling people, I was like, I grew up in Delaware, and I was born in '87, so I was 8 years old when the Ravens became a team, and I lived in so we're a Baltimore, Philadelphia market. So
y'all have a good one.
Good to see you, brother.
Dave,
missed you.
Nice meeting you, Brett. The cool Brett.
Same here, Dave. Nice meeting you.
See you later, Wingate. Bye.
See you. Have a good one.
See you, Dave.
Evan, just give me a glare. That's better.
No, I was like, what?
We're a family on this network.
All the heartbreak the Dolphins have given me, I'm like, I could have been a Ravens fan and watched 2 Super Bowls, but I loved watching Marino growing up, and my uncle told me all about the undefeated seasons, and then I was hooked after that. My mom was a Dolphins fan because of him.
If you're a young fan, it's tough to be, it's like my kids have, my youngest son is 27, and he's, what's he seen? He was born in 97, so 2001. My other son was born in 94. They were too young to experience it, so it's a difficult thing. And these teams that have had such success. I mean, the Patriots have won 100 Super Bowls since we won a playoff game.
Yeah, it's rough. It really is. And then now we have the longest drought without a playoff win.
Oh yeah, we hit the Detroit Lions. Thank you very much, Detroit.
Yeah,
maybe we'll get a playoff win and get the draft. That'd be kind of cool.
That's what I keep saying. Like everybody was excited that we went back-to-back playoff years. Like, okay, cool. But the idea is to win a Super Bowl. Like, let's win some playoff games, man. Let's get the playoff.
But we have not won a playoff game. It's a sad situation. We didn't get any luck this year with going to Kansas City and that frozen tundra. But I still thought we could win that game. So, but I just I don't know. Injuries have killed us the last 2 years.
And we're not really built to win in the cold. Like Greg said, like we're built to win in Miami. So for us to win, we're gonna have to be in Miami until we can build to win in the cold. That's gonna be our biggest Achilles heel. And Kansas City, unless we get the first seed, and we had the opportunity for the first seed 2 years in a row.
Yeah, we were there.
And
but the injuries were just too much for us. And I don't know why. 2 years in a row, we were depleted. It doesn't make any sense.
I think a lot of it's them relying on guys who are having injury history and then not having much of a plan outside of that. Like they know this guy has an injury rap sheet, and it's like, well, all right, what do you got behind him? I don't know.
Exactly.
But then having Williams, that he's not Connor Williams. Josh, Connor Williams was healthy the last year or two in Dallas.
I would love to have Connor Williams.
I think he got hurt his final year with Dallas.
Was he injured a lot there?
I don't believe so. Oh, that's a good pick.
I couldn't remember, but he was never injured in Miami until this year. And then our backup plan at center was just non-existent. I don't think they're expecting that. And it was just a plethora of injuries. It's just like it went from, we figured those guys would get hurt to, oh crap, these guys are hurt. Now what?
Bills just got a good defensive tackle in Dwayne Carter.
I hate the way the Bills draft because they get guys in the mid rounds that end up being pretty good. Like that linebacker they have, I always forget his name. But yeah, they Bills are actually a sneaky good drafting team, and Josh Allen's so dang good.
Josh Allen, his team should win every game. It's just he figures out a way to lose the games.
Yeah,
he is so talented. I'd say he's the most talented quarterback in the NFL. I mean, Mahomes is right there, but what he can do, and he can run, he can pass, and he seems like a great guy also.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate rooting against. I hate hating him, but I have to hate him. I hated Brady too, but Brady's a good guy.
He's a good
people say you're jealous. I say, damn right, I'm jealous.
Yeah, say like Josh Allen is a hell of a quarterback.
He is a hell of a quarterback. He just makes mistakes. He makes bumbling, dumb mistakes, but he has as good of an arm as anybody out there. And he either fumbles the ball or he does something stupid.
But he does more than a lot of people realize he does. And it's like they don't have a run game. He is their run game.
He's a machine. You're right.
Yeah. And he's so elite. Like the receivers aren't really that good outside of Stephon Diggs. And he makes them so much better. And it's frustrating when it's like, oh, you got him. Oh, he's still up.
Yeah.
He's still, and it's touchdown. Oh, come on. Like how that's not supposed to be a touchdown.
That's what we're talking about, making something out of nothing.
And he God, and the speed that we're getting is nice on defense, but man, it's going to be tough sled to beat him. It really is, because he is good, and with him in the division, Patrick Mahomes in the conference, CJ Stroud playing like he did.
He's a beast right now, yeah.
All these good quarterbacks in this conference. That's why I'm actually was happy with Chop Robinson, because getting more pass rush. Look, if we're worried that Tua can't step up, we can't control that to where his level is. We know what level he can reach, and we know it's not to the Mahomes level. Fine, let's get their level down by getting after them and giving them a hell of a defense. Like Chris Long had said, like he thought the Dolphins' run was going to be through the defense until the Baltimore game when all the defenders got hurt.
Correct. Yeah, I remember Channing Crowdy saying at the beginning of the year, we got an all-pro at almost every position, and it got depleted. I mean that, you watching them go down with, it was terrible.
The defense was doing their job. They did everything they could.
They were playing excellent. When we had Phillips playing, we had Chubb playing. I mean, we should have won that one game. Oh, the Houston game. That was the game where Chubb went ahead and was that the game he went the stupid penalty, or was another game we lost?
The Titans game. It's
Titans game. Yeah.
Titan game. Yeah.
Threw his helmet, and then and Sleepy Vic was maybe not in the building that night, and they
that was the beginning of the end. So, what do we think about the new DC?
I don't know.
I like him a lot. I like him a lot.
Well, see, I like Vic Fangio because I
Sorry about that, guys.
Evan hates coaches. No worries. But I actually like Vic Fangio. I thought
Sleepy Vic.
It was he asked his front seven to do their job, but Weaver gets creative, and I know they're going to be in a 3-4 style system. Weaver's a smart guy. I watched him. I remember when he played, but I don't know if he didn't do well with the Texans. But I mean, that was
a
rough going. So it's hard to say. I know he's a creative guy, and he's supposed to be a good players coach. We'll see what happens with him, though.
I want that Pittsburgh, Baltimore style defense that you're going to go ahead. If it's third and down and there's no more prevent, we're going after the passer on every down. You want to beat us? You beat us at our best. I want our guys, coming strong at that quarterback and not giving them that extra time.
Yeah.
I mean, the prevent defense prevents you from winning.
And I think they did a really good job of upgrading linebacker to give him that physical attitude because we didn't have that at linebacker. I think Brooks and Walker offer that. And then Long has been decent. So now you got depth at linebacker, depth at pass rusher. Interior defensive line is my biggest concern, which we'll see what happens post June 1st and the rest of this draft. But
we don't know how much we're going to miss. We don't know how much we're going to miss Wilkins. I mean, I thought for the last couple. I know they were worried about the sacks, but hey, defensive tackle. That's not his job to get the sacks.
Yeah, and
they should have signed him 2 years ago.
Sealer. That dude's a stud. We still got Zach Sealer, and I think that he's going to be just fine too.
Yeah, Zach is excellent. Yeah, and we'll see if he's hurting too much that his boy is gone.
Zach had better stats than Christian Wilkins, is making $17 million less.
Yeah, it was a lot of money. I know he was too much money now to pay, and they said they offered him money last year, but he wanted more. So, God bless him to go out there and get it. Hopefully we can have somebody fill the. Raquan Davis, he's gone, right? We lost him. He wasn't anything good anyway.
Yeah, he was just kind of like, I don't know. I was kind of disappointed because I thought he would have been a pretty good 5-tech.
The Dolphins signed 7 D linemen so far this offseason.
We got that one guy from Dallas, and he's not very good.
Yeah.
I forgot his name, but he's not very good at all. He gets run on a lot. But it's, again, defensive tackle, day 3, you can find them all day.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. You're right.
Whether they're great or not, but you can find, like, we got Godchow in the 5th round, Vincent Taylor in the 6th round that same year, and both of them, none of them were elite at all, but both of them were serviceable, did their job. Godchow was just fine at D tackle.
Yeah, I'd say the edge is a much more important position for us right now.
Absolutely.
If it's so, hopefully Weaver had something to say with that. Maybe he looked at. I mean, I hope they looked at him and said, "Hey, what do you think? Will this guy fit in your defense?"
Yeah.
What do we think about Jatavion Sanders not going?
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way to put it.
Because I'd move up right now in the engine draft just to go get him now so he doesn't fall. Because he'll go in the 4th for sure.
Who's dropped the most in this draft that you didn't, besides him, that you thought would be somebody that would draft?
TJ Tampa.
TJ Tampa's still there. Yeah.
Jatavion Sanders, I don't know why he's still there.
See,
it's a Darnell Washington effect for Bobby.
I was never big on him.
Yeah, no, I get that, but you figure a team would take him in the 2nd or 3rd round. Well, I figured he's talented enough to go in the 2nd or 3rd round, but the 3rd round mainly.
See, I think I would take Theo Johnson over him for sure.
But I haven't watched enough though. The tight end class seems to be not highly looked at this year, other than Bowers, obviously.
I think it's underrated.
That was picked right before we picked. A couple of picks.
Benson,
he looked good. He looked really good.
Bensonot's nice.
Bensonot, I think, is pretty good, but for some reason, I just don't think this class has looked highly at. That's all for the league.
Yeah, I think there's some really nice players.
What's that?
Johnny Smith.
Yeah, what do you think of him from Denver?
Good speed.
I like it that he's a good blocker in space. A lot of people think he's like some playmaker tight end. He's got decent hands. He's a decent receiver, but he's more of like he's a good move blocker. That's the one thing I like with him. I think he's more athletic than Smythe, and he blocks in space better. So I had made a mention about Smythe being too slow to get to the linebackers, and then Mostert just having to fight off a linebacker in corner. So with Johnny Smith, that's going to really help the run game more than anything. And it'll help the pass game, too. I also like Julian Hill, that undrafted rookie we had, as a blocker. I thought he was fantastic. as like an extra offensive lineman in a sense. So I really look for them to keep the tight ends in a lot more, and see a lot more 3 tight end sets. That's what I'm hoping for.
McDaniels used to having that great tight end, so I know they wanted that badly. So hopefully this guy will fill the bill.
I think what they're doing is more of the March system where they use the tight ends to block and then sneak them down here and there, because they started doing it more with Julian Hill, where he was sneaking, he was open, but it was like I don't think he was in the spot he's supposed to be either. I think it's like as an undrafted rookie, he really didn't understand like depth and how to gain that angle, because Tua like completely missed him. But the way Tua missed him, I was like, I think he was supposed to be a couple yards to the left or to the right or wherever. He was supposed to fade in or fade out, and he never did. And I think it was just him learning, like, oh crap, I felt that wrong, or I ran to the wrong spot. But he's
good pick.
Really hoping that that he gets more time and develops more. So I think that Julian Hill, I think he's got some potential to be a serviceable tight end for us, like a Fasano kind of guy. Maybe not quite as good, but that kind of guy for us.
Hopefully we utilize that position more than we have.
Yeah, for some reason I don't think Tua likes throwing the tight ends much, but then he has games where he like dumps it off to the tight end. Like Smythe had himself a game one year, was it last year before? And he was just dumping off the Smythe. It was just beautiful, and then it just stopped. Like, all right, so I don't know why, but
He likes throwing to 2 guys.
Yeah, he likes his.
He's got Berrios. Berrios can get open. He doesn't throw to him. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I see him open all the time. He doesn't throw to him.
He loves throwing to Craycraft though.
He throws to Craycraft, yes.
Good night, Cap.
And he threw it to in college. He didn't throw it to OJ Howard a lot. He threw it to his backs and his receivers.
Mm-hmm.
He never really threw to tight ends. But I don't know. I don't know what it is about tight end he doesn't like throwing to. I feel like it's his style of quarterbacking. Like Kurt Warner, he didn't throw to tight ends either, did he?
Correct. I can't name their tight ends.
I know with the Rams he did because the style system they ran, but with the Cardinals, I don't think he threw to tight ends a lot. I think he throws to receivers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I throw to Larry Fitzgerald every chance I got too.
Yeah. Within the Rams, he was throwing tight ends too. I mean, the wide receivers and obviously some Marshawn, but
no, we're not. I don't think the Dolphins are coming back into the 3rd round. They might trade up in the 4th.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I think we had said earlier they may just let it fall because there's still some good players sitting there. Like they could look to trade up.
There's always players that we don't even know who they are, and they turn out to be good.
Exactly.
So there's like.
So Sean Williams made a point that Cam Wolf did say that Miami's loading up for a mini rebuild this year.
I unfollowed that moron.
Sean.
He is the most negative human being on earth.
I talked to Sean personally a lot. He
is the most negative waste of time I've ever read in my life. Oh my God.
Oh, stop it.
But he's
nothing has ever been positive
great pick
coming out of that beak.
by the Steelers.
Oh
Peyton Wilson.
God.
If he can stay healthy.
Dude, a buddy of mine's been wanting him for the 49ers
Peyton Wilson.
every time the 49ers are up. He's like pissed off at every pick.
And Bobby, I will not stop on that negativity. He has not said one positive thing about the Miami Dolphins ever.
Well, regardless, he said that Cam Wolf had said that they're geared up for a miniature rebuild. And he kept telling me that Greer's going to be safe. I'm telling you, Greer's not going anywhere. And he's right. Greer's probably not going anywhere until 2025. I think I hate to say it, but the 3 yards per carry guys have said it, that 2025 is a year for them to prove it. I don't like it, but I mean, they have this year and then 2025. So if they don't win a playoff game between this year and 2025, then they'll be talking about like removing McDaniel and Greer and all that.
2 more years of McDaniel? Oh my God, I'm going to die.
Greer and McDaniel.
Yeah, and Sean is the negative one. Here we go.
I actually like McDaniel a lot. I think
I
he's
see
done a
him
good
run
job.
the ball, because I told you at the beginning of every pregame show, Bobby, for the game, I'm going to show that video of him halftime at Kansas City. We need to control the clock, and we need to start running the ball. The first 3 plays were pass.
Which Kansas City game?
Playoff
game.
Okay, I was about to say, because you realize the run game is why we nearly won the game against Kansas City in Germany.
Yes.
Because he knew Spagnuolo was going to play the protect, and he had a lot of creative runs that he called, put it in there, and we came back. And then he says, "I'm going to put the game in my quarterback's hands."
Okay,
And
Rams are on the clock.
That's it.
Who do we think the Rams are going to go here?
I already know.
I can tell you who they already took.
Oh, I don't.
I'm not saying
We
nothing.
got Cameron Kitchens coming off the board. Our first Miami guy.
There you go.
You guys
First
talk
Hurricane.
about how great is that?
Awesome. He went to the Rams. You guys are way ahead of me.
Yeah.
I still got the Steelers pick is in. Which station are you on?
I'm on NFL Network. I
I'm
see
on
Cam
ESPN.
Kitchens.
Okay.
Oh, so Cam Kitchens,
Oh wow, the
his
first
range
one.
is insane.
I mean, he had the most interceptions to the Miami Hurricane since Sean Taylor.
How tall is he?
He's not big at all. What is he like? 5'9",
I was gonna
5'10"?
say,
at
he looks
maximum?
like 5'9", 5'10", and his range for that size is really good.
He's a playmaker. He gets to, he knows where the ball is going to go.
I like guys like that.
He's like Wayne, the Wayne Gretzky. It's like I skate to where not where the puck is, but where it's going to go.
See, I like. There's some guys you can just tell. You don't have to do a whole lot of thinking and digging and all this fancy math. You can just watch the film and you just know they're a good football player.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and the problem with the draft is a lot of guys, they don't look at how a guy played. They'd rather look at the combine and everything else about the guy than actually how he played in games.
I like seeing guys that are athletic and freaks and seeing like, okay,
Wow, that's early, eh, Wingate?
No.
You
I love
think
it.
he belong in the third round?
Yeah.
I'm gonna see.
I thought he was going to be at least a fourth or fifth round.
He's a playmaker.
I know, but I thought fourth or fifth rounder. I did not expect him in the third.
Who?
Oh, it has
The guy they're about to take.
The
Who
Commanders
took.
Commanders having themselves a
Fish
good
Tank's
draft.
okay. Bobby, Fish Tank's not going to be happy.
I hate who he went to, but I love the
I was
player.
going to say, Josh, you like this pick?
No.
Never mind. Okay, I get it. I'm waiting for Donna Ponte.
The guy that went to the Steelers was the Butkus Award winner, or Ben Arrow. Was he the Ben Arrow?
Oh,
Oh.
Peyton Wilson.
damn.
Fish Tank's not going to be happy.
I'm not happy.
Fish Tank loves rice.
Dude, what a receiver room that the Washington Commanders have for their young quarterback. Holy
For sure. This guy is underrated. I think fourth round was where I was comfortable, but third round at the end of it it's good value. I don't think it's a bad pick at this point. I mean, this is a smart move, and again, you're giving your Jaden Daniels a weapon that could do everything: run the ball, catch the ball. As Brett brought up earlier, a type of receiver who could play a little bit of a wildcat situation. I mean, this is a guy I really liked for the Dolphins in the mid rounds, but you can't hate on this. Wow.
His confidence to catch the football. Like this is the guy I like for the Dolphins. And here's
Yeah.
the guy. Sorry, I channeled my inner John Madden apparently. Dude, I like them getting Newton as well with that defense line they already have, and then they got Sanat, and then they had that whole offense is
Commanders draft is my favorite draft.
Yeah, between them and the Cardinals, they are just knocking their draft out of the park.
Yeah, both those teams are.
Holy crap!
That's
I
the
think my
end.
buddy's probably going to keep his season tickets now. That's it.
Who?
The Bills
Oh my gosh.
drafted Dwayne Carter, not to be confused with Lil Wayne, guys. Okay.
All right.
No, but
Man.
you talk about you have to draft playmakers. Luke McCaffrey is player X that can come into your offense.
100%.
Play quarterback, play running back, play wide receiver. He can line up anywhere on the field.
Oh, and you still got to deal with Terry McLaurin, who is just a guy who's going to constantly get open and beat you. And you have to deal with Jahan Dotson's speed. Have fun with that.
Could you imagine being in shotgun with Luke McCaffrey and just snapping it to Luke and him throwing it?
Oh, then you got Jaden Daniels' athleticism as well.
Yeah.
And I wish people stop comparing to the Mike Vick because he's not that athletic, but he's a hell of an athlete.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now you got to deal with that, and then you got Luke McCaffrey, and that. So you have a lot to deal with the Commanders' offense. And sorry, Jasper, that's going to be a tough team to beat. Well, upcoming. And I hate to say it, the Jets have been drafting really well. I don't know about this year so much.
I don't love their offensive line, but yeah.
Yeah. But again, I mean, like, their offensive line will probably look a heck of a lot different with Rodgers at quarterback. As the Buccaneers' offensive line looked a hell of a lot different with Brady.
For at least the first 2 minutes of the game.
Well, yeah.
Well, Buccaneers had a damn good offensive line. That's why Brady went there.
Well, that and like I told people before, quarterbacks can make your offensive line look worse than it actually is, too.
Well, yeah.
So
True.
Especially guys like Fitzpatrick who like to drift in the pocket right into the pass rush lane. Tua does the same thing as well. It's a quarterback who gets caught looking downfield and they feel the rush, they start to drift instead of staying dead center. That's why Brady's so hard to get after from your edges, because he stays dead center of the pocket. And it's so hard to get him to move. That's why it was so important to rush him from the middle.
Well, look back, Dan Marino, that he couldn't run, but that quick release, they never sacked him.
Yep.
I mean, you got a guy like Ryan Tannehill was as athletic as can be, but had no idea when he had no idea that a Mack truck was coming down on the side.
No pocket presence for
he had no
a Mack
idea.
truck blaring its horn, and he's still like, what?
He had no idea. I remember we played the Cowboys one game, and so Dak did a miracle play from the end zone against us, and Tannehill would have definitely been sacked.
Oh yeah.
But,
awful.
So it's a quarterback definitely can make his offensive line. You're correct.
And
both ways.
Dan Marino had his smooth, quick feet too. Like he maneuvered. He wasn't athletic like that, but he could move. He was
like a matador a little bit. He would go right to the side, and the guys would go right by him.
Is anybody? Am I crazy, or has everybody noticed that Tua's feet have not been as smooth lately this past season?
Yeah, he's definitely. I noticed some differences
his
here.
Twitchiness in his feet is not the same in the pocket as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's working on that for this season to get back to what he was. I mean, obviously what he did helped him and kept him healthy, but I also think he saw how that kind of held him back a little bit on what else to take away from his game. One thing we could all say about Tua that, whether you think he should be the franchise quarterback or not, is that he puts in the work every offseason to try and improve his game. He puts that effort. He knows, not that and I'm sure he is, listening to everybody, but he knows what he has to work on. Last year people were saying, man, he's not running enough. I mean, he would try to run and he slide 10 feet in front of the first down. And you're like, what are you doing? Make the effort. But we don't want him to get hurt at the same time.
Finally.
I think he's working on that this offseason. And again, whether you love him, you hate him, or you're like, whatever, you can win with him. It's just, you just got to, alter your expectations on what he is as a quarterback.
And that's absolutely right. And it's going to be more of a Brock Purdy style again, which is why I'm happy with the pass rusher and upgrading everything else. But that's very hard to maintain long term. So at some point, he's going to have to take that next step. And he's worked with it. I kept saying his trainer and him being his quarterback coach. I was like, you need an actual quarterback coach, and every quarterback in the league works with a quarterback coach in the offseason. And who he's worked with now. Josh has been calling for him to go to Tom House for years.
Yeah.
So it's finally doing it. I'm like, this makes me happy because
I'm excited. I know people were making jokes about John Beck, but again, I think it's a solid move. The guy played quarterback in the NFL. He played solid quarterback at BYU coming out. And again, the best coaches are usually not the ones who are successful in the NFL. A lot of them are the ones that failed, who know what it takes, who goes, man, you got the tools, which I didn't.
Yeah.
They're usually the best coaches.
Jordan Palmer, remember when everybody talked about how great Josh Allen did with the accuracy and all? Jordan Palmer. And he had his technique instead of wearing his arm out and his arm getting tired. Something Tua does, throws too much in the offseason, takes the towel and uses that. And when you hear the towel snap, that's the same thing as you throwing it, but it's not wear and tear on your shoulder as much as throwing the ball. So you're using the towel and it's easier on your shoulder, so your arm strength can be prolonged. And it was like a lot of little things like that was like, well, now you're not getting tired in your training and you can keep practicing the techniques and stuff like that. And all of a sudden Allen started getting better. So it's like John Beck has been fantastic. He's coached a lot of good quarterbacks.
Well, I can tell you the first thing that Tua's going to do under Tom House, he's going to get an allergy test sent away. He's going to find out every food that he is allergic to, and he's going to get his diet 100% correct.
He's already done that. Tua's already dropped weight. Like it was.
Oh, it's not Tom House Because
That's what he did for Breeze.
Yeah, Drew Brees. The first thing he did is we're figuring out everything you're allergic to, because if your body is fighting against the food that you're putting in it, it's not going to help you. So first thing they're going to do is that. Tom House is the best person at getting you to perfect your arm motion, and he's going to get as much power out of Tua's arm as possible. He used to be a pitcher in the MLB. He was a pitching coach for the longest time, and he decided, if I could throw a football, or if I could throw a baseball, I can teach someone how to throw a football as well.
Is Tom House from the Braves?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
That's really cool, man.
So if you have an opportunity, Tom House has a book out there. I got to remember what it's called.
He's a nice guy. I actually interacted with him on Twitter a couple of times.
Yeah, super nice guy.
And he actually will share information, like talk to you about stuff.
So he's Tua's coach now, or a health coach, or what?
He works with John Beck, and I forgot the organization that they're all work together in, and that's one of the things he does with guys that throw in. He's what is he called? The throw god, right? Or
I'm not sure about that.
But anyway, we're about 4.5 hours in. Day 2 is in the books. Day 3 is tomorrow. Finn's Talk today will start at noon as usual, but it will be a special edition episode, obviously, with me and Fish Tank Hank talking about, obviously, the Dolphins draft and what could come of day 3. But Brett of Caneswear, my man, I am so happy that you were able to come on with us. I mean, you fit right in. I mean, it was like you were like going with it, and I loved it. Any final thought? First off, before any final thoughts, what's going on at Caneswear that everyone should know?
Everyone should know. I mean, it's always a good time to get hit up with your favorite sports teams. If you're a South Florida sports fan, I mean, we say we sell basically illegal drugs. If your team is winning, no matter which team it is, you need more. Every week you need more. I need a new shirt. I need a new hat. And it's a great addiction. Okay, it is a great addiction. You can go out, take the wife to dinner, go out, drink, whatever, spend a couple $100. You don't got nothing but a headache, maybe a little argument going on. But you go get some Dolphins gear, Canes gear, whatever. You're feeling good about yourself. You're looking sharp. You're looking good. You're supporting your team. If your team is winning, you're feeling even better. So if you're a Panther fan right now, you're feeling really good. We got a special on the Heat, by the way, 25% off. I didn't know if they'd get by Boston that second game.
Love it.
When they won, we said 25% off all Heat merchandise. So we've got so Dolphin gear is always fun. So always good things. Support your team. Support your. We're a local store, Caneswear. We're independently owned and operated. Just a fan shop, not part of any of those big giant Fortune 500 or 100 corporations. And the great thing is, if you're local, you come in, we always talk sports. I mean, we're like no place else in the world, technically. You walk into Dick's, you walk in another place, they're not going to be talking sports, talking your name. That's one thing we have. We have it's more than a store, it's an experience. So you ever get a chance to come in, if you order from us and there's an issue with an order, you can call us up on the phone. We're always there. We'll take your calls. We're not going to put you through some 800 service. So we're very hands-on. So that's the good news. And Messi, if you're a soccer fan, we got plenty of Messi stuff. Please come and get the Messi stuff.
Hey, let me just say, first off, my wife for Christmas ordered the Miami Dolphins with the I hate saying the cartoon logo. It's my favorite logo from the 2000s. When those jackets came available, and I follow Brett. I follow Caneswear stuff. I try to make promotions and do stuff I plan.
Absolutely.
When I saw that jacket, I said out loud, I'm like, "Oh, that is freaking nice! Oh, that is nice." I just was like, she wrote a little note, and she said the service was great, the order was fast, the jacket was beautiful and in great condition. I got to give a credit to Finstanza, because when I went down there for the fan club weekend, he kept telling me before I went down there, he goes, "I'm taking you to Caneswear. You got to check out Caneswear." He goes, "Every time I go there, I take the kids. They got things for kids. They got all the Florida Panthers, the Miami Marlins, Miami Heat." I'm like, "Take me. Show me." And you got 2 shops, right? You got an outlet.
No, the outlet was our old store, so we had it for 3 months. So everything's now in our
back in the mid. Got you. Okay.
But
you got a salute to service helmet. I might need.
Oh, that's a new one. We have a new helmet, a gray one that's really sharp. I don't even know. I think it's online. It's brand new. It's a really cool. We got salute to service helmets. We have a brand new Dolphin and Canes helmet. Dolphin helmet, really cool. It's this gray color. It's awesome looking.
That's one thing that drew my eye when I went in. Or was the helmets that they had. They had different type of custom looking helmets from the Dolphins.
A lot of helmets. And by the way, on that jacket, it was not. It was supposed to be the 72 logo or 73, 74. They sent me the wrong logo. And I looked at it and I said, I was back and forth. I said, let's just keep it. And yes, it was the wrong logo. So
it was. I was very happy with it.
Logo though, a lot.
So I've just got the order online.
Yeah, I love that logo. That's my favorite logo.
Jimmy's logo, the cartoon. You know, he tried to incorporate us with the Cowboys, getting a little navy blue in there. And, so that
they probably sold off the shelves real quick with that color.
Well, back in the day, I actually have I have to find it. I got a dark blue Zach Thomas jersey from that year.
I had that one too. The dark blue.
Have it somewhere.
The Ricky jerseys from the dark blue and things. Every once in a while, we get we like dark blue polos, something like that. That does look sharp with that, the Dolphin logo with the dark blue.
I think if we're gonna do a alternate, it needs to be dark blue. I think it'd be badass.
That would be good, yeah. But right now, if it's going to be an alternate now, who is it saying? Holland saying there's going to be a New Jersey. That's amazing.
He said it. Hopefully, he's not trolling. I know. Hopefully, he's not trolling.
Keep the regular. I mean, it's all about money for these teams. I mean, everyone
100%.
says it's the throwback logo. Why? They're still going to buy the throwback logo, and they're going to buy the new logo. And if they come out with an alternative logo, they're going to buy that too. The NFL is just about making money.
100%. And let me just say again, Brett, you were amazing. This was great. I hope it's not the last time you're on because I think you fit right in and just talking Dolphins and actually leading off with some questions. I mean, that was awesome. Like so 100%. I appreciate you and I appreciate Caneswear for being our partner in this journey, man. You've been amazing and I appreciate you. Any final thoughts on this draft so far? What are you looking for next with that fifth round pick?
I'd say, you can never have too many offensive linemen. So if there's a good offensive lineman around, let's go for that. A receiver, obviously, they'll be looking at. I mean, this team needs a lot still. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of holes that we can fill. So I'd say we're going to probably go back to the offensive line. I mean, you could see a tight end, but I don't think so. So offensive line is what I think. If there's the right quarterback around, I would take him. I mean,
I like that. Yeah,
I'm bringing him on Finstalk.
I take him. All right,
I'm bringing you on Finstalk OT. You're gonna fit right in on that.
There you go. You want me,
Greg's
guys?
gonna love you.
I'll be happy. I'll be happy to sit in any time. Okay, if I got the time, you got me.
100%. Brett, Brett Legassi, any final thoughts?
Just for Evan, the draft sucks. No, so
I'm having a great time.
I'm not like mad about the offensive tackle pick. Again, I'm not looking for need, so if you draft for the future, fine. But I'll probably have more of a feel of this draft once it's over and once we see what happens on June 1st. But I like the potential of Patrick Ball, but I still like the Chop Robinson pick, so I'm still happy about that. But like Brett said, we still have some holes on this roster we need to fill. I don't want to fill it based on need in the draft, though, so I still want to add impact players, but I would love to add a running back tomorrow. Absolutely want a running back. Okay. There's still a couple left.
There you go. Finn Stanza?
Since we couldn't draft a head coach, I'm okay with the picks.
Oh, man. All right. There you go.
We'll catch a guy. Time management, that poor guy. Can't win a challenge.
That's where I agree with you with that. The time management, the management of the game. That's I 100% agree there.
Oh my God!
That's a rookie mistake, though. Let's hope the rookie.
That was his excuse last year. What was his excuse this year?
Yes.
Let's
he runs off the field at halftime like no other coach I've ever seen.
I know. I've seen it. It's all. He is ready to go.
He's in the air, not on the ground.
That's
have control.
There you go. Josh, first off, before anything, your final thoughts. I got to thank you for helping me with this and working on these graphics, man. I know you are off tomorrow, but just give you, on the clock, we'll have another episode because we want to review the entire draft and kind of go over these specific, the picks. But before then, with this draft show, man, you've been killing it. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
And with that, sir, your final thoughts on today's draft.
Yeah, I think it went well. The one thing that I'm proud of is we only have around 25 players left on our big board of top 100. For our first time doing that's amazing. To only the 3/4 of our players that we put in the top 100 got drafted. So I think that's amazing. We're only going to get better at it. There's a lot of players that we still have here that everyone is calling to be drafted, like a Troy Franklin, Devontae Walker, Javon Baker, Cam Hart, TJ Tampa. There's a lot of these guys. And there could be, with us, we're not getting these medicals, so it's hard for us to say exactly. We're not in the meeting room. So to be 3/4 of the way with what the NFL is doing, that's impressive. So I'm proud of what we did this time. We did it late, so we're going to get more time to do it next year. And I'm excited to see what we're going to do next year. But I think the draft went well. I think Miami saw what was about to happen with the offensive tackle run, and they got ahead of it. And they got one of their guys. And they knew they weren't going to get a tackle when they were picking again. So they went and got the guy that they liked. They've been connected to this guy for quite some time. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think that's what they did, and I can't blame them for it. So I'm excited.
There you go, guys.
Bobby, I would trade up for Devontae Walker. I mean, I would. That guy, just what I saw against Miami when he played the Canes, his first game after he was allowed to transfer. I mean, the guy single-handedly beat the Canes. He could be special. My buddy was saying at that time, this kid's a first-round draft pick. No way he's not, and obviously he's not. So he's still out there. I don't know why he's the guy's got NFL size.
There's a lot. Again, great point. And I mean, again, people, will say, "Oh, why was this guy drafted this late if he's that good?" No, there's a lot of. If you go back and look at some of the great players right now in the NFL, a lot of them weren't taken in the first round. They're taken in the third, fourth, fifth round. There's some solid players still available. I mean, let me pull this up very quick because Devontae Walker, I liked. Troy Franklin, Brandon Durius, Cam Hart. We talked about him. See here, Jalen White, which Brett Legacy brought up out of Tennessee, who could play some receiver and running back. He's a multi-talented player. Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker out of Clemson, still on the board. Cedric Van Pran, Granger, still on the board out of Georgia, the center. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker. There's still a lot of very good players that if you come off, and let's say you wait till the fifth round pick, and you come away with one of those guys, how are you not looking going, damn, we came out pretty damn good? So the draft has fallen very good in a lot of teams' favors, especially I think Miami. We just got to hope. I mean, again, we're talking those big body receivers, Devontae Walker out of North Carolina, I think 6'2", 193. I mean, my goodness, that's right where that's your bread and butter right there. Javon Baker out of Central Florida. That's another one that I like a lot. Watching his film, 6'1", 202. But again, I mean, I can't believe Jeremiah Trotter, Jatavion Sanders, Cedric Gray, Brandon Rice, Jerry Rice's son, still on the board too. But it's going to be a very fun and interesting draft. I think everyone who's participated and came on today onto the show, Dolphin fans and NFL fans, everyone who's tuned in. Whether you're watching on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, X, whatever you want to call it, we appreciate you. Don't forget, you can either, if you're in Florida, go to Davie, Florida. You got to go to Caneswear or go to their website, caneswear.com, for all the great merchandise. Dolphins, Heat, Marlins, Panthers, who are 3-0 right now, going to go 4-0 tomorrow. The Heat are going to go 2-1 against the Celtics tomorrow. But for Dolphin fans, we appreciate you. Thank you. Like, subscribe, and always, most importantly, Fins up, or of course, go Fins.
Go Fins.
Go Cowboys.
It's the Fins Talk Sports Network, FTSN, talking major sports and even wrestling. Bobby Fins Talk and his FTSN crew, they're taking deep dives just to entertain you. Talking Dolphins, Heat, and Hurricanes, Marlins, and Panthers, and Inter Miami. Fins Talk Sports Network.